Chapter 33, The Half-Blood Prince, Chapter 5. Hello everyone. I hope you're all staying safe in these tumultuous times the world is going through. Take care of yourselves. Last chapter was a huge reveal, and I'm glad everyone's responses were mostly positive. I'm going to address the issues that were brought up in some reviews also, so give me time. This was not something in the original plot, but that has changed a lot as this FIC has progressed. I heard an author describe writing perfectly the other day. It went something like, it's easy for me to sit down and write 2,500 to 5,000 words a day because it's like I'm just reading a story in my mind, and writing it as I go along. I could not agree more. Miles Cameron / Christian Cameron. Also about to hit 1,000 reviews, pumped for it. On to the chapter. Author's note at the bottom. Follow me on Instagram at @donaldauthor. Disclaimer, I own nothing. Ginny. My sister turned around at the call of her name. She had grown a lot in the summer, and guilt ran through my system before I beat it down. I made a decision, as did my parents, and I will live with it. I thought about the situation. Ginny's eyes turned cold when she saw that it was me. I couldn't blame her. Regardless of my relationship with our parents, I didn't have to cut ties with my siblings either. Professor Black. Ginny's cold response came fast. Molly's child, through and through. Here. I said, handing her a package. She looked at it suspiciously but took it anyway. I didn't bother her anymore, and turned around immediately, back to the class that was about to start. Can you get something to not for me? I asked my master. Snape didn't flinch at the casual use of a rising Death Eater's name, nor did he act surprised. It depends. Snape said. His hands wrote on the blackboard with chalk, and never lifted at my question. A notebook. I clarified. It was a very modified version of the notebook most people would be using. This one wouldn't allow you access, unless you had the same blood and magic of the person who activated it. It did run a small risk of someone intercepting the notebook before Not could perform the ritual, but I had contingencies in place for that. Such as a self-destruct cluster that I could activate with my master notebook. It would feed off of that person's own magic to activate it. An ingenious cluster, if I do say so myself. Yes. Snape replied simply. I threw 2 copies of the notebook on the desk. His quick eyes noticed it immediately. He looked at me and waited for me to elaborate. I didn't intentionally. It took a lot for me to keep my face straight as he rolled his eyes. Why are there 2? Snape asked. I looked up to him with a fake smile. I'm glad you asked, Master. I said. I smiled wider when Snape flinched at the word Master. That one is for you. I finished. You aren't worried about the risk? Snape drawled out. As if I didn't already consider it. I thought, a bit miffed about his lack of confidence in me. Prick your finger, and apply it to the symbol on the spine. I commanded. It'll be useful to you, and I need you to show Not how to do it. I won't send an instruction manual into Tom's hands. Snape fished his wand from his sleeve and touched the tip of his finger. A red drop appeared on it and he wasted no time in obeying me. I saw his hand still, and his body tense for a second as the runic cluster went to work. And then, faster than it came, he relaxed. He jerked his hand back off of the spine and shot me a dirty look. I chuckled a little knowing that it was a little uncomfortable. The runic cluster not only registered your blood, but did a deep scan of your magic. The blood was just a distraction for the true protection. It was easy to kidnap someone and use their blood to open it up, but to fake magic? Impossible. Well, not impossible, but so difficult it was a non-issue. Snape opened the notebook and read the instruction manual on how to operate the notebook. His eyebrow rose, obviously impressed. Tell me that you have patented this, before handing these out. Snape said. I almost fired a spell at him. Of course I did, got the paperwork yesterday. I replied, indignant. Good. You have prepared pages for me already. Snape observed. I almost called him Captain Obvious, almost. Yes, take a guess who Fiery Bird is. I snickered after saying it. He gave me a look like he regretted agreeing to take me on as an apprentice. Then he started flipping through the pages that already had names on them. His was less than most people, mainly because nobody liked him and he was a recluse, but I didn't say that out loud. Dumbledore's is also warded. Snape asked, ignoring me. Yes, and you can change the name just. I read the instruction list, Black. I smiled at him and left him alone, grading the papers in front of me. All of Snape's attention was on the notebook in front of him. He appeared to be dissecting it. What is the motivation behind this? Snape asked. Sure, it cuts flight time off for owls, but this is only the beginning, isn't it? Why? Snape looked up to me then, the notebook forgotten. I pondered telling him for a moment before deciding it wouldn't hurt to tell him. The Muggle world has created something marvelous. I began. They don't know it yet, and neither does the wizarding world. But the entire human species is about to be launched into what I am calling the information age. They've created devices that can store data, and broadcast that data around the world, instantaneously. You have no idea how different the world will be in 2 decades. If our world doesn't keep up, it will be left behind. I explained to him, seriously. Snape hung on to every word I spoke, obviously taking my explanation seriously. This isn't anything like that. He responded. You're right, but it is an introduction. In 10 years, these will be obsolete. I told him, holding up the notebooks. I'll figure out a way to let us wizards use Muggle electronics without our magic frying, but in the meantime we'll use these. Snape didn't respond for a moment. The gears were turning in his head as he considered the possibilities. I knew he wasn't that in touch with the Muggle world, but he probably knew more than the average wizard. I didn't tell him that eventually, I would give media outlets preloaded pages on the notebooks. The Daily Prophet, the Quibbler, and others from around the world will beg for spots on the pages. Not only will I become insanely rich, but also have major influence over the news being spread around the country, and then the world. Of course, this all hinged on the notebooks being successful. And I hadn't decided if I would start selling them before the war ended. I didn't want Voldy getting his hands on one and reverse engineering it to spy on me or my comrades. I ran that risk already since I gave one to Snape and not, but I wanted that risk as low as possible. I just took a page out of my past Muggle life. I would link the people together, and then let them do all the work after that. I would influence in the background, while living a life I loved. If I got tired of directing the world in the direction I wanted, then I would either sell it or make someone else run it. Truly, my motivation wasn't the power or the money. I just wanted to create as much equal opportunity as possible, for Muggles, Muggleborn, half-blood, pure blood, it didn't matter. I just wanted the people to understand each other. While there was a lot of strife in my past life that may have been caused by the information age. Statistically, the world's wealth rose and poverty declined significantly. Was it eliminated? No, but did things increase by a large margin? Yes. Snape was about to start when the bell rang, and students began trickling into the classroom. His lectures were not as complete as they normally were for the rest of the day, and I couldn't help but grin at how flustered I got him. I awoke to the smell of breakfast and coffee. A part of me panicked, because of the sun peeking through the blinds in my room before I realized that it was Christmas break, and I didn't need to be at the school today. I could tell that Fleur woke up to my movements, as she normally did. I didn't leave the warmth of her body today. Instead my arm tightened around her and brought her closer. She moaned slightly, not sexually, like one would do when they just woke up. She was already a very cuddly person when she slept, and when I pulled her closer, she shifted to where she was basically laying on top of me. I chuckled a little bit because of it. Good morning, love. I greeted. Fleur said intelligently. Merry Christmas. I said after a moment of thought. I thought the prospect of gifts would rouse her more, but instead she started a fake snore that rumbled through my chest. I audibly laughed then before wiggling underneath her. She whined in response and sat up on top of me, straddling my waist. Her hands stopped my shoulders from shaking, and then her head plopped back down on my chest. Her movements on top of me disturbed another, more primal, part of me and woke it up. I stayed still, letting the blood flow to a certain part of my body. Eventually it grew enough for Fleur to notice. This was my trump card. Fleur snapped to attention and positioned herself correctly to slide me straight in. She wasted no time, and needed no more attention from me to get her wet. I smiled as she groaned. Never fails. We're pregnant. Coffee sprayed in the air, luckily Sirius faced away from Harry and I before letting it go. Harry's eyes widened and his jaw dropped. The three of us were standing in the kitchen as Fleur and Tonks talked at the table. Fleur was the one to drop the bomb on everyone, I just stood back and watched the reactions, loving it. Tonks' hair turned a bright red, in response. I wasn't sure why it was that specific color, maybe she was blushing. I just calmly drank my coffee, smiling. You're what? Sirius blurted out after his mouth was empty. Creaker mumbled something under his breath about his master being a fucking idiot if I heard correctly. Fleur is pregnant. I repeated. Why? Obviously Sirius was in shock, he wasn't making any sense. Well you see, when two people love each other. I joked. Shut up. You're serious? Sirius asked. I didn't get a chance to reply with the pun comeback. Instead Fleur blurted out. No, you're serious. I'm just pregnant. Harry, Tonks, and I started laughing at Sirius' expense. Eventually he joined in too. This is good news, right? Of course it's great news. I answered. Just a little unexpected is all. You're 16, how are you not freaking out? Sirius directed it towards me. His hands were supporting himself on the counter, he was acting as if a one-night stand just broke the same news to him. What is there to freak out about? Too late for that now, I said. I was completely calm, mainly because I had about 2 months to adjust to the idea. How far along are you? Tonks asked, steering the conversation a different direction. About 9 weeks, according to the Mediwitch. Fleur answered her. Sirius took me out of their conversation by appearing in my face. This is great news, Sirius exclaimed, wrapping me up in a hug. Thanks, Sirius. The next generation of House Black will start a little sooner than expected, I told him, trying to put it in perspective for everyone. That is, if the little person can take the name of Black. Of course the little guy, girl, thing, can. You're a full member of House Black. Sirius confirmed what I knew he would say. I laughed a bit at him not knowing how to describe the unknown gender of my future child. July baby. Harry chimed in, looking smug. Congrats, mate. Thanks, we're excited about it, I responded. Sirius looked about ready to cry. Who knew he was so emotional? I thought to myself. Then I remembered that he was most likely infertile because of his time in Azkaban. Long-term exposure to Dementors had deep consequences. Although, if Bellatrix could potentially become pregnant with Voldemort's child, then it wasn't a guarantee. You're so young, are you sure? Sirius asked. My head snapped to him quickly. My eyes told him to shut the fuck up and not continue that line of thought. He didn't catch the look and opened his mouth to continue. Because there are. Sirius, shut up, I quickly told him. And be happy. Everyone kind of sobered up at that and I looked to Fleur, hoping she hadn't heard. She had, but she was pretending to ignore it. Her smile was tight, and threatening to drop. Normally she wouldn't have been affected by such a suggestion, but her hormones were all over the place. I couldn't count how many times she bursted into tears for no reason. Merlin, what will her parents say? Fleur, is that you? I followed Fleur into the home she grew up in. Dread pooled in the pit of my stomach, but I put one foot in front of the other. Can't wait for them to know I knocked up their daughter. My traitorous mind supplied. Yes, Ma man. Ron and I are here. Fleur yelled back. I didn't take offense at her letting her mother know I was here. She probably just didn't want her to comment about her English boyfriend, save me from the trouble of knowing what my future mother-in-law thought about me. Good. I just finished dinner. Come sit down. We did, and the dinner was amazing. At least I thought it was. Everything tasted like ash because of the coming conversation. Time slowed and sped up at the same time. Every moment felt like an eternity, but the time to tell them came quicker than expected. We both decided that after presents were exchanged, and everyone was ready for the night to end, we would drop the bomb. Luckily, Fleur had volunteered to be the one to actually say it out loud. Be a fucking man, Ron. I berated myself just as the moment approached. Fleur patted my leg and moved to stand up, but I beat her to it. Everyone, we have an announcement to make, I began. Her father's eyes locked onto mine immediately and I could see that he was thinking one of two things. Fla's pregnant, or we're getting married without his permission. I didn't let it stew for too long and just ripped the band-aid off. We're pregnant. Fury blazed in her father's eyes as I confirmed his worst fear. I smiled at them all, but kept my eyes on her father. Distantly I heard Fla's mother and Gabrielle congratulate us. I even think I responded. But really I was having a staring match with her father. Now that the information was out there, my anxiety reduced significantly. What was he going to do about it? He'll be happy about it, he'll love it. Because I will murder him if he makes Fleur upset. My mind told me. What is going on with me right now? I immediately locked down on my occlumency, and chased away the emotions. Thanks Ma man. Fleur said and I turned my eyes away from her father. It was just in time to give Fla's mother a one-armed hug. Aren't you a little young to be pregnant? Gabrielle, the teenager blurted out. I was wondering the same thing. Fla's father agreed quickly. The bastard took the opportunity his daughter had given him. Fla's eyes narrowed in on them, promising pain. We are both adults. Fleur responded quickly. Legally. Her father agreed. I, of course, caught the legally, but not emotionally jab he sent my direction. Fleur was about to defend me, and start a big fight in the house. I decided that I would de-escalate the situation. I know I am a bit young, but that is only in age. We'll be fine with or without your approval, but we would both feel a lot better to have your support, I said, cutting out any argument. We want your support, but will not beg for it. The ball is in your court, I thought, waiting for them to decide. Everyone looked at me, including Fleur. I wrapped an arm around her and brought her close. She wrapped her arms around me, like a lifeline. You have our support, of course. Apollon said while shooting her husband a look. It is just unexpected, considering the measures I know Fleur was taking. Fleur's father schooled himself and smiled at his oldest daughter. Your mother is right, you both have our support. I was in shock. Good cover-up. Believable enough for me to allow you to continue breathing. I beat back the murderer in me, back to the furthest reaches of my mind. I couldn't murder Fleur's father, unless I didn't get caught. It's understandable, we are still adjusting also. I told them both while smiling. Apolline said something to Fleur but I didn't hear it. Instead I caught Monsieur Delacour's eyes and nodded my head in the direction of the hall. The man nodded back and I excused myself. I heard him do the same after a moment. As soon as the door opened I moved through the house, with him hot on my heels. Even though I had only stayed in the house once, I reached the same balcony that we had talked on before quickly. He got lost along the way, but he soon showed up. The glasses of fire whiskey in his hand told me the detour he had taken. He reluctantly handed me one of them. I took it and pondered the possibility of him poisoning it. Then I remembered he was probably as afraid of his daughter as I was. I want to ask you for her hand in marriage. I told him more than asked him. He nodded at me. Yes, I assumed so. Truthfully, she already proposed to me. I corrected myself. But tradition should be acknowledged. Mr. Delacour snorted. Of course she did. She took the decision out of my hands then. He said, taking another drink of his glass. I did the same. I'm certain that is exactly why she did it. I agreed with him. It was a masterful stroke of simple manipulation on Fleur's part. Fleur Black. He tried the name on his tongue. It did not roll off, but it's what we had to work with. At least you chose a respectable house. The man commented. I nodded to him as I turned away and leaned over the edge of the railing. My eyes wandered the dark grounds of the manor, not finding anything. The family that has the best argument as the oldest and most influential in the country. Even if their population has dwindled. I said, half agreeing half reinforcing. Will the child be legitimate? He asked. Absolutely. Chapter 34, The Half-Blood Prince, Chapter 6. Hello everyone. Got a PM yesterday that asked when my stories are updated. So I will remind everyone that Voleur DM is updated every Sunday, unless I literally can't make time to do it, which is very rare. Courage is updated every Saturday, same situation as mentioned. Conquer is not on an update schedule. I'm just updating that whenever I take a break from writing my original work. I'm realizing that having multiple things going at once helps me a lot because it allows me to put one of them down for a while and work on a different one. Then I get to switch to another, and another. It helps me keep my interest for a long time. For now, this is filled by fanfiction, but maybe in the future I'll start on multiple original books at one time. Who knows? Anyway, I started a Pokemon story. Something I would have never even considered had Umidin and I not exchanged PMs. Then I went back and read You Know Nothing Jon Snow, and the story popped up in my head. It didn't leave me alone, so I put it on paper for you all to enjoy. On to the chapter. Author's note at the bottom. Follow me on Instagram at @donaldauthor. Disclaimer, I own nothing. Horcrux. The memory blurred as a man started shouting. I couldn't concentrate on the memory, on account that I was shoved out of the Pensieve and was now on my back in Dumbledore's office. My head felt like it was being split open, just at the mention of the word. Horcrux. I thought, trying to find the source of discomfort. It was there, on the edge of my mind, but it wouldn't come to me. I knew the term, I knew what it was, I was familiar with it. But I couldn't grasp the concept, or its significance. I'm missing something. My mind told itself. What are you missing, Ron? I opened my eyes. When had I closed them? And realized I was on my knees, not my back like before. I couldn't see anything. What the fuck is going on? Just like that, it was like an explosion happened in my mind and magic. My magic was as uncontrolled as it had ever been. It ran like a torrent under my skin and lashed out at the world around me. I tried, and failed to get a hold of myself. I only imagined what was happening to the world around me. The piercing cry of a phoenix broke through to me. Acclumency. The word pierced the chaos in my mind and magic, and I went through the exercises that I beat into myself so many times. My breathing evened out first, and I used that to pace myself. In, out, in, out. Then my shields fell back into their normal place around my mind. Finally I wrenched my magic into control with the brute force of my mind. Suddenly I could see my surroundings, and it was a mess. The contents of Dumbledore's office was strewn about. A lot of it was broken or shattered, laying on the ground. Harry sat on his ass with his wand in his hand. There was a cut on his face, and his robes looked tattered. Dumbledore kneeled in front of me, with the Elder Wand ready to go. He looked immaculate as ever, not showing the signs of whatever the fuck just happened like Harry did. I shot to my feet just as Harry decided to cut in. What the bloody hell was that, Ron? I looked around at the carnage in the room and my wand whipped into my hand. A quick jab, and it started to put itself back together. In less than 10 seconds, the room looked like it had before my episode. I don't know. I answered Harry honestly. You said you're missing something. Dumbledore cut in. Memories, I'm missing memories. But I can't tell you that. I thought to myself, and didn't dare speak the words. I need the book, Headmaster. I told him, ignoring his statement. That is the last thing you need, my boy. Dumbledore's denial was swift and unforgiving. I walked over to the seat in front of the desk and sat down. I slumped in the chair, letting it hold my weight. The Mind Palace allows you to walk your mind, doesn't it, Headmaster? I asked him. Although the book never explicitly said it, it did imply it. Not only that, Ron. It allows you to alter your very being, your very soul. Dumbledore answered me. Something already has. I snapped. There is a part of me locked in there. I ended the sentence with a finger jabbing at my temple. I need it, I can feel that it's the answer to all of this. My arms made a wide motion, symbolizing everything. Is that what you're missing? Dumbledore asked, bringing it back to my episode. Yes, it's always been there, but I haven't been able to access it. I lied. It had only been there since the merge. A remnant of my last life, locked away by something. What is powerful enough to cause me to lose control like that? It felt like my mind unraveled. I pondered. I have returned the book to its owner. Dumbledore said as he passed me to sit in his seat. His words fell like jackhammers tonight. Its owner. Harry said, suddenly interested in the conversation. The man who brought the world to its knees. I couldn't help it, the words just slipped out. Both Muggle and magical. Grindelwald. Harry finished my statement for me. He had read the book multiple times also, and seen the name at the bottom. Yes. Dumbledore confirmed. I had never actually thought that Dumbledore would do that, even though it makes sense. Nurmengard was built by Grindelwald to be the most impenetrable prison ever built. It served as his and his followers' base of operations during the war. Some expected him to eventually build a school there also, to further his influence. The prison only made up a small portion of the castle. A single tower, rising into the sky, higher than any before it. Although, Muggle skyscrapers might eclipse it now. Grindelwald sat at the very top, in the penthouse designed for Albus Dumbledore. Is it a test, or a lesson for me? You want me to see what happens if I lose myself? Normally I would have kept the words inside, but the events during the memory of Tom Riddle and Slughorn had taken its toll on me. You see through me. Dumbledore confirmed. Fucking hell. I muttered quietly. I knew that the old man was loving it. So I refused to allow him to gloat in his genius. Instead I changed the topic. Harry, that last memory was a fake, did you notice how fuzzy it was and then it ended? Clear sign of an unaccomplished eclumens. I said. You sure you can talk about this subject? Harry asked, referencing my episode from earlier. His emerald eyes pierced into mine. Dumbledore was wondering the same thing, if his own stare was any indication. Yes, I'll be fine. I told him. I wasn't actually sure if I was lying or not, only time would tell. Humph. Harry replied snarkily. You are, of course, correct. Dumbledore said, progressing the conversation. Horace has hidden the memory from me for a long time, and I need you to retrieve it, Harry. Easy enough. Harry said, nodding at the old man, extremely confident. The man loves me. I'll get it one way or the other. That sounds ominous, and awesome. I thought as I processed Harry's words. I hope he means by force if necessary. It was no secret that Harry was the better legilimens between the two of us. I personally thought that it was because of his Voldy traits that allowed him to surpass me in that particular field, but his work ethic at it couldn't be denied either. Dumbledore, being the forgiving old man he was, didn't really like the potential harm against his old friend. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. Neither of us benefit from this anymore. Snape's voice cut through the air as we finished our duel. It was true. If we stood still, and limited ourselves to non-lethal spells, then we would just trade clever uses of shields and spells for hours. It no longer served any purpose. Although I can say that I had learned a tremendous amount about how much I relied on moving during my duels. This exercise forced me to take every opportunity to attack, when it was given. It also improved the efficiency of my reading beginning wand movements to properly counter them. No, we don't. I agreed with the man. But I do have something I would ask of you. I took the opportunity our now free Sunday provided, and worked up the courage to ask him. Snape turned to me and raised an eyebrow, waiting for me to elaborate. I find myself needing to reach a very tall place, and I don't like brooms. I said. He knew where I was going with it. Unaided flight. I elaborated. How are you sure that I know such advanced magic? Snape asked. I mentally panicked for a moment as I realized that he might have never showcased his ability yet. I beat the panic back, unwilling to let it deter me from the path. A very reliable source. I told him. He'll assume it was not. I thought, knowing that Snape had dropped the notebook off and it had been activated. I had yet to spark conversation with my mole, though Snape didn't need to know that. Snape nodded at me. It just so happens that I do have the knowledge. What would you like in exchange? I asked him, trying to get to the meat and potatoes of the conversation. Your reliable source and I had a very thorough discussion the other day. We found that we are more alike than previously thought. Snape said. I laughed at Snape's equivalent to a joke. He was basically telling me that him and Not now both knew of each other and were in contact, while sharing some camaraderie. We decided to pick each other's brains for a moment, eventually coming to an arrangement. He asked for a specific potion in exchange for whatever I wanted. I, of course, asked for the source of his, and yours, dueling talent. Snape continued, and a grin grew on his face. My heart dropped. Fuck. I thought, knowing what was coming. He told me the name of 2 books I should consider procuring. A Beginner's Guide to Casting for the Learned and The Road to Legendary Casting. Imagine my surprise when I find absolutely zero knowledge of its existence from even the most esoteric of collectors. Snape finished, waiting for me to continue. I just stared at him, mentally imagining the beating I was going to give dear Theodore Nott, for his loose tongue. So I need to give 2 of Grindelwald's books away, to be able to procure another. I pondered. I don't know why I am even hesitating. I need the ritual for the Mind Palace. I decided resolutely. My right hand reached into my robes and grabbed the shrunken trunk inside one of my many pockets. I enlarged it quickly, and turned a knob on the front of it, the one I knew would give me access to the library. I opened it up and waved my wand. The books flew out of the open lid and into my open hand. I quickly closed my trunk before shrinking it and putting it back into my robes. I offered the books in my hand to the man in front of me without a word. Just like that? Snape asked, surprised. Well, I had to practice on something to develop my black book. Making copies of books with runes was one of the first steps along the way to achieving my masterpiece. I told him, revealing that he didn't actually have the original copy of the book. I had taken to carrying all of Grindelwald's books, along with my elemental book and some of the other important ones from the Black Library in my truck when it was revealed that Dumbledore had hidden the mind arts from me at the beginning of the year. I may love the old man like a grandfather, or really good mentor, but that doesn't mean I would allow him to dictate just what I was ready to learn. That's why I currently had 5 copies of each of the books in my personal library, along with copies of others I planned on picking up in the future or I just wanted. Runes are broken. I summarized. Let me get this straight. You practiced copying runes on 2 books, written by one of the most powerful casters to ever live, to perfect a way to talk to your girlfriend without the inconvenience of Owl's flight time. Snape drawled out. I kind of spaced out for a moment as I realized how dumb it sounded when said out loud. Well, when you say it like that, it does seem a bit reckless. Snape actually laughed. I'll repeat. Snape actually laughed. Granted, he laughed because of my stupidity, but still, the effect was the same. I smiled, and joined in laughing at myself. The laugh didn't last long, by standard measurements, but it was nice. Okay, are you ready? Snape said as he put the books away and drew his wand. Wait, here. I realized that he wanted to teach me how to fly without a broom right now. The ceiling wasn't very tall in the room they were in. Yes. It is actually a ridiculously simple concept. Snape began. I shut up as the man went into lecture mode. Have ever examined the enchantments on brooms? Snape asked. No, aren't they guarded religiously by manufacturers? I responded. Yes, but there is very little unavailable to the Dark Lord. Snape said, and I thought I caught a sneer as he said the name. He realized that the wood used was the same wood in wands. It had to be magical in nature, as no ordinary wood would work. I tried not to laugh at the wood part. Then I realized what he was saying. Don't tell me it's an enchantment on your wand. I said, exasperated. Snape's smirk told me all that I needed to know. Then he nodded. A combination of levitation and propulsion charms. My mind raced at the possibilities. I had always assumed that a wand couldn't be touched. Any enchantments would mess with the internal workings of how the core and wood interacted. I never challenged the idea either, although I had wondered what runic improvements you could make to the wood. That wouldn't mess with the interaction between the core and the wood. I asked Snape, deciding to voice my concerns. That is what I assumed also. It is a commonly held theory in households. It is born out of ignorance of wand lore. What is the most important aspect of magic? Snape asked. I face-palmed at the obvious answer, and the word slipped out. Intent is everything. Harry and I stood across from each other in the room of requirement, looking at the ground. Runic clusters upon runic clusters littered the ground in front of us. It was all connected and intertwined. A basic idea I had for capturing Death Eaters had turned into a massive undertaking. Now I was confident of the end result. Go ahead. I told Harry. He looked up at me, like he was scared to approach the drawings on the ground. I couldn't blame him. Some of the previous tests had unintended side effects that could last for hours. Like a particularly nasty cramp in his thigh. Pussy. I insulted with a smile. Harry glared at me and gained a cocky smirk before walking forward. As soon as he reached the circle in the middle of the cluster, his body froze as it activated. Every muscle on his body froze, but I could see his breath in the air and his chest rise and fall. That was a good thing. How do you feel, buddy? I asked. MMMHHMMM. I think that means great. I thought as I waved my wand and sent my magic at a particular cluster at my feet. The whole thing deactivated, and I could see Harry again as the shield dropped. How was it? I asked. Couldn't move, just like a Petrificus totalis. Harry said with a smile. All of this just for that. I had to admit the point, this was a ridiculous amount of work for the same effect a first year could do with 3 wand movements. It wasn't efficient at all. Well, almost 3/4 of the clusters are dedicated to differentiating the people who walk into the circle. It's trying to replace the intent that you get with a wand, that makes it so tricky. I told him. I let out a deep breath of air and slumped. The room caught me with a chair before I could hit the ground. I love this room. I thought. Good job, mate. Harry said as he too sat down in a chair that appeared out of nowhere. Gotten any farther on your new project? I groaned at the reminder. I need to stop taking up so many headache-inducing runic projects. I told him in response. Well, you could just do it the way Tom did. Harry said. The enchantment on the wand thing is a fantastic idea. Yeah, but I can't do an enchantment, and a runic cluster on a wand. Fleur said that it would probably work, but not at the same time, and it might even interfere. I said in a whining tone of voice. We sat there for a moment, and I considered falling asleep. Neither of us talked, although Harry was obviously thinking pretty hard. I could see the literal light go off in his head as he had a thought. Wait, don't you have 2 wands? My eyes widened, and I blamed being spread too thin to not thinking of it sooner. Of course. Enchant my back up since it never leaves my wrist, and do the runes on the other. I felt a vibration in my robes, and a sound that came from Harry's robes told me that we both got the same notification. I calmly reached in and grabbed my black book before opening it. The notification led me to Dumbledore's page. The message was short, and terrible at the same time. Attack on the burrow. All order members needed. Pop. Harry and I appeared with a flourish and in battle mode just outside the wards of the burrow. Our wands were out, and ready to deal death and destruction to whoever crossed our path. We were too late. Smoke billowed into the air, and was hovering there as a result of the carnage we walked into. In the sky, the dark mark sat like a proud symbol of their victory. I focused on my occlumency as Harry and I started approaching. Pop. I turned quickly and raised my wand, ready for an attack. Silver hair and the fragrance of vanilla filled the air as Fleur appeared. I lowered my wand and embraced her as she noticed me. Ron. Fleur began but didn't continue. I thought it odd, considering she never ran out of things to say. Nor did she lose her words. I mentally prepared myself for what I was about to walk in on. I grabbed her hand, and gently tugged her to continue into the property. She followed without complaint. If I didn't know where the house stood before this day, the only identifier would have been the massive patch of black that covered the ground. A result of an obviously powerful fire spell that had wiped the house off of the face of the earth. Bloody hell! Harry said beside me. This was not a part of the books. I thought, as I took in the state of the burrow. What was the objective? What did Tom hope to accomplish? I wondered. Or did he do exactly as he wanted? Our hands dropped as we saw most of the order members already standing in the middle of the wreckage. There were 2 wooden stakes impaled into the charred ground. Blood streaked up half of the stakes, as if someone had been run through with them before being stuck into the ground. At first I thought it impossible, because of the sheer size of the stakes. I knew it wasn't impossible when I saw 2 lumps on the ground beside it, sheets draped over the forms. That's when I knew 2 things. One was that someone really had been impaled with the massive stakes and stood up for the world to see. 2 was that they were obviously dead. Dumbledore, Bill, Tonks, the twins, Moody, Kingsley, Sirius, Remus, and a few others stood looking at something on the ground in front of them. As we got closer, Sirius noticed us first, and when he turned around so did Dumbledore and the rest of the order members. Everyone but the redhead at the front. Bill did not turn around, he just stared at the 2 lumps on the ground. I knew who it was that was dead immediately. If all the clues weren't enough evidence, Sirius' face and the lack of 2 Order members told me all that I needed to know. A cold numbness spread throughout my body. My parents were dead. Arthur and Molly Weasley laid under the white sheets. Chapter 35, The Half-Blood Prince, Chapter 7. Hello everyone. I think we can all safely assume that things are going to get extremely at this point. I also think that you all don't realize just how close we are to finishing this story. Not like the next chapter or anything like that, but it is sooner rather than later. The global pandemic seems to be slowing down, or at least we know what is going to happen now. Predictions in the US keep falling, and the stock market has risen a little bit also, which is good. My employer is thinking we'll open soon, on some type of limited contact system, which is also good. So things may return to some sense of normal soon. I've had some fellow authors PM me and talk a little about writing techniques and things like that. If there is anyone else who would like to bounce some ideas around for your own stories, send me a PM. I'm pretty good about responding. Anyway, on to the chapter. Author's note at the bottom. Follow me on Instagram at @donaldauthor. Disclaimer, I own nothing. We are gathered here today, to read the will of the late Arthur Weasley and Molly Weasley née Pruitt. All family members are present and we may begin. The reading of the will was surprisingly short, or maybe it wasn't so surprising. Everything that was in the will was destroyed from the fiend fire that wrecked the burrow. The only thing that was left was their meager bank accounts, which turned out to be even less than I had expected. They really were living paycheck to paycheck. If there are any discrepancies, now is the time to bring it up. Otherwise, everyone please line up so that we can sign the documents and make this as smooth as possible. The wizard said from the front of the room. We were huddled into an office somewhere on Diagon Alley. The wizard was supposedly a lawyer. I would like to sign away my share to be divided amongst my siblings. I said, getting to the reason I was there in the first place. I didn't want anything they had to offer in their life, and I wouldn't take anything after their death. The wizard looked at me and nodded before starting to scribble over the document in front of him. I approached and held my hand out for the blood quill. Wizards love for everything to be in blood. I thought as I grasped the blood quill and signed my name quickly. Unlike the one Umbridge used, this one left no discomfort or scars. The rest of my family stared at me as I walked out of the office, not interested in anything else. No conversations had been struck between myself and the rest of them. We all knew why Voldemort decided to attack the burrow. I had taken the lives of some of his followers in the Hall of Prophecies and he had responded in kind. In my and my siblings' mind, I had killed our parents. Ron Black. The black sheep of the Weasley family. Pop. I stood underneath the disillusionment charm as the man appeared 20 feet in front of me. I watched as he looked around the clearing a few times trying to find me. Finally, after a few moments, he cast a Hominum Revelio spell. I dropped the disillusionment just as the wave of magic passed over me. His wand rose and pointed at me, but I didn't feel him summoning any magic to attack me with, so I didn't react. Weasley. He said. It's black now. Not. I corrected him before greeting the now revealed Theodore Knott. Ah yes. Sorry, I've been a bit busy. Knott replied sarcastically. Doing what? I asked just as sarcastically. Surviving. Knott's reply was sharp and skeptical. Thriving, you mean? I corrected. Because of me. What do I have to show for my charity, Knott? I was pacing around the clearing I had chosen for our meeting, already angry. I knew the meeting would be a heated one, but I expected that to come later. Apparently I was wrong. Theodore wisely didn't reply. Dead parents and down 2 copies of the most valuable books on casting ever written. I answered for him. Wind whipped around us, summoned from the magic swirling around under my skin. Knott's wand was in his hand, and his muscles were coiled like a snake waiting to strike. The Dark Lord didn't tell anyone of his plans for your parents. He went himself. Bellatrix raged for days about not being involved. They were a lesson for you. Knott's words confirmed what I had suspected. No one but Voldemort can control enough fiend fire to create the destruction that was wrought at the burrow. I thought. Not to mention the stakes. I know. I said. Will you tell me only things I already know? Every word I spoke was said with so much venom in my voice. I knew that Knott thought I would attack him soon, and he might be right. I don't know anything, or I would tell you. Knott said, not backing down. Then what use are you to me, besides being a liability? My rage died down then, replaced with a soft and cold voice. That's when Knott really tensed up, and he bared his wand at me with purpose. I didn't react, because he and I both knew he was not a threat to me. I stared him down, daring him to make a mistake and give me a reason to end him. Your headquarters, where is it? I asked simply. Malfoy Manor. Knott answered quickly, and I thanked whatever deity responsible I didn't have to force it out of him. Although the Dark Lord is hardly ever there. Good. It hasn't changed then. I thought. Is he already looking for the Elder Wand? Anyone important that doesn't stay at the manor? I asked simply. It wasn't hard to figure out why I was asking. I needed a target, someone to strike back at Voldemort. No one. Not answered without even having to think about it. The Dark Lord isn't a bloody idiot, Ron. I shot him my most murderous look in response. No one. Not shook his head. Then his eyes whipped to my wand that was now in my hand. Then you are completely useless to me. Not tensed, waiting for me to act, and fear filled his eyes. Good. He needs to be afraid. I thought. I left not with a few parting words just as I twisted and dissipated out of the clearing. Become useful. Dumbledore's office. Now. I closed the notebook before putting it back into my robes. My wand laid on the table and with a flare of magic, it appeared in my hand. I smirked and gave it a good look before heading in the direction of the headmaster's office. The wand looked nothing like when I had first received it from Ollivander. The light wood was split by a line that swirled up the wood, and on either side of the line were runes that followed the same path. The handle also had runes around the top and bottom of it. It didn't matter where the runes were, they could have been all in one spot if I wanted them, but it would have looked ugly. The placement of the runes now made the wand look very unique and badass. The runes on the handle were designed for one thing, while the ones on the actual shaft were designed for another. The runes on the handle acted as a security measure and were tied to the wand holster on my wrist, where an even bigger rune cluster sat in the leather. Basically, it had the same blood protections as my notebooks and allowed me to summon the wand into my hand or into the holster, whichever I wanted, at a small cost of magic. The real beauty was the runes that ran along the swirl on the shaft. Half of them eased the flow of magic between the wood and the core. The other half eased the flow of magic from myself to the wand. It was all very esoteric and theoretical runic work. In fact, it was a risk that I wasn't sure I was going to make, but I needed every edge I could get over Tom. A wizard without his wand is a dead one, this prevented that from happening. Even if I was disarmed, the allegiance would still be mine because of the blood runes tying it to me. If I was captured, all I would have to do is wait for the right moment and summon it to me. This all depended on the holster still being on my wrist, of course. But because of another runic cluster, they would literally have to cut my arm off for it to be removed from my body. I wouldn't put it past old Voldemort to do such a thing, but if that happened then I was already defeated and had no need for a wand because I would be on to the next great adventure. All in all, I had guaranteed that my wand would stay my own for the coming war. That would be invaluable. I stepped onto the gargoyle as it started moving and waited for the customary greeting from the eccentric old man. Ronald. Headmaster, Harry. I said as I walked into the room and greeted its inhabitants. What's going on? I got the memory. Harry answered. My blood pressure spiked immediately and I was reminded of my last episode where I lost control of my magic and mind for a moment. Fox stared at me from his perch and I knew he was here to prevent it should it happen again. How did you manage that? I asked, trying to take my mind off of it. Aragog died and Hagrid was having a funeral. I ran into Slughorn on the way to see him and got the two of them drunk. It was pretty easy after that. Harry answered. Just like in the books then. Wait, did he use the Felix Felicis like the books? I wondered. Doesn't matter, I guess. Good. I answered, relieved that he had accomplished his mission. It had taken a while, but I wasn't really looking forward to any more memories that would unravel my mind anyway. Do you think it wise to sit this one out, Ronald? Dumbledore asked from his seat behind his desk. That sounds like a fantastic idea, Headmaster. I answered and let out a relieved sigh at not having to actually watch the memory. You can tell me what it says, yet. Of course. There is no time like the present, Harry. Dumbledore said as he stood up and walked over to the Pensieve. Harry followed his lead and I just watched. Dumbledore's black and shriveled hand held the vial of the memory before pouring it into the Pensieve. I stared at it, knowing that another person would be taken from me before I wanted them to be. Then again, are we ever ready to lose the ones we love? I wondered. Then the two of them locked up, engaged in the memory and living through it. I pondered on why it was that I couldn't remember anything about any memories from Slughorn. I remembered a lot of things from the books and movies, but I just couldn't grasp what happened that weekend Dumbledore. I knew that him and Harry would return to the astronomy tower sometime later in the school year this year, but I don't remember what they went to do. Nor do I remember the date. Was it soon? I wondered. I'll just have to watch Malfoy, because I do remember them infiltrating Hogwarts that same night, leading to Snape killing Dumbledore. Then Harry, me, and Hermione leave and live on the run for a while. Why though? What were we doing? We were looking for something. I know we win, but how? My thoughts kept going round and round in my head before Harry and Dumbledore gained control over themselves again. Dumbledore stumbled over to his desk and supported his weight with his good hand before sitting in his chair. His age and disease was starting to show. Multiple. Harry muttered as he too sat down. Multiple what? I asked, curious as to what happened in the memory. Tom asked Slughorn about the possibility of creating multiple Horcruxes. Dumbledore answered and slumped even further in his chair. The last word he said bounced around in my head and I tensed. Horcrux. I tried it. Immediately my hands went to my head as a lance pierced my mind. Then a fog surrounded the word in my mind and I felt everything start to unravel again. I refused to let it and my occlumency slammed down, holding my mind together. Do not say that word again. I yelled. The fog started to disappear and I practiced my occlumency even more as everything started to get back to normal. It's the word that triggers it. I continued. Call it something else. Soul Anchor. Dumbledore said quickly, eager to test everything. Soul Anchor. I focused on that word and tried to bring up memories detailing it. Nothing. My mind felt fine as I tested the word, but no memories of it popped up either. Okay, nothing. I told them after a moment. Dumbledore looked at me strangely for a moment before talking. I have suspected for a long time now that Tom had created several soul anchors. One, I suspect, is the diary from your second year. Another would be this ring. He produced a ring that sparked something in the back of my mind, but didn't trigger anything. 4 more objects that represent significant influences on his life. He didn't need to say anything, but my eyes widened. 6? Why would he make 6? I wasn't surprised at the shockingly large amount that was made. I was surprised that he stopped at the most magically cursed number. Nothing in the wizarding world was made in increments of 6. It was beaten into us as children. Surely he intended to reach 7. Dumbledore said. He split his soul 6 times. Harry asked. No wonder he's a psychopath. It is odd, isn't it? Dumbledore pondered. There haven't actually been any signs of his genius diluting at all. Although his physical appearance might say otherwise. Rituals. The word and explanation flew out of my mouth without thinking. Any intelligence he lost could have easily been replaced with rituals that would have also multiplied his insanity in the process. That seemed to make a light go off in Dumbledore's head. Rituals. He muttered. Ron, is that the source of the taboo placed on you? Dumbledore asked curiously. An unintended side effect of a ritual. I shook my head, knowing that it wasn't the case, although it was a good guess. No, this has been here for forever, I've only just found it. I lied. Should I tell them? Should I tell them everything? I wondered for a moment. No, Dumbledore is still on the fence about me right now. No need for him to know about my otherworldly knowledge. It must be the most powerful case of it I have ever seen. Dumbledore said. Normally, taboos disappear as one discovers what was hidden. Occlumency has been known to unravel it naturally also. But this one has persevered. Then you understand my need for the mind arts. I half said half begged. Dumbledore's eyes pierced mine before moving to Harry. I agree that it would be the most effective solution. I thought that you knowing about the soul anchors and what it causes would deter you from that path. That confused me. I don't follow. I stated, not seeing the correlation between splitting your soul and creating a mind palace. What is a soul, Ronald? Harry. Dumbledore asked simply, as if it would explain everything. No one can properly answer you, Headmaster. Harry answered quickly. Although it is commonly thought of as separate from the mind. Dumbledore and I shot a look to Harry, not expecting him to actually have a decent answer. There are many books in the Black Library on the subject. Although it is all theoretical. I had serious scour it for anything useful after our last meeting. It didn't have anything even remotely close to practical. Harry answered our unasked question. Our soul encompasses all of us. I said. Physical, mental, and metaphysical. It is the culmination of everything we represent. Past and present have its effects on it no matter how small. Very good. Now why would I hand over a ritual that would allow you to directly alter it? Dumbledore asked. Oh, shit. Soul Palace would be a better name for the ritual. Dumbledore revealed. It is, by far, the most esoteric piece of magic Gellert and I ever came across and it isn't even close to others. Not even the soul anchor compares. Holy shit, why didn't I realize it? I thought as the full implications hit me. Gellert and I didn't either, until it was already done. He was a different man from that day on. Dumbledore said. The 3 of us sat in silence for a moment and I thought about the situation. I thought long and hard but I still couldn't change my mind. I had to do it or we could lose. It doesn't matter. I finally said aloud. I looked to Dumbledore and saw that he too had come to the same conclusion. You're dying, and we're not ready. I reasoned. I need the book. I have made my decision. Dumbledore snapped to me. You would risk the wizarding world on this? Absolutely. Dumbledore let out the only burst of anger I had ever seen from him. That ritual has led to more deaths than you can imagine. I will not hand it over to watch it happen again. He composed himself just as my own anger sparked inside me, but I held it back. If you want the book, then you will have to retrieve it yourself. Then that is what I will do. I told him quickly, my own mind made up. I had already been planning for that eventuality anyway, hence the unaided flight lessons from Snape. Do so without my blessing. I started to walk out of the room to follow Harry and finally go to bed after the events of the day. I wasn't sure why Arthur Weasley's face flashed in my mind, but it did. Then I realized that if this was the last time I talked to my old mentor/headmaster, then I wouldn't want to leave it like this. I'll never be able to make amends with my parents. I told myself. But I will with everyone else. I turned back around and walked back towards the headmaster. He looked up to me with tired eyes but he didn't turn me around. I'm sorry we're at each other's throats right now. I'm sorry that I feel like I have to do this and I'm sorry that I won't listen to your warnings. I started. I respect you more than any other person on this earth, and you've taught me a lot. You've gotten me out of trouble and used your influence for me. So thank you. I continued rambling. I don't really know where I'm going with this but I won't leave another relationship that I care about in shambles again. Not like I did with my parents. I said. So I want you to know that I love you, headmaster. You are very important to me, no matter if we are in a disagreement right now. I turned a bit red as I admitted that last bit of information before beating it back down. At some point during my ramble, Dumbledore had begun smiling and the twinkle in his eyes returned. Or was that tears? That was very well put, Ron. Dumbledore began with a little shake in his voice. He stood up and walked around the table. Then he embraced me in an actual hug. Like a full-on, squeezing hug. I care for you like a grandson. Dumbledore finally said and let go of me. It pains me to see you make the same mistakes I did, in my youth. They helped you become the man you are today. I countered. That isn't saying much, my boy. Dumbledore said. That's not true, yo. Dumbledore held his hand up and interrupted me. Do you remember what I told you not so long ago? When the truth comes to light. I don't ask for forgiveness, only understanding. Chapter 36, The Half-Blood Prince, Chapter 8. Hello everyone. Pretty important chapter on the way, even if there isn't a ton of action involved. Don't have much to say about it, so enjoy. Author's note at the bottom. Follow me on Instagram at @donaldauthor. Disclaimer, I own nothing. Is it that time already? I finished putting on the rest of my robes before I turned to the speaker. She stood in the doorway, in an oversized t-shirt. It covered the fact that the only other article of clothing on her body was underwear. It did not cover the baby bump that was starting to become prominent. She couldn't be sexier. I deduced as I looked at Fleur. Unfortunately. I answered her. She frowned for a moment before stepping forward and embracing me in a hug. I like it when she's more emotional. I can't go. Fleur stated. It was an agreement we had both come to almost as soon as we figured out she was pregnant. She would no longer be involved in the war. She hated it, hated that she wouldn't have my back, but she agreed eventually. No you can't. I agreed, as I held her in the hug. There wasn't much more to say after that, so instead we just stood there for a while. I peeled her off of me, knowing that I would have to be the one to leave. I'll be back soon, love. I told her as I walked out the door. Be careful. The porte-clés dropped me off in the exact coordinates that I had asked for. Trees surround me and the area around me. I couldn't see it, but I knew that the edge of the wards were about 100 feet ahead of me. The object of my visit towered high above the treetops and was the only visible thing besides the trees, besides the blinding sun in the sky. Nermangard Castle, Fleur outdid herself on this one. I thought about the porte-clés. There is a benefit to having access to the Black Library. I drew my wand and cast a quick disillusionment charm. The feeling of an egg cracking on my head and running down my body told me it was successful. As if there was any doubt. I walked forward and reached my magic out to the air, to try and feel the wards. I didn't quite make it 70 feet before I felt the edge of the wards. They weren't particularly impressive this far from the castle and the walls. Simple presence detecting wards, and the foundations for a maximum security mode that isn't activated right now. I thought as I felt the magic. And considering it's visiting hours right now, I should be able to just. I walked forward and through the ward, feeling it activate. I waited for a minute to hear some type of bell, notifying everyone that there was an intruder. Nothing happened. My plan was very, very simple, create a diversion, then fly up to the tallest cell in the tallest tower, and retrieve Grindelwald's book. From that plan, I decided that the best time to do such a thing would be during visitation hours, when a bunch of other civilians would be there. Apparently visitation hours for the ICW's most prevalent prison was in the middle of the day, which was okay with me. I continued walking forward through the trees for a little bit before I reached the wall that surrounded the entirety of the castle. I cast a hominem revelio and overpowered it so that it would reach a far distance. Red dots appeared in my vision as the whole floor level of the castle came into view. My eyes widened as I realized the amount of people that were in the castle. What did you expect, genius? The ICW uses this to hold international fugitives, of course there would be a lot of guards. I realized. It wasn't too much of a problem, if everything went according to plan. I noted where all of them were stationed and walked to a part of the wall that didn't have anyone within 40 feet of it. It looked like where the kitchen kept all of its food actually. I walked up to it and went to work. My wand touched the stone, and with a flex of my will the stone gave way about 1/4 of an inch into it. Then I drug it down and carved a rune in the side of the wall. Then I carved 6 more in a perfect circle, and activated it. I felt the cluster on the edge of my consciousness immediately, but I didn't do anything with it. Another flex of my will and magic and I was airborne. It was difficult to adapt to the new style of flying. I had grown up on a broom, and the movements and mind frame had been beaten into me for a long time. Magic is about intent. I thought as my body tilted, and I shot around the wall. I didn't fly inside the wall because I was afraid of anti-broom wards. I could break them, but I didn't want to sound the alarm too early. I was about 20 feet into the air, and I couldn't help but smile at the feeling of flying around like I was a superhero. Smoke didn't flow around me like Voldemort was known to do as he flew. I had the feature in my enchantment, just as he did, but I didn't need to be dramatic just yet. I cast another hominem revelio as I approached the opposite side of the castle. It was much harder to find a spot without a guard close enough to get hurt. In the end I decided on a little spot that was about 20 feet away from the nearest person. The blast definitely wouldn't reach them, but it was the shrapnel I was worried about. After I finished applying the second rune, I flew about 40 feet in the air and I could see dots where a few guards watched from their position on the wall. Nobody saw me because of the disillusionment charm that hid me from the world. My magic reached out to wards again, and this time I was actually impressed. Anti-broom, anti-apparition, anti-portkey wards all wound together in a master-class display. They were tied to a wardstone somewhere in the castle, no doubt. Underneath all of that was another ward that was near impossible to decipher without actually looking at the wardstone. Detecting charms sat on top of what seemed to be an individuality ward that I couldn't figure out. Then a completely different ward was for what I called a lockdown ward. It would, as its name suggested, shut down the entire castle. The biggest problem was that it did nothing for airborne targets that were outside of the walls. I nodded my head, seeing no fault in my plan and cast the most overpowered hominem revelio yet. From my vantage point, it was hard to tell if anyone was close to the first rune set that I had laid. Eventually I made out the red dots and braced myself. No reason to put it off, I thought. I flipped the mental switch that controlled that particular runic cluster. The effects were immediate, and the sound of an explosion reached mine, and everyone in the castle's ears. A plume of smoke and dust rose into the sky. The explosion was the smallest aspect of that particular runic cluster, everything else was meant to cause as much of a distraction possible. It took the castle 10 seconds to enter lockdown mode. An ear-piercing sound rang out from the bell and walls. The gates and doors in the castle immediately closed, and the hidden wards activated. I observed the castle below me for a second after that before turning to the wards again. My magic reached out to the wards again, and they had changed a lot. The anti-flying, portkey and apparition wards had merged with the lockdown and individuality wards. That's when I realized that I couldn't have picked a better time to perform my little prison break. The individuality ward was pulling information off of everyone inside the prison and logging it to something. Meaning that even if I did pull it off, then they would have the evidence to possibly link it to me. There's no avoiding it then. I thought to myself. If I had enough time, then I could find a solution, but I don't. I sighed as I raised my wand and grabbed the individuality ward. Then I twisted. There was no visual confirmation of the ward breaking, but I felt the ward shatter and fall like glass through the air. All of the other wards survived, so I pulled out a stone from my pocket. It was covered in runes. I held it out until it was touching the wards and then with a thought I activated it. The anti-broom ward I had prepared for. The stone was designed to hijack the ward from the ward stone and transfer it to my little runic rock. It served the same purpose, but allowed me, and only me, to fly through the wards. At least it's supposed to. I thought as I put the rock back into my pocket. Let's find out. I flew forward tentatively, ready to cast a spell to save myself should the ward stone fail. It didn't, and I let out a sigh as I climbed up in the air to my destination. The tallest tower was in the exact center of the castle, and it was fucking tall. The wind started to whip me as I climbed up. Eventually I reached my destination. There was a single window with bars to the room. It was barely big enough to fit my head through, and I pitied the man inside. A visitor. A silky smooth voice said from inside the cell. His speech was like a mixture of Voldemort and Dumbledore. I realized that everything he stood for was like a mixture of the two titans. His magical sensing is still up to par. I thought as I cut the magic keeping me invisible, not seeing the point. Even if someone did see me from the ground, it would be too late by the time they made it up to the top. Something like that. I responded. I would step back, if I were you. White flame appeared at the end of my wand and I touched it to the stone of the castle, much like I had earlier, but my intent was very different this time. I drew a big circle in the stone, and then with a sizzle, the flame burned through the wall like a hot knife through butter. I levitated the circular wall outside for a moment, just enough for me to slip through and into the cell. The man that was inside had a full head of white hair, not grey but white, and it reached to his waist just as his beard did. He didn't move an inch from his lumpy bed, but his eyes followed me like a hawk. On one of the walls, a small bookshelf sat with around 20 books in it. None of them looked to hold any information on magic. Ron Black. I introduced myself. Gellert Grindelwald. The man said pretty quickly. Or what's left of him. I agreed with the statement. I felt a small probe on my mental shields, just as I met his mismatched eyes. I batted him away from my mind quickly. A smile crossed his face. Albus told me I would have a visitor soon. That surprised me, mainly because Dumbledore kept in touch with his old lover. I wonder how often he visits. We don't talk that often anymore, admittedly. He can't stand to see what he has brought me to. Grindelwald said as he noticed the look on my face. I wasn't sure if I could blame Dumbledore. If I were in his position, it would be hard for me to look at the pitiful form of Grindelwald. His clothes, more like rage, hung off of his obviously malnourished form. Red hair, blue eyes, magical presence that cannot be denied, and pity in your eyes. Are you sure you are not Albus Dumbledore reborn? Grindelwald chuckled at his own comparison then. He compares me to you, instead of himself. I corrected the degenerate old man in front of me. There was a time when Albus and I were almost identical in our motivation and power. You should consider it a compliment. Grindelwald said. I do, believe it or not. I agreed. Do you know why I'm here? I asked, getting to the point. Grindelwald rolled his eyes. No, but I can assume it is the reason for his latest visit. Tell me, do you seek the Mind Palace? My eyes looked to the bookshelf, trying to find the old worn cover of the book. Yes. I confirmed simply when I didn't find the book. Why? Gellert asked simply. I stared at him then, wondering if I should even bother talking to the man, instead of taking it by force. No, let's play Dumbledore's game. I thought. There is a man, whose power is equal, or greater, to yours and Dumbledore's power. I told him. Voldemort. Grindelwald tested the name on his tongue. The greatest dark wizard to ever live. He mocked Tom Riddle. He has come close to our waning power, Ron Black. He would have been less than the dirt beneath our feet, in our prime. Grindelwald finished. That is a bit of an exaggeration. I concluded while marveling at the arrogance of the man before me. The point remains, I am not strong enough, yet. I answered the man finally. But given time. Grindelwald squinted his mismatched eyes at me, and then smiled again. Yes, given time. I didn't know how to respond to that, so I didn't. How old are you, Ron Black? Grindelwald asked. 17. I answered, as truthfully as I was willing. I wasn't sure why I asked him the same question. What about you? 115 years in this life, 35 in the one before. What? I caught on to what he was saying after a second, and my breath left my lungs. I'm not the only one. I realized. Grindelwald was staring at me, waiting on a reaction, but didn't get one besides a surprised look. I expected more questions. Grindelwald said after a moment of me digesting the information. You're just like me. I said, more for myself than for him. Grindelwald moved once I said that, and he got closer to me. It was the first time his body had moved since I had entered. I raised my wand to warn him not to approach me. He was still one of the most dangerous wizards to ever live, and I wouldn't be caught off guard. He stopped moving, but his eyes raked my form. 17. 24 in the one before. I said, clearing my last statement up. He didn't know? Then why did he tell me? I thought as I took in his reaction from my statement. You are the first I have ever come across. Grindelwald said. And only the second I have ever told. Why did you tell me? I asked, confused. Grindelwald looked like he was about to go into full panic mode. I could see his mind was filled with thoughts racing a mile a minute. I wondered what he was thinking. It won't matter, by the end of this conversation. Grindelwald said, sobering up almost immediately. That made me frown, before I remembered that I was on a time crunch. I need the book. I said. You are missing something, just as I was. Grindelwald said. I could have sworn I saw a light turn on above his head. That is why you pursue it so. That is why Dumbledore sent you here. He has turned me into a lesson. He did that a long time ago. I couldn't help but tell the man. His comments made me think. Is it more than my actions that remind him of Grindelwald? Is it like watching history repeat itself for him? It doesn't matter. Grindelwald corrected himself. Then I understood. His mind is turning on him. I thought as I watched the man. He was looking all over the room, now that I had sparked his thoughts. It was like he was watching his thoughts dance across a screen. No wonder Dumbledore can't stand to visit him. I thought as I watched the man in front of me. Grindelwald. I said, getting his attention. He snapped out of whatever spell he was just in and met my eyes. Dumbledore knew what he was doing when he sent you to me. Grindelwald said. And then, the man's intellect showed through his eyes again. There's no way he was like this during his prime. The 50 years spent in isolation must have gotten to him. I thought watching it all unfold in front of me. Yes, he did. I agreed with the man. Now, the book. I do not have much longer. Ah yes, enough stalling. Grindelwald said. I need something from you, before I grant you the book. Anything reasonable. I agreed, wanting to speed things up. Death. Another surprise, although it shouldn't have been. Now I realized how much of a masterful stroke of manipulation this was from Dumbledore. Dumbledore had been drawing similarities between me and his old friend for a long time. As I got more powerful, he found even more clues. He needed for me to see what I could become, and he also knew what his oldest friend would ask for. Dumbledore knew that I would be able to grant his friend the death he sought over the years. And I would get to kill the man I could become. It was all very symbolic. I didn't confirm verbally, but I did nod to the legend. Grindelwald smiled and stood up from his bed. He moved slowly, but gracefully across the stone floor to the bookshelf. His hands didn't reach for a book that I could see. Instead they reached on the top shelf and to the underside of the top of the bookshelf. A click, and he pulled a small wooden box out. Then he set it on the top of the bookshelf, and slowly moved to the front of the room. I steeled myself, and mentally prepared myself for the mercy killing I was about to perform. How would you like to go? I asked. Albus said that you grew a particularly large tree recently, and described the ritual to me. I find it quite beautiful. I would like to contribute to the world after my passing, and I have always liked fire. Grindelwald said. I immediately picked apart the request. The murder needs to be committed in cold blood. I commented. I do not think I can summon up the hate and anger needed to meet the requirements. Grindelwald smiled at me as if I was a small child who had just tripped over his own foot, and stood up without crying out in pain. Albus sent you here, knowing that you would grant my request. This is a murder in cold blood, I can assure you. Albus Dumbledore POV. Waking up every morning is a blessing. I couldn't help but think as I went through my morning routine. My hand could barely grasp the wand I had grown accustomed to wielding over the years. Soon, it will be buried with me and the world will be none the wiser. I thought as I summoned the clothes in my wardrobe. I dressed quickly, and walked over to my desk where an emergency ICW letter sat. I opened the letter and browsed through its contents quickly. I found the important line in the letter, and read it many times. Gellert Grindelwald has escaped. My eyes didn't widen, and I didn't show any surprise at the news. They were wrong, of course. Gellert Grindelwald is dead, they just didn't have the body. I had long since come to terms with Gellert's death, and a small sense of satisfaction rolled through my frame. Ariana is avenged, finally. I wonder what Ron has done with the body. I thought as I sat down, letting the news process in my fraying mind. I expected guilt to rack my form, but none came. Every time I look at Harry, true guilt assaults me. Grindelwald's death was a long time coming, and a part of me was glad that he was granted it. I could never be the one to do it, I've never been capable of it. I couldn't kill my ex-lover, but I can condemn a child to death. I thought, as the guilt returned. I stood up, knowing that making myself busy was the only way to make it go away. I exited my office, and immediately knew what happened to the body of my old friend. An urn laid at my feet, right beside a potted tree, ebony if my mind still worked, which it did. Of course, Gellert chose the wandwood of my first wand. All of my duties for the day flew out of the window, I knew what I had to do now. Ronald had been kind enough to provide me with the materials and instructions, if the note beside it was any indication. I hope he doesn't mind, if Gellert sits opposite of Percy. Chapter 37, The Half-Blood Prince, Chapter 9. Hello everyone. I got a little bit of feedback on one of my other stories from this same question, so I will present it to you guys and see what you think. So as a citizen of the United States, I have rights that are given to me by the Constitution. And I saw on social media the other day that went something like the government will never forget how easy it was to take away your rights. I am someone who likes to look at all the viewpoints on a particular subject. What do you guys think about that quote? Has our rights been infringed upon? Do you think it was justified? I don't really have a good answer to any of those questions, but I would like to think what you guys think. Anyway, enough with the state of the world. On to the chapter. Author's note at the bottom. Follow me on Instagram at @donaldauthor. Disclaimer, I own nothing. The grounds are beautiful from up here. The Black Lake seemed like a black hole stuck into the center of a painting of green Scottish fields. Spring was an amazing time for Hogwarts grounds. It's a shame that we spend summer away from this place. I thought as I pondered how beautiful and comfortable it must be. You've already read this? Harry asked. He sat behind me at our typical study desk in the room of requirement. In his hands, the Mind Palace rested as he read the contents of the book. The walls were see-through, as I normally made them to take advantage of the beautiful view of Hogwarts. Yes. It is unlocked for us, just as I knew it would be. I said, confirming that I had already read the book. Why aren't we performing the ritual? Harry asked, excitement filling his voice. You obviously haven't read all of it. I replied snarkily to him. What does it say is required? Blood. It says the only ingredient needed is the blood of the user. Harry said as he read through the book once again. And in what pattern does the blood need to be? I continued my line of questioning as I tried to lead him to why it wouldn't be as simple as he thought. The book calls it the Celtic knot. Harry answered as his eyes found the answer. I waited patiently for him to continue. There are 3 aspects to the knot. Mind, body, and soul. He paused then as he studied the symbol. I could tell he was starting to draw the same conclusions about it that I had when I first read the book. It's impossibly simple, but so powerful. I said finally. Everything is the representative of the number 3. Mind, body, and soul, 3 aspects that make up everything that can possibly be us. Each of them has a section of the knot dedicated to them, and has 3 important parts. In the middle, it represents them all as one, and has 3 points for them. Harry didn't have much to say to that, so I elaborated a little bit more. But that isn't even the best part. You see how the lines are meant to establish a 3-dimensional object on a 2-dimensional surface? I asked. Harry looked up from the book and nodded at me. That is the missing element that no one can explain, and it is represented perfectly in the symbol. It is all 3 of them, and it is none of them. Because it never ends, there is one line that never stops, never splits but encompasses all 3 aspects. It shouldn't be possible, but I can tell just by looking at it that it is perfect. It's fascinating because I have no idea what it means, and I'm not supposed to. It's brilliant, it makes sense, and then it doesn't. And that is exactly how we view ourselves. We know so much, and yet we cannot find the final piece. I stopped my rambling, because I knew that I must have sounded like a madman. I wasn't sure if I made any sense. I had gone through the same thought process the first time that I had read the book, but it had taken me much longer to snap out of it and quit thinking farther into it. Bloody hell! Harry said. I wasn't sure if it was because of my rambling or the magnificence of the ritual. I think this gives us more insight into the soul and how it interacts with our being. I said, bringing up a separate topic I had been pondering on since my reading. What insight? Harry asked. That we have no idea how it works, we have no idea its effects on the other 2 aspects of us. Which explains Voldemort's appearance, and his descent into madness perfectly. I summed up. Somehow it made no sense to me, but it made perfect sense to me. And that is why I thought I was spot on with my deduction. This is giving me a headache. Harry groaned out as he pondered what I said. But this doesn't explain why you haven't performed it. Oh right, I got sidetracked. I thought. Well, we need about a unit of blood. I revealed. Which is fine to extract at one time, but we have to wait for our body to recover before we can perform the ritual. Harry groaned and I knew what question he was going to ask, but waited for him to ask it all the same. And how long will that take? About 2 weeks. I said. But to be sure, we'll wait 3. Nothing can go wrong with this ritual. The book actually didn't say anything about waiting that long. In fact it only said to give it a day after extracting the blood, but I wasn't taking any chance. The Muggles had figured out that the blood was replenished within 24 hours, but you didn't truly recover for another 2 weeks. Grindelwald messed up somewhere in his performance of the ritual. I wasn't sure if it was when he was inside his mind palace or during the preparation stage of the ritual, but somewhere he did and I wasn't taking any chances with something this big. I would be at 100% when the time came. I'm a little scared, too. I thought, but did not say it out loud. Not only will this lead to missing memories, and hopefully the key to everything, but I could fundamentally alter my very being. What if I accidentally removed Fleur? Or something else that made me? Me? Well, at least we'll be out of school by then. Harry said as if it was a good thing. Normally it would, meaning we would have more free time to perform the ritual. But I knew that Dumbledore's death rapidly approaches, along with some massive plays by Voldemort. The time delay meant that I wouldn't be able to find the missing memories, nor would I be able to start double casting before whatever happens at the astronomy tower. I would have to face it as I am now. If Voldemort himself shows. I was unwilling to finish the sentence in my own mind. So I decided to respond to Harry. That's what I'm afraid of. I clenched and unclenched my arm out of habit from my old life. I didn't actually need to pump it up to help the process of draining myself. Harry had complete control over his magic, and the magic collecting the blood from my veins. It was a weird feeling, and an even weirder sight. Where I would normally have an drawn to take my blood, a small incision sat. My blood streamed out of the small hole in my skin in a perfect river, leading to a vial that didn't look as if it could contain a unit of blood. But space enlargement charms were a thing in this world, and it accepted the blood without spilling. Harry was stone-faced as he concentrated on the surprisingly complex magic required to drain me of my blood. His green eyes seemed a little brighter as his body channeled the magic through his holly and phoenix feather wand. A wand that cannot be used, soon. I thought, remembering that Voldemort was on the hunt for the most famous of the Deathly Hallows, the Elder Wand. He had no idea that its allegiance was currently held by his greatest foe, Dumbledore. And if Dumbledore has his way, then he will carry it to the grave with him. I remembered. My eyes hardened slightly as I thought about the wand. He will not have his way. Then it was over, and with another wave of Harry's wand, the wound was sealed and the vial corked. He handed it over almost immediately. Us wizards value our blood. I thought about his actions. Harry wasted no time in rolling up the sleeve to his ridiculously expensive robes and administering the same treatment to himself. My respect for my friend rose immensely. Not only was his dueling on par with my own, and without the use of runes I would add, but his healing ability is unmatched. It was impressive considering I had begun my journey to power a couple of months before he had. Harry drained himself of a unit of blood and healed himself quickly as my thoughts moved to the future, and what laid ahead of us. No sooner than he had put up his vial and fixed his robes did I get a mental warning from the room of requirement. Harry, Draco is back. Get ready. I told him as my wand fell into my hand. I disillusioned myself, and silenced my footsteps. Harry disappeared from my vision and I allowed the room to do Draco's bidding. In a flash, the room shifted from my normal studying/dueling room to the room of hidden things. Unused furniture popped up all around us and the door at the front of the room opened. Draco wasn't alone this time. 2 large teenage boys were by his side. Crabbe and Goyle followed him like lost puppies, acting as bodyguards. The 3 of them wouldn't last 2 seconds against us. I couldn't help but think as I saw them move through the room. I started walking also, to where I knew the vanishing cabinet would be in the room. I arrived before Draco could and I looked towards the ground, where I knew my runic set lay inactive. I sent another thought to the room and they disappeared. I didn't want Draco to notice and then destroy them, or worse, make a new plan to attack Dumbledore. Draco's footsteps became louder and I moved to hide behind an object in case he cast any detection spells. My wand was in my hand, in case I needed to defend myself or rid the world of any wannabe Death Eaters. Here it is. Draco whispered. His 2 goons did not respond. In fact, their eyes looked dead to the world. I recognized the imperious curse immediately. I wasn't sure if I was impressed or not. Would their parents seek Draco out for revenge? Or would they allow their children to be used like puppets? Watch my back. Draco ordered and the 2 goons turned around to face the room. Draco really is an idiot. I couldn't help but think. There are spells that can do their job better. Draco stared at the vanishing cabinet, and for a moment I thought he was praying it would fix itself. Then he raised his wand and started mumbling in the air. I caught a few of the words, but his wand movement told me everything I needed to know. He's been studying. I thought. It's a little sloppy, but with the right knowledge you could compensate for that. I watched with a frown as the magic started to take shape and fix the vanishing cabinet. I felt the enchantments start to fall into place on the object. He was close to halfway there when the magic cut off, along with his mumbling. Draco's arm fell to his side, and I knew he felt the same thing I did because a broad smile cut into his face. His teeth, yellow from neglect, shone in the room. I could tell he wanted to shout at his success. He turned around and started walking back to the entrance of the room. Why isn't he finishing it? I wondered as he barked orders to his puppets. Was this just a test? Did he not finish perfecting the spell? The door to the room closed and immediately I changed the room back to my normal studying room. Harry and I dropped our spells at the same time and looked at each other. He's close. He's finished it. Harry minced no words. We stood in the room of hidden things. We had been checking the vanishing cabinet every day since we had discovered Draco trying to repair the object. The day was Monday, June 30th, 1997. I had been at 12 Grimmauld Place all weekend with Fleur, and didn't have time to check it the day before, though Harry had and said it wasn't repaired. Fuck. I said. It happens today. Terrible timing. Harry exclaimed. Because Dumbledore wants to see us. Fuck, it's definitely happening today. I thought. Why couldn't it have been in a week, after we performed the ritual? I clamped down on my fear with my occlumency. Soon a calm sharp readiness took control of me. Doesn't matter, we're two of the most powerful wizards in the world right now. We can handle this. I told my friend, and I saw that he too relied on his occlumency to rein his emotions in. Let's go and get this meeting over with. I said as runes appeared on the floor beneath me. I touched my wand to them and they flared with a bright light before settling back down. They'll be trapped as soon as they step out of the cabinet. I turned around and headed back in the direction of the entrance to the room with Harry hot on my heels. I sheathed my wand and felt a vibration from inside my robes. I pulled out my black book quickly, and there under Theodore Knott's name was a simple warning. Attack tonight, Hogwarts. At least he is being useful. I thought as I flipped the page to Fla's name. I started writing as I was walking towards Dumbledore's office, and my handwriting suffered for it. Gather the order, Harry. Tell Sirius there will be an attack at Hogwarts tonight. I told my friend as I continued to write out my note. There will be a battle tonight. I wish you could be here, but I know you agree with me when I say that you can't be. I'll be home tonight after it. I love you. I put up my black book at the same time Harry did, and we picked up our pace to reach Dumbledore's office. Students parted around us, pining after the boy who lived. Harry was set to take his newts a few days after school ended, and it had naturally reached the population that he was going to graduate early. No one mentioned my own early testing, and that was just the way I liked it. I was too lost in my thoughts to hear the password to the gargoyle, but I did step on it after S' voice rang out, as it always did, before we even came into his line of sight. Hello boys. Fancy an adventure today? He said with an abnormally chipper voice. Neither Harry or I reacted the way he expected to, and Harry even ignored the old man for his own topic of conversation. Draco has finished the vanishing cabinet. Harry said simply. Then he waited on the headmaster to do something about it. Of course he has. Draco is a resourceful young man. Dumbledore said almost immediately upon hearing the information. If anything, he seemed happier because of the news. There will be an attack. Harry added on, once again expecting the headmaster to do something. I know, Harry. Dumbledore said as his voice sobered up a little. And there is one more thing I have to do before they can commence said attack. I stood watching them silently, and my temper threatened to rise because of the nonchalance the old man was showing. I beat it down and channeled it into focus. Where are we going? I said, remembering that Dumbledore mentioned an adventure. I have found the location of a soul anchor. Dumbledore told me. And I need you two to see the protections you will have to weather to reach them. That's why I can't remember this part of the night. They went to find one of those abominations. I thought. A flash of Dumbledore appearing at the astronomy tower in the twisting of apparition flashed in my memory. Next it was an image of him falling out of the tower after a green jet of light hit him, his eyes lifeless. How long will it take? I asked the old man, unwilling to miss the upcoming battle. It won't be that long, we will be back with plenty of time to protect the school. Dumbledore answered me. His cheery tone found its way into his voice again. You're both touched in the head, aren't you? Harry asked. He looked at us like we were incapable of simple thoughts. Play his game. The longer we talk about it, the later we get back. I told Harry. Plus, he's right. We need to see these soul anchors in action. I thought as I tried to get everyone to move a little faster. And see how to destroy them. Yes, Harry. Play my game. Dumbledore said with a mad twinkle in his eyes. Dumbledore and I stood and stared as Harry paced around the room nervously. He twirled his wand in one hand and ran his other hand through his hair. Finally he realized that he wasn't winning this argument against Dumbledore and caved. Fine. Where are we going? My feet hit a very hard surface, but I held my balance as we came out of the apparition. I looked down to see that I was standing on stone, hard black stone. I turned and looked at my surroundings to try and gauge where I was at. Mist from the ocean or sea or something hit my face with an intense wind. I stood on a cliff looking out to a body of water, and behind me was a large opening in the side of the cliff face, a cave. Come on boys, we don't have all day. Dumbledore said, gaining our attention. My wand whipped into my hand and I searched out towards the cave with my magic. I found the faint trace of a magical ward and tried to sense its intent. Blood ward. Dumbledore said as he noticed my actions. Tom is quite fond of them. Dumbledore's wand rose to his hand and the same ethereal blade that I was so fond of appeared. He ran it across his palm without hesitation. My eyes looked at the unique wand, and I got an idea. Dumbledore pressed his hand to what felt like a focal point in the ward, and smeared his blood over it. Headmaster. I said, getting his attention. Dumbledore and Harry both looked my way, waiting for me to speak. I'm calling in that favor. Do you remember? For the vial of basilisk venom. All three of us knew that Dumbledore had paid that debt so many times over to me. He had used his magical might to save me from Voldemort, and he had used his political weight to save me from the law. He owed me nothing, but I needed a favor all the same. Of course, Ron. Dumbledore said. He must have sensed something in my voice that showed my desperation. I think I have one more to give. I turned to Harry with the confirmation. Harry, disarm the headmaster. The wind blew behind me and whipped our hair around after I said that. It didn't stop Harry from looking at me with a confused look on his face. Nor did it stop the dangerous look that passed Dumbledore's eyes. Why? Harry asked. I turned to the headmaster, and nodded for him to explain. He didn't, instead he spoke towards me. Did Gellert tell you? Dumbledore asked. The glint was gone in his eye, but they didn't hold malice or ill intent. He must have been remembering when I hinted at knowing the wand so long ago. I shook my head. No. I didn't elaborate. My source told me that Voldemort has been searching for a new wand. He realized that his and Harry's wands are brothers. He knows about the Priory Incantatem, and he searches for the Elder Wand. The wand in your hand. I revealed. It was all a lie, of course. Nott hadn't told me anything of the sort, but I needed an excuse, one that Dumbledore would buy. Dumbledore's head fell and his eyes gazed upon the wand in his own hand. I had hoped to bury it with me. Dumbledore said after a moment. Harry just watched us with a confused look on his face, not knowing what we were talking about. Then, Dumbledore's left hand flipped, and another smooth black wand appeared in it. His original. I realized. He's kept it this whole time? One condition, Harry. Dumbledore said, addressing my friend. Harry, still confused, nodded. Take it to your grave, let it fade into legend. Dumbledore pleaded. Harry still didn't know what we were talking about and he looked for an explanation. We didn't have time for one. Disarm him, Harry. You'll know when you touch it. I said to my friend. I really didn't know if he would understand the significance upon touch, but I had a hunch. Harry flicked his wand and shot the disarming charm wordlessly. The Elder Wand flew out of Dumbledore's hand and sailed straight into Harry's outstretched left hand. The effects on the world was immediate. A sharp pulse of very powerful magic rolled and I swore the wind picked up even more for a second. Harry looked down to the Elder Wand, and his green eyes glowed. Bloody hell! Chapter 38, The Half-Blood Prince, Chapter 10. Hello everyone. Happy Mother's Day. Sorry for missing a post on my stories and a really important one for this story at that. Last week kept on handing me inconvenience after inconvenience. But we're back this week. I do have a little bit of a schedule change/update. Voleur d'Aim will continue to be updated every Sunday like normal but Courage will have to be moved to Mondays for the next couple of weeks at least. Work schedule is all over the place, but I know I can get it done Mondays for a while. If you see an update for it on a Saturday, just know that I won't be updating it Monday that week. Life is getting a little more normal every day. At work, I've noticed that people are excited to be opening back up and being able to live life a little more. It's encouraging. I hope you're all taking proper precautions and staying safe. On to the chapter. Author's note at the bottom. Follow me on Instagram at @donaldauthor. I know I haven't posted in a while, that's gonna change a bit too. Disclaimer, I own nothing. Bloody hell. I couldn't help but smile at his reaction to the wand. Be careful, Harry. It is a tool that comes with a burden so heavy, I can't put it into words. Dumbledore warned. Now, let's continue. Dumbledore said as he moved forward through the cave with his original wand in his hand. Harry and I followed behind him. As we moved forward, the light in the cave disappeared and a bright light shot from Harry's wand into the air in front of us. I had to shield my eyes at the overpowered light. Shit, sorry. Harry said as he willed the light to dim a little. It will take some getting used to. Dumbledore said in a soft voice as he too shielded his eyes from the light. I looked up as the light dimmed and was met with a familiar sight that scratched the edges of my memory. I recognized the feeling of my mind wanting to unravel and clamp down on it with a clemency. The cave opened up to a massive cavern that had an eerily still lake smack dab in the middle of it. At the center of that lake, laid an island with a raised pedestal in the middle of it. I couldn't tell but it looked like a bowl sat on the pedestal. Impressive. I said as we observed the cavern. If you say so. Harry responded. I looked for a path to the island and found none. Instead, I raised my wand and felt the wards again with my magic. I was instantly overloaded with information and cut the magic off quickly. I let out a hiss in response. Yes, I believe it is the lake interfering. Dumbledore said as he noticed my reaction. Obviously, he was still a step ahead of me. I guess we have no option then. I said. I agree, how did you phrase it? Play his game was it? Dumbledore asked with a twinkle in his eyes. He took way too much enjoyment in turning my own words against me. Harry snorted and I smirked, finding the humor in it too. After you then. I told him, completely willing to use him as a meat shield. Dumbledore nodded and moved forward to the end of the rock we were standing on. He kneeled in front of the water, way easier than a man his age should be able to. His eyes peered deep into the water, searching for something. I moved to join him and look. I wished I hadn't. Faces peered up at me from the depths of the water, faces that shouldn't have been so smooth or preserved after years underwater. I forced myself not to look away, even though my instincts screamed for me to erase them from the face of the earth. In fury, I deduced as I looked into the depths of the water. That made Harry move behind me to confirm my announcement. And how do we deal with such things, should the occasion arise? Dumbledore asked, even though he knew that we knew the answer. Fire. I answered him quickly. I am somewhat known for my ability to control the element. I think this particular defense was not made with me in mind. Dumbledore said as he rose his wand to the water. He flicked his wand and a chain rose from the depths of the water. I don't think there is a defense known to wizard kind that is made with you in mind, Headmaster. I said, feeding his ego a little more. Harry snorted once again. Dumbledore smiled but did not comment. Instead his eyes were focused on the boat that was rising from the depths of the lake in front of us. This has a Hercules feel to it. I said as the boat docked and waited for us to board it. A good comparison, Ronald. Dumbledore said as he put his foot on the boat and tested its ability to hold him. Let us descend into the depths of the underworld, and retrieve what we came for, before Hades can discover us. Harry didn't comment. I wasn't sure if it was because of his ignorance of Greek mythology or his uninterest in the conversation. I'm just curious as to the price the ferryman will demand. I mumbled loud enough for them to hear as I followed Dumbledore and stepped into the boat. It didn't rock once with the increase in weight, it stayed completely still. It threw me off for a moment. Harry watched our interaction, and waited for us to make room for him before he climbed in too. Dumbledore raised his wand and then stopped. His head tilted and he dropped his wand. With no warning at all, the boat moved forward on its own. That is interesting. Dumbledore said in response. We passed over hundreds of faces on our way to the island, and I prepared myself to end the Inferi from their imprisonment on the earth. I knew they weren't conscious or alive, but I felt the need to rid them from this world. Do they always feel this unnatural? I asked, assuming the headmaster had come across Inferi before. Yes. Dumbledore said. You know, as well as I, that the body holds an integral part of the soul. They were most certainly dead before their conversion into Inferi, but the vessel has yet to be allowed to give back to the earth. It is unnatural. I thought about that for a moment. We really have no idea what a soul is, or what it's made up of. I just hope that they have moved on to whatever it is that is after this life. We fell into silence then, and the boat continued its crawling pace across the still waters of the lake. It took longer now that I was aware of how slow it was. Eventually we docked, and I was about to be the first to step off. Dumbledore stopped me with a raised hand and went first. His foot hit the ground, and we waited for a moment for something to happen. Nothing did. I hopped off of the boat, eager to speed up our adventure. The island was not big, maybe 10 feet in diameter. Just enough for all three of us to stand and defend ourselves if the opportunity arose. My earlier description of the pedestal seemed to be accurate. On top of the pedestal, sat a bowl with a clear liquid, that didn't move hardly at all, similar to the lake. Dumbledore's wand flicked around the bowl and he stared intently at it. We waited patiently for him to deduce what the object was. It took him a surprisingly long time to figure it out. I have a request to make. Dumbledore said, turning to us. Harry looked up from where he was staring at his new wand. I stood up from the rocky bench I had been sitting on while I was waiting. Let's do it. I said approaching him. I think I have to drink this potion, it looks like. Dumbledore said, still staring at the bowl. Okay. I said, waiting for him to continue. What's the problem? It will, no doubt, cause me to hallucinate. I need you to force me to finish it, if necessary. Dumbledore finished. That was a bit unexpected, but I shook it off. Okay. I said. Would you like me to drink it? Dumbledore's answer was quick. No, I am the least valuable of us in case the potion doesn't act like I think it will. I would have to disagree with you there, Headmaster. I said, objecting immediately. Dumbledore turned to me and he had this look on his face, a look that said he had already won the argument. You have a child on the way, Ronald. And we both know Harry cannot be risked. That floored me and I just looked at the old man. Eventually I nodded in acceptance. He's right. I admitted to myself as I stepped back and let him do his thing. He conjured a glorious cup, and went to dip it into the potion. It did not act as it was intended to. The potion did not rise as the cup did, instead it fell through the cup as if it wasn't there. We all paused for a moment as we watched the events unfold. Then the purpose of the seashell/cup on the side of the bowl was made known. Dumbledore vanished the cup and grabbed the seashell. He dipped it in the bowl experimentally and the potion filled it, as it was supposed to. He brought it out of the bowl and turned to both of us with a grin, and then with all of the practice of a college student, he took the shot of the potion to the head. My eyes widened as I realized the headmaster had done some partying in his days. I shook my head and focused as the headmaster paused for a moment. His eyes looked to the ceiling and then he seemed to snap out of it and then go for round 2. He downed the next cup full quickly and let out a grunt. His hand dipped to grab another glass quickly, and that one he drank quickly too. After he drank the last drop on the third cup is when we started having problems. Ron. Harry said. Go away. You're not real. Dumbledore said, staring right at me. It was obviously getting to him. Ron. Harry said. My eyes tore from the headmaster's form and I looked to see what Harry wanted. Apparently, the Inferi were not going to just allow us to drink the potion without worry. 5 arms appeared out of the water and pulled their bodies onto the island. I snapped out with a flame whip and they disintegrated as I slashed them. Fire really does the trick. I made an executive decision then. Harry, force the headmaster to drink. I'll take care of the Inferi. It was a simple decision really. Harry wasn't that much of an elemental dueler. I was. 5 more bodies appeared, and 5 more turned to dust because of a flame whip. That was when it started to get harder. Inferi started to crawl from all around the island, and my whip was slowly losing ground to the massive amount of bodies. I decided I needed a new plan at about the 30th Inferi. I ran through the list of fire spells in my arsenal. 90% were thrown out the window because they wouldn't be as wide-ranged as I needed. Protego Diabolica is intent-based. I thought, considering the spell. I'm not sure if these Inferi even think, so it may not work. That really only left me with one option, but I didn't want to reveal my proficiency with it near Harry and the headmaster. I struggled with the decision just as I kicked an Inferi into its friends and I realized they were too close for comfort. Fuck. I said as I prepared myself. My occlumency locked down and I whispered the spell. I grabbed my magic and emotions and wrenched them into place. Fiend fire. The world exploded, and so did my mind. Destruction incarnate leapt from the end of my wand and didn't even have to touch the Inferi near us to cause them to disintegrate. I rotated, and dominated the will of the spell. The fire ran around us, growing in size with each Inferi it destroyed. Eventually, the spell cleared out about 20 feet worth of breathing room from us and the nearest Inferi. More. It whispered seductions in my ear, and I could feel myself slipping. It just wanted to be let free, to roam as it was meant to. The shields around my mind began to slip unconsciously and it brought up images of my enemies dying to a wall of flame. Voldemort screamed as he was burned alive. Bellatrix laughed as she disappeared from the world with blackened skin. An army of Death Eaters stood in front of Hogwarts as a phoenix made of flame the size of Hogwarts washed over them, sending them to the next great adventure. Yes. I want it. They deserve it. Fleur stood in front of me, holding a bundle of cloth. Holding our baby. The fire started at her feet. The image shattered before it could go any farther. I came to with a roar, and the fire in front of me formed the familiar shape of an Undu and roared in sync with me. My shield fell back into place as I got a hold of the magic threatening to break free of my control. My wand rose as I directed the flame where I wanted it. The runes that ran up and down my wand shone with a red light and I could physically see the amount of magic I was pouring through it. The fiend fire ran in circles around us, getting farther back with each pass it made towards us. Eventually, the fiend fire ran into the lake. The water offered no resistance for the Nundu-shaped flame. It passed through it as if it wasn't even there. The water levels began to shrink, but no steam appeared. Cracks started to sound off in the air around us as the fiend fire ate through the wards around us and destabilized them. A hand fell onto my shoulder, a blackened hand. Ron. Dumbledore's voice cut through the roar of the flames ahead and I spared a brief glance behind me. Harry held something on a chain and Dumbledore wasn't fumbling about because of hallucinations. I turned back to the raging fire and with another huge wrench of my magic, it dispersed back to wherever the fuck it came from. I sat there for a moment, breathing heavy and staring at the empty lake around us. There was no Inferi, there was no water, there was nothing. Nothing but rocks from the cave formation, and some of that was melted. I reached out with my magic, and my connection with my wand shifted. I looked down at the wand and saw that the runes had a faint red hue to them. It looked beautiful on the light brown wood that made up the wand. Did the runes just now activate? I wondered as I looked at my companion. In the end I shrugged it off and put it in the back of my mind for later investigation. I felt for the wards around the cave and found that nearly all of them were gone. The ones that were there were holding on by a thread. Fucking hell, Ron. Harry said. I turned to them once again. Harry's hair fell around him in sweaty locks and his robes clung to him like he had been running a marathon. Dumbledore didn't look any better. Soot clung to their frames. I let the fiend fire get too close. I realized. I'm so sorry. I said with an apologetic look on my face. Dumbledore looked at me with pity and regret. No, my boy. I am sorry. Red hair, blue eyes, magical presence that cannot be denied, and pity in your eyes. Are you sure you are not Albus Dumbledore reborn? The memory played in my mind as I was on the receiving end of Dumbledore's pity. Why did I feel like Gellert Grindelwald? I'm sorry I have pushed you to these extremes. Dumbledore continued as his eyes roamed up and down my frame. It wasn't you, Headmaster. I placated him. You are not my enemy. No, but it is my weakness that is the cause of this. Dumbledore retorted quickly. I couldn't deny him, so I didn't. Instead I just stared at him trying to catch my breath. He was correct if we were being honest. Whether it was his optimism, or his declining ability, it didn't matter. He had failed to bring down Voldemort, so Harry and I would have to. You have my blessing for the Mind Palace. Dumbledore said out of nowhere. I took a step back in surprise and my eyebrows furrowed at the unexpected announcement. Happiness soared in my chest at the validation I didn't know that I needed. I went to thank him, or something, but he interrupted me. You have proven that the power you have achieved was for the protection of the ones you love, instead of selfish reasons. Dumbledore elaborated. That's all I needed to see. I smiled as I walked towards the old man and wrapped him up in a hug. It was a feel-good moment, and then it ended. The next few things happened so fast, I couldn't react to stop them. He grabbed onto me and faster than I had seen anyone cast, he whipped his wand towards Harry. Harry flew through the air towards us and just as Dumbledore touched him, he twisted. We moved through the hole Dumbledore had punched through space as a result of his apparition. I landed on a hard floor and the air flew out of my lungs in response. Dumbledore's magic hit me again and I was moved through the air to a specific spot in whatever room I had landed in. I forced my lungs to work and I heaved air into my body. I coughed as I crawled onto my knees before trying to stand. That's when I noticed the familiar glow of runes activating. I froze, and a quick look around the room told me what was happening. Dumbledore stood off to the side, looking at me without the normal twinkle in his blue eyes. Instead, tears pooled in those exact eyes. Fawkes was perched on his shoulder. Another man stood beside him, a man with hair just as long as the headmaster's, except his beard had a little less white in it and more grey. Aberforth. I recognized. I looked around the shack and confirmed it was Aberforth's pub in Hogsmeade. What the fuck is happening, Dumbledore? Harry fumbled around beside me on the floor and made to stand up. I reached down and pulled him up but I didn't let him stumble into the runic cluster on the ground in front of us. Why? I asked the simple question. If he wanted to kill us, then he would have just done it. No, he wanted to stall us. You would deny me the death I seek, Ron. Dumbledore said, as a tear ran down his cheek. His face didn't show the agony he must have been feeling inside his brilliant head. He had said those exact words to me once before, except then it was a question. Now it was a statement. I wanted to deny him and tell him that I wouldn't, but I knew he was right. I wouldn't let him die by Snape's hand. I need you. I didn't mean to say it, it was the only thing that I could get out of my mouth. No. Dumbledore corrected me. I am but a hindrance now. It is time. He raised his right hand and peeled back the robe. Almost his whole right arm was blackened and looked like it would fall off with but a simple pull. I looked away from it, unable to stare at it anymore. I will not go, laying in a bed, or in my sleep. You know the story of the Deathly Hallows, Ron. What happened to the third brother? My jaw clenched and I refused to answer with a shake of my head. I locked down on my occlumency as my heart clenched. It didn't help, the tear still ran down my face. Play my game. Dumbledore whispered. I gave in and stared at him with a trembling lip. He greeted death as an old friend. A flash of flame, and he was gone. I stared at the spot he disappeared from for a couple of seconds. Aberforth did the same, before he sunk to the ground. The old man brought a glass full of fire whiskey up to his lips, and downed it in one go. Ron. Harry said and shook me. We still have time. I looked towards him, confused. Harry pointed down at the ground. There is a reason he used runes. You can get us out of here. For what felt like the 1000th time of the night, I grabbed my mind with occlumency and willed it into focus. My eyes roamed the cluster, and it was immediately apparent to me that there was only one person in the world who could have made it. Albus Dumbledore. He was very fond of showing off his genius. And the cluster beneath me was an example of that. If you can get out of it, my brother made sure that it would be just enough time for him to get what he wants. He always gets what he wants. Aberforth said from his spot on the floor. You helped him? Harry asked. I always help shatter the image of my brother. Any opportunity for him to reveal his true self, is how I win. Aberforth said with a slur. You. Shut the fuck up. I said. I'm trying to concentrate. My eyes roamed over the runes on the floor. Of which, there had to have been over 100 total, in clusters all around us. All of them were interlocked together. I saw one that mimicked the one on the floor of the room of requirement. In fact, it was an exact replica. He obviously had known about my plan for a long time and had been visiting the room in his free time. My eyes continued to roam the clusters for a few minutes until I caught the first inconsistency. There was a determined spot that was excluded from the rest of the runes. My eyes found the next one and slowly traced it from the outside of the runes to my location. It was a pathway, directly to where Dumbledore was standing before he had Fawkes teleport him away. I didn't even hesitate and took a step. My foot landed in the middle of a cluster, and I waited. Nothing. Step where I step. I told Harry. I walked the rest of the path, and found myself outside the clusters and standing where he stood. A big fucking illusion. I said as I looked at the useless runes on the ground. I watched and waited for Harry to leave the last cluster and immediately I sent my magic to my second wand and shot towards the roof of Aberforth's pub. I didn't even care. My main wand fired and a hole the size of a semi-truck punched through the ceiling of his roof. I flew straight through it. Red smoke billowed out around me as I took off in the night sky. I immediately found the astronomy tower amongst Hogwarts towers and shot off towards it. The wind whipped at my face as I flew at the speed of an actual broom. The dark mark loomed above Hogwarts as an omen, but I didn't see any signs of fighting, so I took it as a sign that I had time. I shot towards the castle and I felt myself pass through the wards of the castle, and I felt them activate. I plummeted towards the ground immediately as the enchantments on my wand failed for a moment. I didn't panic. I just allowed myself to fall, and right before I was about to hit the ground, I slowed my momentum with a spell. As soon as I hit the ground, the wards let me go and the enchantments on my wand sprang back up. Hogwarts didn't let you fly into the grounds from outside, but it did allow you to fly on a broom around the grounds if you started within its wards. So when my feet hit the ground, I jumped and rocketed back into the air. I got to eye level with the astronomy tower and I made out the shape Dumbledore facing someone. My magic reacted and I shot off in a burst of speed. Almost there is still time. A flash of green. Chapter 39, The Half-Blood Prince, Chapter 11. Hello everyone. Back with another chapter on this fine Sunday. Not much I have to say before this chapter except enjoy. Follow me on Instagram at @donaldauthor, going to get back to posting regularly. Author's note at the bottom. Disclaimer, I own nothing. A flash of green. A body falling. My heart sunk even further as I recognized the form of my mentor falling through the air. I adjusted my path accordingly, and raised my wand towards his body. A quick spell caused his momentum to slow in the air. I adjusted myself and my feet hit the ground right beneath him. His body slowly fell into my outstretched arms. His glorious white hair fell from his limp head, and I realized that he had become very frail in the past few months. It wasn't hard for me to carry him at all. In fact, I thought I might break him if I squeezed too hard. All of our disagreements the past few months went out the window as I gazed at his vessel. His face was peaceful. He got what he wanted. He greeted death as an old friend. I thought just as I heard the sound of feet hitting the ground behind me. No. Fuck. Harry's voice called out. It was odd, that he was having a more extreme reaction than I was. I considered myself closer to Dumbledore than he was, but maybe that wasn't correct. Dumbledore was Harry's first grandfatherly figure, I would say. Then again, I had always viewed death differently than everyone else around me. Even in my last life, I never mourned for too long. Death was a release from this world. Don't mourn the dead, Harry. I said, as I stared at the former headmaster's face, trying to memorize it. Mourn the living. That was close to something Dumbledore had said to Harry, right? Harry didn't listen. Instead I felt the familiar build-up of his magic. I knew the spell he was about to cast, having been on the other end of it. Except this time, it was massively overpowered. I turned to watch. Harry flicked the Elder Wand, pointing straight at the top of the astronomy tower. A small white light raced across the air and impacted the stone. It exploded. I would have thought it turned to dust, had I not seen the debris shoot off in the opposite direction into the night. I was about to reprimand him, for not checking about any students up there. But I knew that the Order had done their job. But how did they get out of my runic cluster? I wondered. A spell rocketed through the roof of Hogwarts close to the Great Hall, and I knew that Snape and the Death Eaters had encountered the Order of the Phoenix. I set Dumbledore's body on the ground and placed his hands on his chest before turning to Harry. They're fleeing the school. I told Harry. We both knew what that meant. It's time to hunt. Let's go. Harry said. We took off full sprint towards the entrance of the school. We knew Hogwarts like the back of our hands from our adventures on the school grounds. There were plenty of corridors we hadn't discovered, but we knew the ones that the Death Eaters would use. And we knew where they were fighting. We came upon the battle just after the stairs. 4 figures stood in front of us, engaging the same number of members from the Order. Harry moved to fire the first spell, not even giving the Death Eaters a fighting chance as we approached from behind. He didn't get the chance as a massive figure appeared to his left. Harry dodged the first swipe of a massive paw from Fenrir Greyback and jumped away to gain distance. I did the opposite and moved toward the mad werewolf. An ethereal blade extended from the end of my wand. Fenrir made the last mistake of his life, and turned to me. He swiped at me with his left hand. Instead of dodging, like most of his prey must do, I moved into it and swung my wand at his shoulder. A spray of blood hit the wall just as his arm hit the ground, cut clean through. I didn't waste any time and with a spin I swung my wand again at his leg. Once again, his leg gave no resistance as my blade cut it clean off. He barely had time to yell as I shot a piercing spell into his skull and ended his reign of terror on the world. I grabbed his body with my magic and threw it through the air almost immediately after. It landed in the middle of the spell fire from the battle and I moved towards the remaining Death Eaters with intent. There was a small pause as everyone looked at the bloody mess that used to be Fenrir Greyback. Everything started back up again, except the Death Eaters seemed to realize they were done. A man who I would later be told was Amicus Caro turned towards us. Avada Kedavra. His spell was cut off as a large metal spike impaled him to Hogwarts walls, courtesy of Harry Potter. At the same time, his comrades shot off a spell towards the ceiling that caused it to collapse on the members of the Order. Most of the members of the Order were able to get out of the way in time, but it left a hole in the roof. The Death Eaters wasted no time in shooting towards the ceiling, using the same flying spell that Harry and I had learned from Snape. 3 lines of black smoke flew through the hole. Harry and I were in the air, almost immediately with red and green smoke flowing behind us. The Death Eaters obviously didn't expect us to have the capability of unaided flight, because not once did they look behind them to see us. Harry raised his wand to take advantage of their ignorance. I flew right beside him and held a hand up, motioning for him to wait. They'll lead us to the rest, no doubt they have a spot to meet up already determined. I thought, and tried to convey to Harry without yelling it out and giving away our position. It didn't take long to prove my point as the Death Eaters changed course and dove to the edge of the grounds. There were already 2 figures there, waiting on them. With a thought, I cut off the red smoke that heralded my unique use of unaided flight. Harry saw and did the same. Instead of following them straight down, I flew on a little bit to the true edge of the wards, and dropped. Harry and I landed about 30 yards from the party of 5 Death Eaters. I was disappointed not to see Bellatrix amongst them. I cast a quick hominum revelio to make sure that no one was hiding around us. Only 6 souls lit up in front of me, and I nodded, content with the odds. What of Malfoy? Harry asked in a very deadly tone of voice. I told his father once that he would die by my hands. I said after a moment of thought. Draco's death would send a message. He's chosen his side. Harry nodded towards me and then moved a couple of feet away to give us space to maneuver for the upcoming duel. Good, it won't be quick. He said. Agreed. I said just as the Death Eaters noticed us. The boy who lived in his butt buddy. Are you here to surrender yourself to the Dark Lord? The distinct voice of Corbon Yaxley sang out, completely confident. Why would I? When he is too cowardly to attack Hogwarts himself. Harry mocked the arrogant Death Eaters. Yaxley's face twisted in rage and was about to respond before Snape beat him to it. Step aside. He ordered. I frowned at him, and waited for him to continue, but he didn't say anything else. Pitiful attempt really. I thought to myself. Corbon Yaxley, Alecto Carrow, Thorfinn Roll, Draco Malfoy, and Severus Snape. I called out, naming the people in front of me. Alecto kept looking back towards the castle, as if waiting on someone. I wondered if she was the only one who noticed the member that Harry had just brutally killed with a spike was missing, her brother. Oh, they know who we are. Roll said with a grin. The Dark Lord will reward us when we bring them to him. We have completed our mission. Snape started to say. Harry had apparently had enough of the talking and with a flick of his wrist, a spell shot towards Snape. Snape's shield sprang up in front of him. But that was what Harry was expecting. As soon as his spell hit Snape's shield, a massive concussive blast shot out in all directions. I was prepared for it, but the Death Eaters were not. Draco went flying off to the right, being the closest to the blast. Carrow and Roll stumbled to the ground. Harry and I wasted no time in sending fatal spells their direction while they were down. Roll's heart split as a piercing curse punched through it. Carrow's wand arm fell to the ground, separated at the elbow. Yaxley was far enough away from the blast to only stumble a bit. Harry didn't wait to see that Roll was dead, he knew it was only a matter of time, and turned to Yaxley. A spell shot my way, courtesy of Snape, and I deflected it into the night. I returned with a few probing spells, as I normally did in our duels. Snape made it known that this wasn't going to be like our duels throughout the year and moved while sending 4 consecutive deadly spells. I mentally prepared myself to duel the man that had helped me throughout the year. We continued to dance around each other and trade spells. I had yet to actually dip into my elemental arsenal yet, instead I just entertained him. I couldn't muster up the will to get serious enough to kill him. Instead I kept up with Harry's duel with Malfoy and Yaxley. Harry wasn't even sweating. I started moving Snape further and further from their duel, as I saw how useful he could be to me. Him and Nott were too valuable of spies to get rid of. That on top of the fact that Dumbledore forced his hand, made me sympathetic to the old greasy teacher. Soon enough I had Snape backed up to the wards of the school, on the opposite side of his comrades and completely cut off from them. I sent a spell towards the ground at his feet, and deflected his counter spell as mine went to work. A wall, 12 feet tall and 30 feet long shot out of the ground, blocking him off from the fight, and giving him an opportunity to flee. One I hoped he would take. Harry wouldn't be as merciful as I was. I turned to see Harry had defeated his opponents, in a dazzling display of wand work. Yaxley dropped to his knees with a hand on his throat trying to hold in the blood pouring from the 2-inch deep line that ran across it. Malfoy floated in the air, with each limb straight out in a spread eagle position. I wondered if I wanted to watch what Harry was about to do to the boy. I decided that I did, considering the hell he liked to inflict on people below him. I felt no remorse for what was about to happen to him. I looked behind me to make sure that Snape hadn't made it through or around my wall. I saw him floating in the air, on the other side of the wards. Black smoke billowed out behind him as he watched his godson's position. I heard a pop and a crack. That was one arm, ripped out of its socket. Draco screamed. I couldn't tell what Snape was thinking as he watched. Was he sad at Draco's fate? Angry? Surely he cared a little. Or maybe he only acted the role of Godfather as a part of his Death Eater persona. Another pop, crack, and a scream, and this time Snape's eyebrows screwed together. He was sad. I could understand it. Draco was a teenager. Even if he was a smart, cruel teenager, he still had time to redeem himself. Harry won't allow it. I thought. My wand shot out and a spell pierced through Draco's chest, killing him instantly. Enough. I told Harry. I worried about his bloodlust for a moment, and decided that I should curb it. Harry didn't have the privilege of another life to stabilize him and ground his actions. It could easily lead him down a dark path. Draco's head went limp just as Snape used the portkaya in his hand. Space distorted and he disappeared from sight. Harry looked at me, but didn't seem upset at me ruining his fun. It made me feel a tad bit better, knowing that. I reached into my wand holster, and grabbed my spare. I cast a few spells that would line up with the injuries on the Death Eaters around me. Harry did the same, with his original Holly and Phoenix Feather wand. Let's go. I told Harry as I shot off into the air, back in the direction of the school. I landed at Dumbledore's body. There was a crowd around it, and only McGonagall had dared approach it. She stood above it, staring at him. Harry and I landed with green and red smoke spreading around us. It soon dissipated in the air. We drew in the stares of the students and professors alike. Even some order members looked on. They think hope is lost. I realized as I looked to the sky. The dark mark loomed above us in the clouds, taunting us. I couldn't let it stand. I didn't really know how to get rid of the thing, but I had an idea that I was 99% sure would work. Fla's smiling face appeared in my mind. She had a hand on her baby bump. Happiness sung through my being and I channeled it to my wand. Expecto Patronum. I poured magic into the wand, way more than necessary, and the results showed. A massive silver Nundu shot into the air, towards the dark mark in the air. In a display of fury, the Nundu tore into the dark mark and ripped it out of the air. Fawkes made himself known then, and flashed into the air above his former master. He sang his phoenix lament, and if it was possible, my Nundu shone even brighter in the night sky. Fire and silver mixed for a moment as Fawkes flew into the night. And then, without warning, Fawkes was gone, never to return. I watched with mild amusement as Madame Pomfrey's ward was taken over by Harry. She had been worriedly dressing Bill's wounds from Fenrir Greyback. The werewolf had raked his hand down my brother's face, leaving him with permanent scars. Luckily, it wasn't a full moon, and he wouldn't contract lycanthropy. Harry had marched right up to him and with a wave of his wand, had sealed the wounds into thin lines in about 2 seconds. Then Harry had moved around the rest of the room, outpacing the old healer and fixing everyone up. I noticed that he had started out with the Elder Wand, but finished with his normal Holly Wand. The Elder Wand is an instrument of death, not healing. I reasoned. I wonder if it is inferior in that department. Surely there is a reason he switched. Sirius appeared at my side. Ron. Sirius greeted. I turned and grabbed the man in a hug. Sirius. I'm glad you're okay. I told him. Sirius seemed surprised at the display of affection, but quickly adapted and tightened his hold around me. Yeah, you too. He said a little awkwardly. The Aurors want to talk to you first. Sirius said, well seriously. I smiled at the man. Try not to look so worried. I said as I switched my wands around. My real wand, I stuffed into a secret pocket of my robe I kept for emergencies like this. I turned and walked out of the ward. The Aurors were waiting on me immediately outside in the hallway. Mr. Black. A man that I knew was not an Auror said. Minister of Magic, Rufus Scrimgeour. I greeted him as I extended a hand towards him. An honor. Yes, well. We have some questions we need to ask you. The minister said, and two wizards dressed in the traditional Auror robes appeared. Here. I asked him. He smiled at me. Follow me. We have a classroom we can use. I did as he said and followed him. The two Aurors followed me into the room, and I wondered if I was about to be arrested again. It didn't matter, everything was in self-defense. Or at least, I could argue that. Azkaban couldn't hold me anyway. I thought, as I considered the worst. I walked further into the room and the two Aurors shut the door and stood beside it. The minister took the hat off of his head and set it on a desk, then he rose a leg and rested it on the same desk. Scrimgeour took a long deep breath and exhaled it. You and Harry Potter were the last two people to be with Albus Dumbledore, were you not? Besides his killers, yes. I confirmed. And who would that be? Draco Malfoy. I lied to the man quickly but confidently. You'll find his body on the grounds. We already have. Rufus nodded as he said it. How do you know it was him? You were not in the tower, were you? No sir, but he was bragging about it when Harry and I confronted the Death Eaters. I said, falling deeper into the lie. I could have told him the truth about Snape killing the old headmaster. I didn't want to in case Snape survives the rest of the war. If everyone knew he killed the greatest to ever live, even at the man's behest. I wasn't sure he could come back from that. But pinning it on a dead student, well, that saved Snape the trouble. I wasn't sure why I was going out of my way to help Snape. He had made my life hell my first few years at Hogwarts. I think it is because he made one bad decision as a teenager, since then he has done nothing but try to make up for that single decision. Trapped between two titans, with nowhere to go. All he could do was get more powerful and survive. I pitied him. Nobody should live their life on the whims of another. If he could survive, then he can finally have a life of his own. Maybe I'm being too easy on him. I thought. Well, unfortunately I can't get his side of the story. Although I don't think it will be necessary. The minister said. We fell into silence then, and the minister sagged a bit. I knew it was because Voldemort was closing in on him from all sides. Harry and I had taken out a big portion of his competent members, but would it be enough? You may go, Mr. Black. Thank you for your cooperation, and your bravery. Will it be enough? Fleur was worried when I got home, as she always is. But I calmed her down with my superior charm. I told her all about the events of the day, and how Dumbledore was dead. She didn't cry, but her hand did come to rest on her stomach. Something I noticed she did whenever she was worried or nervous. She asked me a question just as we went to bed. A question that I didn't have the answer to. Up until now, I have known the direction everything would go, because of my prior knowledge. But I had a gut feeling that was screaming at me. I didn't have much more time. I had taken too many pieces off of the board for Voldemort. What now, love? I didn't know how to answer, so I didn't for a while. Eventually I recapped everything. Harry and I were powerful, really powerful. The Death Eaters that attacked hadn't stood a chance. And soon, we would be even more powerful. Hope filled me, and I knew the answer. I can't react anymore. Too much has changed. It's time to switch things up a little. Chapter 40, The Deathly Hallows, Chapter 1. Hello everyone. We're officially transitioning into the Deathly Hallows now. You know what that means. Only one more book to go. So let's get this bread, fam. Check out Gununar's story Greater Than the Sum. It is an novel that is heavily inspired by this story, something I am extremely proud to say. There are 2 chapters currently out, and he plans on updating every Sunday. Unless something has changed. I am really liking the way it's developing. I can't describe how proud it makes me to have my peers reach out and say that I have inspired them. It's honestly more satisfying than any other aspect of writing. Good luck, Gununar. Author's note at the bottom. Follow me on Instagram at @donaldauthor. Book recommendations post today. Disclaimer, I own nothing. Another funeral with no tears. I had thought for a long time in my past life about how I must be broken. Everyone else was crying, except Fleur, of course. She stood beside me in her black dress. It didn't hug her every curve, so you could only see the baby bump if you really tried. Before today, I had thought it impossible to have a completely stony face while also glowing, but she proved me wrong. Dumbledore's white tomb loomed in front of me. It was honestly beautiful. When the clouds parted over the Scottish soil, it gleamed as a reminder of the legendary wizard. Even in death, he is flamboyant. Fitting. I thought as I looked at the monument. I vowed to return and add some of my own runic wards, in case Voldemort somehow finds his way here looking for the Elder Wand. He shouldn't consider Grindelwald is dead, by my hand, but you never know. Voldemort is a genius for a reason. My hand rested in Fla's lap, which she had covered with both of her hands, and slightly leaning on me. I absent-mindedly wondered when that had happened, as I didn't remember sitting this way when the funeral started. Harry sat to my left, also stone-faced. Apparently long hair wasn't in style anymore and he had cut it shorter. The sides were faded close to his head, but the top was a longer scrambled mess that he somehow pulled off. It looked as if every strand was placed in the perfect position to make him somehow look sophisticated, despite its shagginess. Tonks sat on the other side of him. Her hair was colored a shockingly bright pink. I couldn't help but think it suited her more than any other at the moment. A memory of us two, along with Hermione, posing for a picture flashed in my mind and I marveled at how different we were from third year. I couldn't even remember the last time I talked to Hermione, outside of a classroom. She was doing well, of course, top of her class now that Harry and I were done with school. I was happy for her, about as happy as you could be for someone that might as well be a stranger. A part of me missed that childlike innocence that I associated her with. Although I wouldn't trade what I had for the world. I would literally stand there, and watch the world burn for the woman, an unborn child, that sat to my right. With that thought, I calmed my mind with an occlumency exercise. It was something I did quite frequently nowadays. I would let my shield slip a little, so that I could feel the moments that I knew I should. Then, once I felt that I had enough, I would put them back in place and focus up again. I think that is what Snape has fallen victim to. I thought to myself. He has literally had no time to let his shields down. Maybe that is why he is so cold to the world. Some man was giving a speech, but I didn't listen to him, my mind continued to wander to a certain topic. A topic that I had gone over in my head over 100 times in the past few days. The Mind Palace. Even now, my blood was arranged in the shape of a Celtic triad in a room that Harry and I had hijacked in 12 Grimmauld Place. It wouldn't cool or dry because of the enchantment I held it under. Soon, I would venture into my very being, and find what has been lost, or maybe a better term would be hidden. Who, or what, would be powerful enough to take that information from me? I wondered. The same who or what that is responsible for the merge. I had that exact conversation with myself every time I thought about the topic. And I didn't have an answer for myself. If I wasn't so proficient in the mind arts, then I would most likely be riddled with anxiety over the topic. And a couple of months ago, I hadn't even really considered why I had missing/hidden memories. The speaker left the stage, apparently done with whatever the fuck he was talking about. And a few wizards approached Dumbledore's wrapped body. They flicked their wands, and bright, white flames appeared surrounding the body. White smoke poured out of the flames, and obscured the body. The flames rose, obscuring more and more of Dumbledore before eventually disappearing without warning. When the white smoke cleared, a massive marble tomb encased where Dumbledore's body had lain on the table. Hooves sounded to my right, and I turned to see a group of centaurs. They raised their bow just as the mer people began to sing a sad tune. Arrows dotted the sky, and a few wizards and witches cried out, scared. My wand fell into my hand, just in case, but I knew the arrows would fall short. It was a sign of respect from the centaurs to the old headmaster. People began standing up behind us, preparing to leave and let the headmaster have his rest. I was in the front row, and something told me to be the last one to leave, so I stayed put. Fleur, Harry, and Tonks did the same. Mr. Potter, Mr. Black. I heard a familiar voice say from the aisle. I turned my head to see the Minister of Magic, Rufus Scrimgeour, addressing us. I stood up, to properly talk to the man. I held my hand out to Fleur, which she grabbed and used as leverage to pull herself up. Minister. I greeted and gestured to Fleur. My fiancée, Fleur Delacour. I introduced, as Tonks jumped up without the help of Harry. Harry calmly stood up. A pleasure. Rufus said to Fleur. She curtsied to him respectfully but didn't respond. Hello, Minister. Tonks drawled the word out, as if teasingly. Oh yeah, he used to be head orer, Tonks' boss. I thought. I vaguely thought about the two different ways that Fleur and Tonks acted in public, even though they were very similar when it came to how hard they worked and talent. Rufus ignored Tonks' teasing, much to her amusement, and instead shook Harry and I's hands. I have some news for the two of you. The minister said. Harry and I nodded at the man, and waited for him to continue. He didn't, and he looked towards Tonks and Fleur as if suggesting they should give us some privacy. Fleur stepped up beside me, saying everything she needed to without actually speaking. Tonks draped herself over Harry's taller frame, and sent Rufus a look. He got the point because he quickly continued. Yes, well, I have to inform you that Dumbledore left a will, and you two were included. Rufus said. I immediately remembered why he was approaching us about this, and a small slice of anger sprang up in my mind. He's going to stall the reading of the will under some bullshit rule. I remembered. But I have decided to hold it, until my men can clear it under the decree for justifiable confiscation. Scrimgeour said, dropping the bomb. Harry and Tonks stiffened, as the implications hit them. Apparently they both knew what that meant. How? I had no idea. And what is your powerful evidence that the deceased possessions are illegal? I asked the man curiously. Isn't that the wording of the decree? Yes, it is. And we have enough evidence, I assure you, else the Wisengamot wouldn't have approved it. The minister said. He produced an envelope from the inside of his robes and held it out to me. Here is the warrant, if you want to see it. I grabbed it and thought about opening it, instead my other hand grabbed it. I ripped it in half, pretty quickly, showing him what I thought about the idea. Have we not been cordial, Minister? I asked the man, with a different tone in my voice. It didn't affect him. He had been dealing with dangerous people his whole career, and we very used to unsaid threats. You have. Rufus answered. Then why are you determined to fuck me? I asked. I was beyond the point of caring. Fla's hand tightened on my arm, as a warning. This man was running the war all wrong anyway. Give the people a false sense of security while secretly losing more and more people along the way. He didn't learn from his predecessor and was losing the war of attrition. Luckily for him, Harry and I had taken out some very important people the other night, and given him some breathing room. We locked eyes, and he didn't respond. I held his gaze, and I got the impression that he didn't truly know what I was capable of. Which was odd, because he had seen the bodies I had left in my wake the other night. Harry and I are the most powerful people on the light side. His attention is in the wrong place. I thought. I can't deal with this stupidity. I suggest you try to survive, Minister. I might just hand you Voldemort's head on a silver platter. Or maybe I'll wait a little longer, until he turns his gaze to the Ministry. That's what I would do, in his position, now that Dumbledore isn't protecting you. I told the man, serious as a heart attack. Rufus stepped closer to me, in my personal space, and continued to look into my eyes. I didn't move, and didn't react to the move. He wanted to show dominance by backing me down. The problem is that he was in the space of a 17-year-old's face, one who he couldn't intimidate in the slightest. Eventually he realized this, turned and walked away without a word. Was that the wisest move, my love? Fleur said beside me as she squeezed my arm. No, it wasn't. I answered her. I could have handled it better. Yes. Fleur confirmed. But it was hot. She whispered in my ear seductively. I love pregnancy hormones. I thought. Vila hormones are one thing, and then you throw a baby in them and it just increases tenfold. Obviously, I wasn't complaining. Never seen anyone talk to the Minister of Magic that way. Tonks said with a mile-wide grin. That was awesome. I smiled briefly. I wasn't lying, if he doesn't get his shit together, Voldemort will target him. We fell into silence then, and I wondered what Harry was thinking. He hadn't said much all day, opting to observe me interacting with everyone. Although I did see a lot of humor in his eyes when I was talking to the minister. Can I have the addresses? Tonks asked. Oh yeah. I remembered and reached my hand into my robes. I handed her the exact amount of papers that we had for order members. Make sure they burn them. I told her. I'd hate to cast the Fidelius again. I thought to myself. We had gone over who needed to be the secret keeper for a long time, but none of us were willing to endanger anyone we didn't know. So I took the burden on myself. I was a significantly powerful wizard, and it would take a lot to take me down. We also considered Fla's family, but I shot it down quickly. I refused to put them in danger. Everyone else was either too close to Britain, or not powerful enough. In my mind, it didn't matter. If I die, Harry is there to pick up the slack. If we both go out, then everyone needs to get the hell out of Dodge. Fleur would flee back to France, and hopefully someone somewhere would take Voldemort out. But that won't happen. I won't allow it. I feel naked. You are naked. Harry joked back to me. He wasn't wrong. I was naked. As naked gets. Harry, Tonks, and Fleur sat in the ritual room, about 20 feet away from me. And all of them were staring. I had thought Fleur would kick Tonks out, and not allow her to see. I was wrong. Apparently Fleur was so confident in our relationship, that it didn't matter if Tonks watched on. I actually thought it was a form of bragging for Fleur. That didn't mean that I was swinging my willy around in front of them, no. I was facing away from them, to preserve some of my dignity. The ritual required there to be absolutely zero magical influence from any other source. Even the wards didn't apply in the ritual circle. The runes around the Siltric Triad created a bubble that stopped magic from entering. I wore no robes, no underwear, no wand holster, no wand, no necklace, no ring, nothing. Even my hair hung down my head because I cancelled the magic holding it into place. Yeah, he is. Tonks commented. Fleur hummed with a huge smile, loving my position. Is everything ready? I asked, stalling. We've accounted for everything. Harry said with a sigh. We've been over this, Ron, it's time. It's not every day you get to see your soul, your being. I commented. Harry was about to answer but Fleur beat him to it. Pussy. That was like a friendly slap to the face, the kind that says get your act together. So I did, I took a deep breath, clamped down on occlumency and cleared my mind, and stepped forward. A flash of red, and everything changed. No longer was I in 12 Grimmauld Place. Instead I stood in the room of requirement. It was the study room that I had been using since the merge. It looked exactly as it normally did. Except it didn't. There were books laying on the ground, as if they fell from the bookshelves on the wall. Papers lay on the ground, out of place. And the desk looked as if it could have been built better. The windows were warped and out of place. Nothing really made sense. With a thought, the books flew from the ground onto the shelves. I cleared my mind immediately, knowing that this was a representation of my very being. Some things were out of place and maybe they should have been. Or maybe that is the beauty of the Mind Palace. To organize yourself, directly. I pondered. Keep yourself, but improve it, nothing more. I did just that. Papers went back into the desk, or on top of it, neatly. The desk itself shifted to look perfectly built. The walls became symmetrical. The windows became clear, and uniform. As it was happening, my mind cleared. No, that wasn't right. It was as if everything just improved. I couldn't explain it. Information fell into place, quickly and efficiently. When I looked out the window, I saw Hogwarts grounds, and new possibilities with runes, and my magic became obvious. Things that I would have eventually discovered, became apparent, as if I was unlocking them. I walked towards the window, and continued straight through it as if it didn't exist. My magic sang under my skin, and around me. I knew that reaching this connection with your magic, would be the key to double casting. I moved back through the window, and into the room of requirement. My magic returned to its normal state. The room is my mind, the wind is my magic. I realized as I looked around. And the land represents my body. And everything is the soul. I thought. So how do I connect the room with the outside, and my magic? Well, it seems simple, really. I thought to myself. Open the window. The window in front of me swung open, and the euphoric feeling of having almost absolute control over my magic washed over me again and through my brain. I stood there a moment and moved it around under my skin. I waved an arm, and tried to summon a fireball. Nothing happened. I had complete control over my magic, under my skin. I would still need a wand to inflict my will upon the world. But I could imagine learning some wandless magic would be possible. Like maybe a mage light, or something. With that task figured out, my mind turned to the main purpose of my mind walk. So where would I find something that is missing? My eyes were drawn to a specific point on the castle's grounds. A weeping willow, of epic proportions, reached out to the world. With a thought I floated down to it and stood in front of it. There was a single symbol carved into the tree, which I now realized was very, very white. It was a black symbol I was very familiar with. The Deathly Hallows. I stood there for a moment as I pondered the information. The tree, made out of death, for death, to forget death. That is interesting. I stood in front of it knowing that if I touched that tree, I would find what was once lost. I could possibly find the key to defeating Voldemort. But the Deathly Hallows sat on the tree, as a warning. I don't think it meant that if I touched it I would die. But I knew for a fact that death had a lot to do with the knowledge I was about to receive. Dumbledore's voice sounded through the Mind Palace. He greeted death as an old friend. I reached out. A fire. A scream. Smoke. Success. Pain. Unimaginable pain. Peace. My eyes opened, and I was in the same position with my palm on the tree. Although a blue flame was slowly eating away at the tree from the ends of the branches to the center, where the Deathly Hallows sat. The further the flame traveled to the center, the more memories became known. The term Horcrux rang in my skull, and I could grasp the information. Slowly my memories unlocked and images of all of Voldemort's Horcruxes became known one by one. Tom Riddle's diary. Marvolo Gaunt's ring / the Resurrection Stone. Salazar Slytherin's locket. Helga Hufflepuff's cup. Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem. Nagini. And finally, Harry Potter himself. The tree disappeared completely in the blue flame as all the memories came to me. No. No. I was met with the sight of the ritual room in 12 Grimmauld Place. But that wasn't my focus. I turned around to the source of my outburst. My eyes locked onto Harry's scar. The lightning bolt mocked me from its place on his skin. Harry is a Horcrux. I thought. And Dumbledore knew. Dumbledore knew that Harry needed to die for Voldemort to ever be defeated. A memory of Harry standing in front of Voldemort's killing curse flashed through my eyes. What's wrong, Ron? Fleur was in front of me now, worriedly checking me over. My wand flashed into my hand from the other side of the room as I remembered that I was naked. With a negligent flick, I conjured some pants from the air onto my body to cover myself up. I paused, as I felt my magic absolutely sing when it met my wand. I'm fine, I'm fine. I reassured her as I grabbed her face and kissed her. I found the missing memories. I revealed to everyone in the room. Harry stood up, looking concerned. And? He asked. I paced for a moment, thinking on whether or not to tell him. In the end, the answer was obvious. Harry deserved to know. Harry, have you ever considered why you and Voldemort have a connection? I asked. I used to, before the prophecy. Now I just associate the two. Harry answered. Destiny, I guess. I shook my head. Close, but there is a deeper reason. You know that one has to split their soul to create a Horcrux, right? I asked everyone. I got nods from all of them. Well, how do you split your soul? Murder. Harry said. According to Dumbledore. Exactly. I confirmed. Now, what happened the night Voldemort attacked your parents, Harry? Harry stared at me, and he tilted his head sideways thinking about what I was saying. I could tell he was putting two and two together. His hand shot up to his forehead. He murdered them. Harry breathed out, and stumbled for a moment. He's figured it out. I thought. Neither can live, while the other survives. Harry said, staring out into space. What? Tonks said. What does that mean? Harry decided to be the one to break it to her. I'm a Horcrux. Chapter 41, The Deathly Hallows, Chapter 2. Hello everyone. I was surprised to see that only one person in the reviews figured out the solution to Harry's problem. I won't ruin it, though. Dude, it is a crazy time we live in right now. I don't think I need to say anything other than that, right? Anyway, on to the chapter. Author's note at the bottom. Follow me on Instagram at @donaldauthor. Disclaimer, I own nothing. I'm a Horcrux. I sat next to my beloved and nodded my head at Harry. My mind raced as I considered the implications of the information. I looked up at my friend. Harry stood there, gripping the Elder Wand in his right hand, and holding his forehead with his left. His disgust was written all over his face. Voldemort's soul is right here. Harry raged. I want it out. I tried not to look at him with pity, but I knew my eyes gave me away, so I broke eye contact. How do we get it out, Ron? Harry asked, panicking. Panic won't help. Fleur spoke up beside me. Occlumency, Harry. I realized that I wasn't exactly losing control over my emotions. Normally, I would have to actively try in stressful situations, but now that I had absolute control over my magic, it seemed easier to hold it together. Occlumency is magic-based, so it makes sense. I pondered. Harry closed his eyes, and I could tell he was doing as Fleur suggested and getting himself together. He stood there for a few moments, while I considered the situation. Dumbledore raised him to sacrifice himself. I thought. But I have taught Harry to be more selfish, directly undermining that. He'll never walk to his own death. Is it possible to get this thing off of me? Harry asked me now that he was calmer. Dumbledore said that Tom Riddle's diary was a Horcrux. I reasoned. I already knew the ways of destroying Horcruxes, but I didn't want to reveal my meta-knowledge. I had already told the only person I planned on telling, Fleur. That was enough. So we can assume that basilisk venom is one way. I think only extremely powerful spells could also do it. Fiend fire, off of the top of my head. I said, giving them the answer while playing it off as guesses. So I have to kill myself? Harry asked, exasperated. Not an option. Well, that gives me my answer as to whether or not he is willing to sacrifice himself. I thought. Tonks had become deathly quiet and her hair had turned white. No doubt, her mind was running through options like the rest of us. A Horcrux is a piece of a soul, yes. Fleur's voice cut through our conversation. Harry and I looked to her, and we both nodded in confirmation. Yes. I answered. Tell me what you saw in your mind. Fleur said as she stood up. She walked over to where my blood had laid on the ground. Now there was only a charred piece of flooring where it once was. I don't think it was my mind. I answered pretty quickly. I think it was. I paused for a moment, as my mind connected the dots as to what she was suggesting. No way. I thought. Your soul. Fleur answered confidently. She turned back to me, and there wasn't a question in her eyes. Her eyes displayed confidence. The Mind Palace is the answer. Fleur revealed. Harry's head perked up as she said that. I was currently whipping my own ass in my mind because I didn't see it sooner. Of course. I saw everything there. My mind, body, soul. It was all there. I thought as I considered her proposal. That's easy then. Harry said, wanting it to be the answer. Don't be so sure. I told him, thinking back to my own experience. What do you mean? Harry asked. His face pleaded for me not to crush his hope. When I was in, all I did was clean things up a bit, and gain better access to my magic. You'll be doing something completely different. I told him. That'll be a fundamental change. Harry paced a bit, and thought it over before responding. So you don't think I should do it? Oh, that's not it at all. I disagreed. Dumbledore is dead, my friend, and we have been found lacking. You have to do it, but you will have to be more disciplined than I was. Clean up, don't change anything. You might even be able to see the link between you two in there. Expel it, nothing else. For the love of all that is holy, do not let it influence you at all, just get rid of it. And don't forget about the double casting. Harry stared at me for a moment, and thought about it. No doubt, he was feeling scared because of my warning. But I was willing to bet that his fear of the Horcrux outweighed it. Then, without warning, he turned around, waved his wand and his clothes disappeared. I got a great look at his pearly white ass, and immediately started laughing at his little joke. You're blinding me, mate. I said as I held a hand up in front of my eyes like it was the sun. I got a middle finger in return. Nice ass. Tonks commented with a grin, as he walked forward toward where his blood lay on the ground. What ass? Fla's voice said as she walked back up and stood beside me. I snorted at the joke, and once again we got a middle finger from Harry. Harry stood there for a few moments staring at his blood on the ground. After a while, I decided to give him another warning. Complete control. I said, knowing that he got the message. Fleur huffed beside me and rolled her eyes. Pussy. She said. Harry walked forward into the ritual, and immediately went as still as a statue. The blood around him lit up in a green flame. How long did it take me? I asked Fleur beside me. 30 seconds. She answered. That fuzz. An eerie howling rang throughout the room, interrupting what I was about to say and causing us to cover our ears. I looked up to Harry and saw a black smoke-like ichor pour out of his head and into the air around him. It coalesced into a screaming face, and once again, the howling tore through the room. The whole time, Harry's body didn't move. I gripped my wand a little tighter, and prepared myself to intervene, although I knew that I couldn't do it while he was still in the ritual. And then, as quick as it came, it dissipated into the air, and traveled upwards through the ceiling onto whatever afterlife parts of souls go to. I expected Harry to come out of his mind palace immediately, but that didn't happen. The room became very, very quiet now that the Horcrux wasn't screaming because of its death. Fleur, Tonks, and I stared at Harry, waiting to see some sign that he was okay. We didn't for another minute. I estimated that it was the minute-and-a-half mark that the green flame burned out all of his blood on the floor and Harry moved again. I stepped forward, in front of Fleur and Tonks, prepared to face Voldemort looking through Harry's eyes. Instead, Harry's emerald green met mine as he turned around. He was heaving, as if he just ran a marathon. A black ink-like substance ran down the right side of his face and onto his neck. It looked like tar at first, but more active. Small tendrils would wither for a second before falling still. Tonks gasped beside me at the sight of his face. You all right, mate? I asked, hesitantly. Harry nodded, and the movement caused him to feel the liquid on his face. He reached up and touched the soul residue and frowned in disgust. That fucking hurt. Harry said as he walked forward and grabbed his wand on the floor. With a flick, the ichor disappeared from his face. But it's gone. Are you sure? I asked, quickly. 100%. Harry replied confidently. And you're right, I could see the connection. What did it look like? I asked a little too curiously. It was a mirror, and when I passed by it, I saw Tom. Harry explained. And then I could see through his eyes. So I destroyed the mirror. Harry answered. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding, and relaxed for a moment. I wanted to make more inquiries, but it was his mind palace and I didn't want to intrude on such a personal thing. It literally represented all he was. How do you feel? I asked him. I personally felt amazing, like everything was crystal clear. Information came to the front of my mind quickly and efficiently. My magic rolled under my skin, completely controlled and ready to enact my will. Like I had a Hogwarts-sized burden on my shoulders, and it's been lifted. Harry answered with a smile. And tired. He added on at the end. I agreed with him. The stress of the day was catching up to me also, but my rituals didn't allow me to get tired easily. What now? Tonks summed up our thoughts, now that the rituals had happened. There were a couple of things I could think of off the top of my head. Helga Hufflepuff's stub, Salazar Slytherin's locket, Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem, and Nagini are all that are left now. And then we have to actually succeed in killing Voldemort. I thought to myself. When I answered Tonks, it was none of these. Instead my stomach had defeated my brain and willpower. Dinner. I can't tell him. I told Fleur. We were laying in bed. I stared at her massive pregnancy belly, and rubbed my hand all over it. The little human in there squirmed around, apparently sensing my presence. I smiled, and realized I would burn the world down for the baby inside. No, I don't think you should. Fleur agreed as she ran her hands through my hair. I don't know how much the ritual actually affected him. I reasoned. Fleur moaned in approval. What if it changes him? I asked. Like it did Grindelwald. You can't control that. Fleur retorted. So why worry? I can't help it, unfortunately. He's my best friend. I answered her quickly. Your only friend? Fleur teased. I smiled, used to her telling me that I needed to interact with people more. Apparently I was a bit of a workaholic. I couldn't exactly disagree with her. I have you. I said, trying to distract her with mushiness. She just raised an eyebrow, not buying it at all. I smiled, knowing that it didn't work. I'll have to come up with a story, to explain how I know of the other Horcruxes. I said, bringing up another topic. How will you do it? Fleur asked. She knows I already have a plan. I thought. Well, I think the most believable thing would be to make him believe Dumbledore told me. I said, revealing the simple plan. I was thinking of making a dummy Dumbledore notebook, and just forge his handwriting that lists the Horcruxes, but say nothing else. I feel like that would be something he would do. He will ask why you haven't brought it up in the last few days. Fleur said, trying to find flaws in the argument. I thought for a moment before answering. I could claim that he cracked my runic code to the journals and put a timer on when the words would show up in my notebook. Harry saw his brilliance firsthand the night Dumbledore died and would believe it. Fleur nodded, satisfied. That'll work. What about if he asks about the hidden information in your mind? That brought up another problem. Before the ritual, I wouldn't have believed death existed as an entity. But the symbol on the willow tree in my mind palace made me question that belief. Someone extremely powerful had to do it, there had to be some explanation. If it was a wizard, they would be the most powerful wizard ever even conceived. I don't even know what caused that taboo for me, all I know is that I can now understand the concept of Horcruxes. And I also know what and where the Horcruxes are. I said. I could just say that it was a byproduct of an earlier ritual. One that I messed up. Fleur hummed and thought about it. It seems like a shallow answer. I agreed with her, of course. It is. But that's because I don't even have answers. We fell into silence after that, and I continued to poke and prod her stomach gently while she played with my hair. I almost went to sleep a couple of times. What happens after the Horcruxes? Fleur asked. I thought about that, and the time frame I had to work with. Well, I would like to avoid Voldemort's takeover of the Ministry. I answered. August 1 St. Fleur said. I had already told her it was coming. Yes. I said, simply. That is less than a month away. She whispered. I knew what she was thinking about. The baby. Her due date was rapidly approaching, and it wouldn't be a stretch to say that she could give birth around the same time. I don't want my child coming into a world where Voldemort still lives. I told her truthfully. I guess I will have to hold her in until then. Fleur said matter-of-factly. Her? I asked. Are you so sure? I am her mother, of course I am sure. Fleur said as confident as she was the world was round. I smiled, perfectly okay with having a daughter. In fact, it sounded perfect. I just have to figure out how to break into Gringotts without the goblins hating me until the end of time. I said. Fleur smiled, as if she knew something I didn't. I think I can help with that. Look at what I found in my notebook. Harry craned his neck and looked down at the notebook in my hands. At the top, Dumbledore's name was drawn rather spectacularly. Salazar Slytherin's locket. Helga Hufflepuff's cup. Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem. Nagini, the snake. Harry's eyes roamed over the writing. Horcruxes. I nodded and smiled. Harry's reaction actually seemed much more controlled than I expected. That's a relief. I thought he said there were 7. Harry said with a big sigh. There is the reaction I wanted. I thought. 3 have already been destroyed. I answered quickly. Tom Riddle's diary. The Gaunt family's ring. And you. Harry nodded. So now that we know what it is, we just have to track down where they are at. Harry said, a little relieved. Well, I have been thinking about that. I said. Who was in possession of Tom Riddle's diary? Wasn't it Lucius? Harry asked. Yab. What if he repeated that mistake, and trusted some of his inner circle with the Horcruxes? I asked, making a reasonable jump to a conclusion. That would make sense. Harry said. But how do we know which ones? We won't. I lied. But I already asked Nott and Snape to look into it. They haven't responded. It was all a lie, of course. I was going to pull the same trick as I did with Dumbledore. Make a dummy notebook and forge Nott and Snape's handwriting to give us the answers. So what do we do now? We wait. Harry asked, a little frustrated. Not exactly. I told him, and held up a necklace. It was the fake Slytherin locket from the cave. I've been thinking about what RAB means. Harry didn't answer, instead he just stared at me, waiting for me to continue, so I did. What was Sirius Brother's name? I asked. Harry, once again didn't answer me, and just waited for me to continue. Just tell me you found one, mate. I'm becoming predictable. I realized. And he isn't even questioning when I did all this research. Fine. Regulus Arcturus Black, fell in with the Death Eaters sometime during school. Disappeared at the end of the war. Nobody knows what happened to him. I answered Harry. Harry sighed. So another dead end? How will he be able to help us? Who was around then? That must have been close with Sirius' mysterious brother. I asked dramatically. Sirius? Harry asked, jumping to the obvious conclusion. I shook my head, and waited for him to guess again. Creaker. The house elf appeared in front of Harry and I with a pop. The old elf looked up at us with a little less content than he used to. Blood Traitor Masters. Creaker mumbled to us. I rolled my eyes. Exactly. I said, confirming Harry's guess. Creaker let out a cry, as his eyes saw what was dangling from my hand. How does Filthy Masters have Master Regulus Locket? Creaker cried out. His hand moved to snap, and I just reacted without thinking. Before he could bring his arm up, I had closed the distance and my wand was at his throat. Enough. I commanded, and he obeyed. Creaker cowed beneath my wand and command. Now that I was a black in name, he had to obey me. I felt bad for a moment as I saw the reaction, but put it in the back of my mind. It needed to be done. You recognize this? I asked the house elf. Creaker nodded his head. Do you know where the real one is? I asked him. He didn't respond at first. Instead, he bowed his head and started mumbling. Creaker failed master. Creaker couldn't destroy it, he couldn't. I jumped on the opportunity. I can, Creaker. I can destroy it. I said. Creaker's eyes snapped up to me. Filthy master lies. Creaker hissed. That actually surprised me, I didn't expect him to react so strongly. Bring it to me, now. I commanded the elf. Creaker flinched as if I had just hit him, and his head twitched. He didn't obey immediately. Is he fighting against the command? I wondered, surprised at the elf's loyalty to his old master. After a cry, where Creaker's magic apparently hurt him, he raised a hand and snapped. The most malicious feeling thing I had ever sensed appeared in the room and dropped to the floor in front of me. Instantly my mental shields were assaulted with powerful emotions. I blocked it easily, and threw it off of my mind. I looked to see that Harry was staring at the object, curiously. He seemed intrigued, but didn't have the same reaction I did. It made sense. He had lived with one in his head for all of his life, must have just been used to it. My wand rose and I brought the most destructive thought I could think of to the forefront of my mind. A small, snake-like flame appeared out of my wand and slithered over to the locket. I dominated the will of the flame and kept it small and controlled. I did not want to almost lose control over the fiend fire like last time. Although, I noticed it was much easier to control this time. Its whispers were easily thrown out of my mind and didn't affect me at all. As soon as it touched the locket, black smoke poured out of it and tried to coalesce into the air like it did with Harry. However, the fiend fire didn't allow it to. With a sizzling sound, the black smoke was actually eaten up by the flame. It was the weirdest thing. It looked like I was watching a fire in reverse. Normally, black smoke will billow out of the fire, not into it. It was fascinating. And then, just as quick as it started, the black smoke stopped, and I cut off the magic to the fiend fire. When it disappeared, I looked around for any trace of the Horcrux. I was unsuccessful. That was the problem with fiend fire, it left almost no trace of the object. I just destroyed one of the most powerful wizards of all time's locket. A priceless artifact that people would kill for. I realized. And I am going to do it to 2 more objects. Bloody hell, is that what it looked like? Harry asked beside me. Yours was worse, the fiend fire controlled it a bit more. And there was no screeching. I thought I was going to burst my eardrums with yours. I answered him. Master destroyed it. Master destroyed it. Kriaker exclaimed, and looked to me with a smile. It was the first time I had ever seen him smile. It was actually extremely creepy and I didn't like it. It did not slip my mind that he didn't call us blood traitor or filthy master. Now we just have to do that 3 more times. I said, as the elf disappeared. Probably to go clean somewhere. Seems easy enough. Chapter 42, The Deathly Hallows, Chapter 3. Hello everyone. I was worried about the response from people on the ease with which Ron has dealt with the Horcruxes so far, but it wasn't necessary. From the reviews, everyone seemed to agree with it, because Harry and Ron are so powerful right now, and Ron has already shown proficiency with Fiend Fire. This is literally the reason that I decided to hide the memories of Horcruxes from Ron. I felt that the story would be over and done within 5 chapters otherwise, because of his access to basilisk venom. The only problem would have been with Hufflepuff's cup, which is in Gringotts, but there are a few ways to do that for someone with enough nerve. Really, after revealing the information to Dumbledore, he could have handled it. So I wanted to drag the story out, because I liked how I had it planned, and it would help me practice my writing more. Figured I would give you all a little insight as to why I used that particular crutch. On to the chapter. Follow me on Instagram at @donaldauthor. Disclaimer, I own nothing. Bellatrix. Harry looked up from the book he had in his lap. From a quick look at the cover, it was on some obscure healing spells for some of the particularly nasty dark curses. I would ask if you're sure. Harry began. But I know better. Not, or Snape. I smiled at his faith in me. He really has learned to roll with the punches, hasn't he? Not. Said that her and Tom are too close for it to be anyone else. I lied. The words were in my journal in case he wanted to see it, but apparently his faith in me was absolute. Harry nodded, content with the answer, and closed the book in his lap. All right, so that poses a major problem. Harry said. I looked at him, as we normally did with each other, and waited for him to continue. It was a little game we liked to play, when one thought they knew more than the other. If she is always near the Dark Lord, then getting to her will be difficult. Harry explained, taking the route the conversation normally would go. That's assuming she has the cup on her, or near her at all times. I said, trying to lead him down the path I wanted him to go. Harry frowned. Lucius obviously kept his clothes. You don't think she would do the same? He asked. I wouldn't. Nagini is always by Voldemort's side, I wouldn't keep two so close together. I said. I actually wouldn't know what I would do with a Horcrux, I was just trying to manipulate Harry into finding the answer. Well, if that's true, then where would she keep it? With her mental state, it seems impossible to predict it. Harry reasoned. That's actually a good point. I thought. I tilted my head sideways, as if I just had a really good thought. That's a good point, why would Voldemort trust her with it? I asked. She's his most loyal. Harry answered quickly. Right, so maybe he only used something only she has access to, because he knows he can get to it at any time. I said, using a tone of voice like I was thinking through a problem. It reminded me of Nicolas Cage in National Treasure. I don't follow. Harry admitted as he heard that. Fuck it, let's just say it. Gringotts, right under everyone's nose. I said as if I had an epiphany. Harry frowned, and he brought a hand up, running it through his messy hair. That would be a huge middle finger to the wizarding world. Helga Hufflepuff's cup, tainted with his soul, and right at the heart of Britain's main wizarding zone. Harry said. I laughed at that. If that is true, then how do we confirm it, and once that's done, how do we get it? Harry said. There is a reason wizards trust Gringotts with their money. I happen to know someone who used to work there, and she won't deny me. I said with a grin. Harry snorted. That's the bloody truth. He teased. We fell into a silence then, and I thought about how to get into Gringotts without becoming hated by the entire race. A plan began to form, but it required a lot of luck and a lot of research. Did Snape say anything? Harry asked, breaking me out of my thoughts. Thank you for allowing me that opportunity, Harry. I thought as happiness spread throughout my body. Yes, and I'm going to investigate it tomorrow. I told him. McGonagall has asked that I come see her at Hogwarts. Harry looked at me questioningly. What for? The defense against the dark arts position is open. I answered with a smile. It's an interview. Harry smiled at the news. That's awesome, mate. He said. I could see that he wasn't that happy in his eyes, so I decided to ease his fears. I won't abandon you to do this alone, my friend. I told him. You may be too busy. Harry said quickly, and before I could interrupt, he continued. But it's fine. This is my burden to bear, you've already done more than anyone can expect. I ignored his last sentence. Shut the hell up. I'm in this until the end. My child will not be born in a world where Voldemort is still a threat. I revealed. Fleur is due at the end of July. Harry scoffed, as if he didn't believe me. Then you know my timeline. I told him, serious as a heart attack. Harry just stared at me like I was crazy. You think there is one at Hogwarts? He asked, bringing us back to what we were talking about. I nodded, allowing the change in topic. Snape said that Tom regularly brags of his curse on the opposition, and that when he interviewed for the position, it would have presented an opportunity to plant one on Hogwarts grounds somewhere. I lied to him once again. It was beginning to worry me how good I was at it. Harry shook his head. Another middle finger to the wizarding world. Harry said. Tom is a very sentimental person, it seems. I agree. And I know exactly where I would hide one on Hogwarts. I told him. The room. Harry guessed. It wasn't that hard to figure it out, considering we had spent more time in the roar than we had in classes by far. Yes. And if it isn't there? You'll have to check the chamber. I told him, trying to act like I didn't already know where the diadem was. Harry nodded. No problem, fiend fire shouldn't be too hard. He shrugged as he said it. I looked at him, a little disappointed. Don't take it lightly. I almost killed all of us in the cave. I chastised him. You have no idea the concentration necessary for some of these medical spells. Harry said, pointing at the book on the table beside us. Well, he's right about that. I thought. He knows of my plans, but I don't think I have ever asked of his after all of this is done. Speaking of. I began. You plan on going anywhere with that? Healing is very lucrative. I asked. Harry nodded. Eventually, but I think that I'll try my hand as an auror first. We'll have a lot to clean up, if we are successful. I immediately corrected him. Optimism goes a long way, I say. When we are successful. Hogwarts seemed oblivious to the war that was about to begin raging in Wizarding Britain. She's just as beautiful as ever. I thought as I looked at her towering spires. Last night, there had been a mass breakout at Azkaban. I had gotten word early, and immediately stopped the order from mobilizing. Mad-Eye, Tonks, and Kingsley had ignored me because of their jobs, but the orders obeyed. All three of the Aurors, and Bill, had called me a coward. I simply told them that the Dementors had turned on us, and there was no keeping the prisoners there anymore. We simply couldn't fend off Dementors, Death Eaters, Voldemort himself, and still transport prisoners to a new prison that would have to be built that night. It wasn't feasible, and I wouldn't fight a battle that was already lost. No, I would save the lives I could, and strike when I knew it was appropriate. August 1st. I recited. Voldemort dies, or we do. The front gate swung open to reveal Headmaster McGonagall standing there, waiting on me. Mr. Black. She greeted me with a smile. Hello, Headmaster. I greeted back. Please use Professor. I think of Albus every time I hear Headmaster. She said. Her face didn't drop into a frown, but I could tell her mood dropped slightly. You deserve it, Professor. I told her. There is a reason he recommended you. McGonagall smiled again. If the board has their way, Hogwarts will have a completely new staff soon. Oh, I forgot about the board. You'll keep your position. I told her, without room for argument. We both knew that I was implying a significant use of magical power to enforce the statement. We cannot allow his influence on the next generation. I continued. Not for a second. I agree. McGonagall said simply. She turned around and started walking back towards the castle. I caught up to her and walked beside her. Albus all but demanded you be the next defense against the dark arts professor. McGonagall said as we walked. Why is that? Mr. Black. Without him here, there is nobody capable of stopping Voldemort from walking in and taking Hogwarts. I told her. And you believe you are his equal? She asked. Had this been 2 years ago, or last year, she wouldn't have believed the claim. Soon, I will prove it. I told her, completely confident. She didn't respond, and we continued to walk through the grounds, on the way to the entrance to the castle. I spent most of the time trying to memorize how Hogwarts looked, in case it was permanently altered in the near future. When we reached the doors, McGonagall had done enough thinking apparently. Get your mastery approved, and the position is yours, Ronald. If Dumbledore is right, I'll need you for the upcoming year. McGonagall told me. I knew it was a dismissal, but I wasn't done at Hogwarts. This will all be over by the time the school year rolls around. I promise. The paperwork is already in. I told her, accepting the proposition. And a very large donation by Sirius will see it approved. McGonagall nodded, accepting the answer. Snape hasn't been charged for his murder, but everyone knows. That will be held against you. You and Sirius were wise. When Sirius first proposed it to me, I had been confused at first. Then I got angry at the system that helped those with money already. In the end, he was right. We were skipping around 6 months of an apprenticeship normally required. We added a little more for them to ignore Snape's name at the top also. It had been an interesting meeting that opened my eyes to the real world. It'll get approved. I replied. Good. I will send you what is expected from you in the next few days. Books required, curriculum, those sorts of things. McGonagall said, dismissing me again. I hope you don't mind if I head up to the 7th floor, Professor. I have something I need to retrieve. I said as I moved past her and opened the door to the castle. Make it quick. Mr. Black. McGonagall said as she walked off in another direction. Dumbledore's influence reaches past his death, it seems. I thought as I noticed she didn't even question what I needed to do in the castle. It was an amazing thing having the trust of very important people. That was the weirdest interview I have ever had. I couldn't help but think as I reached the stairs. But the only jobs I ever got, I got because I knew someone on the inside. That was true too. Every job I had in my last life, I had someone that had already gotten my job before the interview ever happened. It's not what you know. It's who you know. The door materialized from the wall right in front of my eyes, as it had 1,000 times before. I walked through it confidently. Immediately I saw the signs of the fight the month before. Scorch marks lined the ground and some of the objects around me where the Order had engaged the Death Eaters that entered the school through the vanishing cabinet. Curious, my feet led me down the familiar path towards the cabinet. I looked for the diadem on the way, but I knew the room would provide it to me with a thought, so I didn't stress on it. Instead, I soon found myself in front of a runic pattern on the ground, surrounding the vanishing cabinet. Only there was something that was out of place. 5 runes, carved by someone's hand that was not mine, surrounded my runic trap. They were strategically placed to destabilize the entire cluster. It didn't make them obsolete, just confused the cluster enough to make it mundane. All that work, for 5 runes to completely dismantle it. I thought. Damn you, Dumbledore. I said to myself as I deduced the culprit. I couldn't decide if I was impressed, or mad at his desire to die on his own terms. My anger at him flew out the window pretty quickly when I realized that I would have done the same thing in his position. The Order, plus Harry and I, were there to protect the students. And it was on the 7th floor, close to the astronomy tower. There was a very low risk of any casualties outside of himself. Maybe he didn't plan on Harry and I to take such a radical stance towards the Death Eaters. I flicked my wand, and the vanishing cabinet erupted in flames. I stared at the magical flame as it ate through the wood faster than should be possible. After a few moments, it was a pile of ash. Then, with a thought, the room morphed. A simple table appeared in front of me. On top of the table was a mold of a human head, a mannequin. Ravenclaw's diadem sat on the brow of the mannequin proudly. I reached out with my magic to feel it, and got nothing. There was no malice, like the previous Horcruxes. Nor did it entice me into wearing it. It wouldn't have mattered, but I was glad it didn't. Fiend fire blazed from my wand and engulfed the necklace. This time, the black smoke-like inky substance exploded as the fire touched it. I didn't have any time to be shocked at the reaction because the inky substance coalesced into about 5 tentacles. It looked like something out of a horror movie. Then it attacked. My left hand rose, and a silver shield covered in runes intercepted a tentacle. With my attention split, the fiend fire grew in size significantly. Instead of dominating it like I normally did, I let it grow while directing its fury to the Horcrux. The fire spread quickly and started to consume the inky tendrils of Voldemort's soul. Another inky tentacle slapped on my shield, and bounced off with a thud. And then, with a low crooning sound, the inky substance fell to the ground, where it was engulfed in flame. I dropped my shield, and at the same time the fiend fire disappeared from the world, leaving almost no evidence to its presence. Ravenclaw's diadem was nowhere to be found, telling me that I was successful in my destruction of it. I stood there for a moment, shocked at the reaction from the Horcrux. I didn't know what to think. The first 2 Horcruxes had reacted, but none had actually attacked me in any physical way. Nor did the books or movies imply such a thing was possible. What the fuck? The sitting room in 12 Grimmauld Place was full for the first time in a long time. Most people were mingling with each other, having whispered conversations of the state of the world. They must have been thinking why I called them here, after I told them not to oppose Voldemort at Azkaban. They were probably wondering why the hell they even obeyed a 17-year-old kid. Or why we were having a get-together instead of doing something about Voldemort's slow takeover of the government. They saw the bodies Harry and I left in our wake the night Dumbledore died, that's why they obeyed. I answered my own question. But is it fear or respect? Fleur sat on the couch, allowing everyone to fawn over her and the belly that poked out of her robes. It looked like she was going to pop at any moment. She kept giving me looks out of the side of her eyes. All right, everyone. I said to get everyone's attention. I succeeded. I stood in front of the fireplace, looking out to the crowd of whoever was left in the order. Everyone that could make it, was here. Including McGonagall and Flitwick. Even some members of my old family were present, although they didn't look at me very often. You all are unhappy with me. I began. Yet. A familiar voice said in the crowd, George. Normally, he would have had a much more witty response. He was not joking this time though. So I want to explain myself first, and then I have an announcement to make about the war. I said, getting my intention out in the air. I waited for someone to respond to the announcement. Nobody spoke up for a while, but apparently Kingsley couldn't hold his tongue. Good wizards died the other night, Ron. Kingsley barked out. And more would have, had we mobilized. I retorted quickly. The person to your left, might not have made it. For a hopeless cause. I continued. Hopeless cause? Tonks raged. How is THA? I didn't want this to dissolve into a screaming match, so I did the only thing I could think of. I remembered how Dumbledore had brought his magic out during the fight with Voldemort in the Ministry Atrium, and how it nearly floored me. I was confident I was close to his level, so I did the same. It was similar to how I sensed the world through magic, except turned up to 11 with no regard for finesse. Enough. I interrupted her. The whole room tensed then, as they felt my magic. My ego grew a little, because I knew it was oppressive and powerful after all the training and hard work I had put into it over the past few years. The Dementors turned on us. I told them. From that point on, the battle was lost. You don't know that. Kingsley retorted. I do. I said firmly. And so did Voldemort. The truth is, the Ministry proved itself incapable of keeping criminals in jail years ago. Azkaban doesn't matter, in the grand scheme of things. I exclaimed, getting frustrated. It provides no value. Everyone important had already escaped. Before anyone could protest and argue, I continued. I am trying to play the long game like Dumbledore. You think you can fill his shoes, boy? Mad I was the one to challenge me this time. My answer came to me quickly. Merlin himself couldn't fill Dumbledore's shoes. I replied, and then moved on before I could be interrupted once again. August 1 St. I said. What happens August 1 St? This time, it was Harry to ask the question. Everyone turned to where he stood, leaning against a door frame, unimpressed with our squabbling. I had a slight jealous moment, before I squashed it. The effect he had on everyone was impressive. When he talked, they listened. Voldemort makes his move. That is the date he plans to take over the Ministry. In broad daylight. I revealed. Harry frowned at the information. No doubt, he was wondering why I hadn't told him yet. How do you know? Kingsley asked me angrily, apparently not forgetting about the other night or our argument. He's mad I insulted the Ministry. I deduced. Snape, and another contact I have in the Death Eater's numbers have both confirmed the information. I answered. Everyone fell quiet as they processed the information. I could literally feel the gears turning in everyone's mind in front of me. Everyone except Fleur, of course. She just looked at me like she wanted to jump me. I winked at her. How? Harry asked, before everyone else. Apparently, he has been placing people in very important positions over the past few months. They've infiltrated everything. Every department. And nobody has noticed. I revealed, not really hiding anything and yet not giving a lot of information away. I don't have names, all I have is a date. Harry nodded. Okay, August 1 St. He said, coming to terms with the date right there on the spot. Nothing else needed, just acceptance. I've created a monster. He's not afraid of anything anymore. But at least I have his full trust. I thought to myself as I realized my best friend was about that smoke. Do you have a plan? Kingsley said, his voice way more even now that I had revealed everything. The best plans of mice and men often go awry. I quoted to him. My plan is simple. We lie in wait, and when they make their move, so do we. My plan is that we fight for our lives and the lives of everyone in the country. Nothing held back. Either we stop him, or we don't. That's why I didn't want anyone going to Azkaban needlessly. Everyone will be needed for August 1 St. Nobody objected to that. The looks I got before the meeting were ones of contempt. Now, they looked at me in a different light. What light that was, I couldn't say. August 1 St. Kingsley said. Then, it was like it was choreographed. Everyone echoed me with their own. August 1 St. I nodded to everyone, happy that we had an agreement and a common goal again. Get your affairs in order. War comes. A/N, boom. Chapter 43, The Deathly Hallows, Chapter 4. Hello everyone. Well, courage hit 1000 favs sometime in the night, and Conquer hit 1000 followers right before I went to bed last night. So I guess you could say I am very happy about that. Both of them accomplished this YAEI before this FIC did, so I hope they continue on a similar track. Thank you guys for the support, I feed off of it to tell you the truth. Anyway, the bittersweet feeling of approaching the end of a FIC is starting to form in my mind. Voleur d'Aim has only a few chapters left. I will not drag it on. We're at the point where I just wrap up certain plot lines, and get to the climax. I'm going to try and update next Sunday, but it is Father's Day here in the States. I do plan on traveling home and spending it with my father, so there is a possibility that my work schedule doesn't allow me to write during the week, but I'll try and grind it out for you guys. I also have a vacation the weekend after that, so it's possible I miss 2 weeks straight. But I feel like it would be a bad idea to leave y'all waiting, so I'm gonna try and spend all my free time getting it done. Follow me on Instagram at @donaldauthor. Disclaimer, I own nothing. The cloak of invisibility was an odd thing to get right. It drug on the ground behind me, and would easily be stepped on by others around you or yourself. Just because it was invisible, didn't mean it was intangible. I had to hold it out in front of me, so that I wouldn't step on it. It was even worse, when Harry's breath filled the air beside me. I elbowed him for the 15th time since donning the Deathly Hallow, and shot him a look. He returned it with the same amount of aggravation. The marble steps of Gringotts didn't help this process at all. I didn't worry about it too much, considering there were so many people around me, heading into and out of the massive bank. If someone did see my feet, they wouldn't be able to tell because of the crowd. But there was the possibility of the crowd not seeing us and just running into us. Sirius and Fleur walked in front of me. Fleur had one hand on her belly, and another grabbing Sirius' hand as she walked up the steps. She made a show of it, for everyone around her, but I knew she could take it much faster. I had a feeling she was enjoying the happy looks everyone would shoot her way. She's pretty much always glowing nowadays. I thought as I saw everyone's faces light up when she passed. I just hope this goes well. Normally I wouldn't even consider the idea of her accompanying me on this expedition. But the odds of success improved drastically with her involved. In fact, it would have been a much different plan, had she not been involved. We reached the doors to Gringotts and entered quickly. Sirius acted the gentleman and opened the door for her and everything. He held it open just a little bit longer, so that we could also pass into the bank. Immediately, a goblin was in front of Sirius. Apparently, being Lord Black got you a lot of special treatment from the Bank of the Wizarding World. How can Gringotts assist you today, Lord Black? The important goblin asked. He wore much more expensive clothing than the others of his kind around the waiting area of the bank. I absent-mindedly wondered if Sirius had let them know we were coming beforehand. My daughter-in-law has yet to see the trust fund we set up for her at the news of her pregnancy. She holds the next generation of Blacks, you understand. Sirius recited, perfectly acting the part. We had gone over a script for the trip, and decided that misdirection was best when dealing with goblins. So he didn't let them know. I deduced from the conversation. Must just have a really fast response time for important people. Just a trip to the vault, then? The Master Goblin asked with a grin. That's right. Sirius confirmed, returning the grin. I think we will need special accommodations, for Mrs. Delacour's current state. The rail does not seem appropriate for one so far along. The Master Goblin offered as he turned in the direction of the back of the bank. On that we will have to agree. I think the carpet would do much better, no? Sirius proposed. And this was the whole point of Fleur coming. Goblins, by nature or culture it didn't matter, heavily focused on the young. They saw their worth as the next generation, and placed a lot of emphasis on their protection and comfort. This extended to wizards. So when a pregnant client comes for a visit to their vault, they bring out the flying carpet. Obviously, you can't take the rail, and you can't take a broom pregnant either. Walking would take impossibly long also. So they had very special permission from the Ministry of Magic to use a magic carpet to transport pregnant clients to and fro. Fleur had come across the information on accident during her employment under Gringotts, and thought it interesting. The best part is that the carpet is forced to go extremely slow out of consideration of the client. I think you're right, Lord Black. Follow me. The Master Goblin said. We did as he said, slowly so that Harry and I wouldn't be discovered. Fleur was here for one reason, to slow everything down. There was a reason we went with this plan over the countless others we had thought of. Sirius and Fleur really would go see the trust vault he set up for her. Harry and I would fly off right after the thief's downfall, which presented another set of problems. Our answer to those problems was simple. The cloak of invisibility. The thief's downfall has no effect on the cloak of invisibility. It was possible to complete the task without Fleur and Sirius involvement, but there is a serious risk that we are discovered while breaking in and destroying the cup. If that is the case, then the bank will immediately go into lockdown mode and we'll need a way out. That's why Sirius and Fleur were with us, to provide us that opportunity to leave. We stepped through a door, that was not the normal door to the vaults. Instead of immediately being brought to the mining cart of doom, we stepped inside the mines that held the vaults of wizards. The ground turned from marble to stone, but it was carved just as immaculately as the marble was. It was smooth, and looked frequently cleaned. It also had a view like a cliff overlooking the sea, except it was a massive cavern. The cliff dropped straight down, deep into the heart of the goblin colony. I couldn't see the bottom of the massive hole in the ground, even with lights that ran all the way down. What I could see was how the vaults got of a higher quality as they got lower. I could also see where I thought the vaults ended and the goblin colony started, but I couldn't be sure. A spectacular view, the Master Goblin declared. One that you aren't able to see from the rails. I never get tired of it, Sirius said. I wondered if he had ever taken the carpet before this trip. He hadn't brought it up when we asked him to be a part of the plan, but he never did bring up a lot of his past. Unless it was telling Harry stories of the marauders. A beautiful red square-like object rose from the depths of the cavern, heading towards us. The magic carpet, I deduced as it came into view. You wizards neglect the earth, for the skies and sea. I'll never understand it, the Master Goblin said, making conversation with Sirius. I continued to look around the cavern, and soon spotted the rails that lead to the majority of the vaults near the same level that we were. There were so many that I couldn't make out which ones were connected and which ones weren't. The most obvious feature was the massive waterfall that was the thief's downfall. It flowed to our right, over the beginning of the rails. I couldn't see where it started, only that it was above us. It doesn't even look like real water, I thought as I observed it fall. Another 5 minutes of looking but not really seeing anything of note, and the carpet finally arrived before us. It floated right up to the edge, offering its cloth for anyone brave enough to step on it. Around 10 minutes to do what we need to, I told myself as the Master Goblin stepped onto the carpet. Once he tested its sturdiness for us, he opened his arm as a signal to get on. Sirius went first, and then stepped towards the goblin and extended his hand out to Fleur. That was when Harry and I stepped right beside Fleur and got on the carpet. I had to beat back the instincts that told me I would cause the thin material to collapse and fall to my death. Stop being a bitch, you can literally fly, I told myself as the carpet held my weight. Fleur grabbed Sirius' hand and stepped on. The Master Goblin, along with Sirius and Fleur, moved towards the front of the carpet looking towards their destination. Harry and I stayed towards the back, where we could jump off at any moment. It didn't take long for the opportunity to present itself. The carpet moved to our right, instead of heading back the direction it came. This led us right under the massive water of the thief's downfall. I tensed, as one normally would when traveling under a waterfall, but nothing touched me as we moved through it. I didn't feel a thing. I hadn't been in Gringotts vaults too many times in my life. Arthur and Molly never wanted their kids to see the sad state it was always in, so they would have us play in Diagon Alley while they visited. I'd only visited a handful of times, and that was after Harry and I opened our own vault during 4th year, for the money we got for the carcass of the basilisk. Each time, the thief's downfall caught my gaze and my wonder. I could think of a handful of ways to enchant water to dispel certain enchantments. But I didn't know how I would turn it intangible. Harry bumped my hand. Once. Twice. 3 times. Then we stepped off of the carpet in sync. My magic went to my backup wand to activate the enchantments that allowed me to fly. Harry and I barely fell a foot in the air after we stepped off. It was executed perfectly. Harry grabbed my arm, to make sure I stayed close, and then we tilted straight down and started flying/falling. I stayed by his side, so that the cloak wouldn't fall off of our forms and let him guide me. Both of us knew the way to the Lestrange's vault. There was a certain floor of the mine that held all of the richest families' vaults. Most of them were a part of the sacred 28 families, but that wasn't universal, for example, the Malfoys. On that floor, there were only 28 vaults. Normally, there would be hundreds on a floor. That was how big and rich these specific families' vaults were. And we were heading straight that direction. Sirius and Fleur were about 100 feet above us and descending when Harry pulled us up and we landed on the floor that would lead us to the Lestrange vault. I immediately got out from under the cloak and applied my own disillusionment charm on myself. I would have done this earlier if it wasn't for the thief's downfall that would unravel the magic. Thank Merlin, I said as I got away from Harry. Agreed, Harry said as he stayed under the cloak. The vaults were not in alphabetical order, so we started walking to where we knew the vault would be. Bill may not be jumping at the opportunity to talk to me, but if Harry approaches him about order business, well, that's a whole different story. It was apparently very easy to get the vault number for him. So we walked until we could see it. You still haven't told me how we're getting into the vault, Harry said as we walked along the stone floor. The floor was just a passageway that cut along the outside of the stone cliff, so we followed it. We passed by carved-out entrances to ornate doors. The number was always carved into the stone beside the door, so we didn't have to look very far. The vaults down here don't open with just a finger, like the ones above. I explained to him as we passed another door that wasn't our destination. They open with the full palm of a Gringotts employee. I said as we kept walking. It was kind of awkward, because I didn't know where he was, and he didn't know where I was, but we didn't bump into each other. Okay, so do you have a solution? Harry asked. I smirked, before realizing that he couldn't see my facial expressions. I do. I answered. How certain are you of its effectiveness? Harry asked as we rounded another corner. I was met with the sight of the Lestrange vault, in all its glory. The door was black, with fine gold etchings all over it. It was honestly beautiful. I hope I don't have to burn a hole through it. I thought as I looked around for the dragon that guarded it during the books and movies. I found nothing. Oh, that's right, there was only a dragon because Bellatrix told them to step the security up, right? I remembered as I walked up to the door. I cut my disillusionment, now that we were at our destination. I heard the ruffling of cloth and turned to see Harry folding up the cloak and shoving it in his robes. I raised my right hand to him, and slid the sleeve to my robes down my arm to reveal a plain silver band that was covered in runes. Let's hope this works, I said, and wasted no time in my movements. I placed my palm straight on the door in front of me. The effects were immediate. Another magic source reached out to my own. The runes on my bracelet activated, and I felt my magic shift slightly. The foreign magic felt over my own, quickly encompassing it, before it vanished completely. I pulled my hand back quickly, just as the door started to dematerialize in front of us. What I saw inside left my jaw on the ground. The vault was surprisingly small. Just in front of us was an exquisite table that looked to be made of gold. On top sat many items one would consider valuable. Candle holders made out of silver, golden stands, a full plate of armor, etc. Along the walls, there were cutouts that held one thing: gold. Bars of gold laid in the cutouts stacked neatly on top of each other. I knew that if any muggle would see this vault, they would shit themselves. I was nearly shitting myself. I was a rich man, but this was the main vault of the entire family, not some trust set up for one person. Wow! Harry said as he took in the sight of the vault. Never knew the Lestranges were so rich. I shook my head as an explanation made itself known. I don't think they are. This might be Voldemort's personal, with their name on it, I said, throwing a hunch out there. Harry frowned and moved forward. Doesn't seem that big of a stretch, he said as he looked around the vault. Now what? He asked. I raised my wand in the air and with a flick, I cast a Hominum Revelio spell around the room. It was one of the only magics that I knew that dealt with souls. Two things in the room lit up. Harry, and a cup that sat in a cutout at the very top of the wall at the end of the vault. I actually expected it to be in a less obvious spot, I said as I pointed up to it. Harry's eyes followed my hand and found the cup quickly. We're as far down in Gringotts as wizards can get, I don't think you need to hide it anymore, he pointed out. That's a good point. One would consider this untouchable. Multi-universal knowledge is hacks, I admitted. I can't believe you were right, Harry said as he looked up at Helga Hufflepuff's cup. Harry said in an exhale. I turned to him and gave him a look. You didn't have faith in me, I asked. It was a bit of a stretch, mate, Harry told me ruthlessly, uncaring for my feelings. But you were right. I smiled at him. I didn't realize that he was just going with it, I thought he had truly believed it was here. Guess I was wrong. Well, we don't have all day, I said as I summoned the rage necessary for my next spell. A flick, and then a small bird made of flame shot out of my wand. The need to dominate and destroy nagged at the back of my mind, but I brushed it off once again. The spell continued to get easier and easier to ignore. The small bird, that formed into something resembling Hedwig, flew straight up to the cup and engulfed it. I let the fiend fire run wild for a moment, as I knew the Horcrux was about to react. For the smallest second, an otherworldly cry rang out from the cup. And it was fucking loud. Louder than any of the other Horcruxes. Loud enough to travel out into the mine behind us. I acted immediately, and turned around. So did Harry. The door was materializing. I looked back to the cup to see it had disappeared. A small flame stood there, trying to lash out instead. I banished the cursed fire back to wherever it comes from and acted. I took no risk, and activated the enchantments on my spare wand. I shot forward at the speed of a broom. Harry had the same idea, and was already on the other side. I passed through the door before it could close in on me, and landed right by Harry. He was in the middle of unfolding the cloak of invisibility when I arrived. He threw it over us just as a roar sounded out on the floor we were on. The color red flashed in the corner of my eye just as a shape rounded the corner of one of the passages leading to the vaults. A fucking nundu. I grabbed Harry without thinking and tried to fly up. His weight held us right above the ground, but we didn't get far. We got a couple of feet off the ground before he activated his own enchantments to his wand. I shot up 20 feet as fast as I could before turning back. I looked down to try and find Harry right under me. He rose up with a panicked look on his face. Must have realized what that fucking monster is, I deduced as I looked back down. The Nundu stood on the stone floor, 20 feet below us, staring at us with a look that screamed it would eat us if it got the chance. Its tongue licked around its maw, just as a lion would, and began pacing. Harry's hand landed on my shoulder. I turned to look at him, and saw that his eyes were drooping dangerously low. And then his eyes fell, and so did his body directly towards the Nundu. The Nundu's breath. I thought as I stopped breathing so as to not have the same thing happen to me. My magic reacted to my thoughts and my will. The problem with Harry falling, is that we hadn't traveled out in the cavern, so we were just hovering directly above the Nundu. And it had noticed Harry falling towards it. A bubble appeared over my face at the same time as I shot towards Harry's falling body. It turns out that 20 feet isn't a lot of distance to cover if you're falling. In fact, everything happened without any time for thinking involved at all. The Nundu leaped. I grabbed Harry and turned. And then there was a pressure on my shoulder, along with multiple points of fire appearing around it. Then the snarling of a massive cat made itself known in my ear. Had we not still been falling in the air, and the momentum of the Nundu's leap not been an overshot on its part, I would have died quickly. Instead, the Nundu's bite ripped through my shoulder because of its momentum, and it tried to grab me with its paw. That earned me 4 lines of fire that ran down my side and on my back. Then, all of us hit the ground. My occlumency came to me quickly because of my ritually enhanced mind and the Mind Palace. I ignored the pain that accompanied the wounds and leapt to my feet. So did the Nundu. I didn't even bother raising my wand, knowing that my shoulder was shot, and instead my left hand rose. With it, so did the stone beneath the Nundu. The massive stone hand rose from the ground and closed around the Nundu quickly. The Nundu snarled and bit at the stone hand. My magic flexed and I closed my fist. There was resistance, as the Nundu's magic resisted my own. I flexed a significant portion of my magic, to get the stone fist to do as I wanted and kill the beast. Once again, the Nundu snarled and squirmed and its magic lashed out defiantly. Then I got tired of the resistance. I brought my full force of magic to bear, and twisted. The stone obeyed. The Nundu yelped for a moment, and with a loud crack it fell still. I didn't waste any time and dropped down to Harry's body that laid at my feet. My hand went to his throat and checked for his pulse. Soon, I felt his heart beating at a steady rhythm. The rise and fall of his chest told me he was still breathing. I cast a bubblehead charm on him quickly, to get him fresh air. Nundu were supposed to have deadly breath to wizards. That held true, if his reaction to the air around him was any indicator. I looked up to see the magic carpet rising in the air. It was the flash of red that I had seen earlier. I grabbed Harry with my magic, and then physically grabbed the invisibility cloak that had luckily fallen on his body. I draped it over the two of us. Without a care for any magical sensors in the vaults, I shot both Harry and I upwards quickly. The cloak of invisibility stuck on my face, a combination of the force I was exerting on it from flying and my magic keeping it still. My left arm was wrapped around Harry, although it was my magic dragging him through the air with me. I rocketed up and reached the magical carpet, just as it passed under the thief's downfall. I didn't even notice the waterfall this time. Instead, my wounds were making themselves known. There was a dampness that was spreading all down my right side from my ribs and my shoulder. I gripped my wand tightly, even if my right arm refused to make any more movements. Fleur and Sirius never turned around, neither did the Master Goblin. They were oblivious to my suffering. I just grit my teeth, and waited. Harry twitched in my arm, and I channeled my magic through my wand while stunning him with my left hand. He grew still in my arms again and I noticed that the cloak was sticking to my side because of my blood. I'm bleeding on a deathly hallow. I thought as I tried to focus on walking through the doors of Gringotts without bumping into anyone. Thankfully, there weren't a lot of people running around, nor did it seem like the bank was on lockdown. That was something that made me curious. Then again, I didn't feel any wards down there. Do they rely on magical beasts and obstacles like the minecarts, Thief's Downfall, and other stuff to guard the vaults? I wondered as we walked out. That would explain why an army isn't marching down to the Lestrange vault. Thank you for your time, I heard Sirius say as the Master Goblin walked off. I realized I had been tuning out their conversation since I had arrived. I hurried past them and moved to the front of the bank. As I passed them, I whispered to them. Hurry home. Harry's hurt, I said, and moved through the bank quicker than I should have been able to. I abused my magic on the way to the apparition areas. People coming my direction were misdirected with magical suggestions or moved with pure force. I didn't even bother to wait in the line either. I shoved everyone away, moved forward, and twisted. My apparition was near silent. I landed in the same room I had given my speech at the other day with a grunt. Normally I would land on my feet. But both Harry and I were sprawled on the ground. I dropped the magic keeping him asleep, and stood up. Harry shot up, and immediately started coughing uncontrollably. His hand rose and felt his chest as the coughs ran through him. I looked down, now that I wasn't in the cloak of invisibility. My entire right side was soaked with blood, and I could barely raise my shoulder. I could feel the heat that was emanating from my damaged joint. Fuck! I hissed. My left hand rose and after a little aid from my magic, I ripped my robes off. I groaned loudly at the pain that ran through my side at the movement. The wounds were very bad. My ribs had deep gashes that ran along the side and wrapped over my back. I was surprised the Nundu's claws didn't dig deeper in between my ribs and into my lungs. My shoulder was a swollen mass of purple bruisings and holes that leaked blood. What the? Harry said as he looked up to me and another set of coughs racked through his body. Fuck! He raged. I looked towards him, trying to focus on anything other than my wounds that hurt like hell and continued to worsen as I stood there. Tears ran down Harry's eyes, not from pain, but rather the tears that came when you couldn't breathe. Harry took one deep breath, and held it. Then the Elder Wand appeared in his hand and I felt his magic clash with mine in the room. He hovered it over his chest, and closed his eyes. Then a light green magic washed over his whole torso, slowly settling into it. For a while nothing happened as he continued to hold his breath. Veins appeared on his face and neck. His face started to turn red. And then he drew something out of his chest. The light green magic from earlier was clinging to a reddish magic that kept trying to lash out. As soon as it was all out of him, he flicked his wand again and it disappeared from view. Harry opened his eyes and took the deepest breath I had ever seen anyone take. When did I sit down? I thought as I realized I was on my knees in front of him. Harry stood up shakingly, and stumbled to me. The Elder Wand hovered over my ribs. When my eyes looked at it, I couldn't help but notice the puddle of blood on the floor right below it. Is that mine? Harry's magic swirled around my side, and I felt a slight itching as the wound sealed itself shut. Instantly I felt better. And then he turned to my shoulder, which seemed a little bigger than before. When Harry's magic hit my shoulder, it felt like what I imagined a localized spot of the torture curse would feel like. I let out a cry and then stopped when I realized I had done it. I couldn't help but grunt at the pain of his magic putting me back together. It was the worst pain I had ever felt. Fucking hell! Harry said. Keep her out. Harry said without looking in any other direction but my shoulder. Keep who out? I thought just as the familiar scent of vanilla hit my nose. Then Fleur was in front of me with one head tilting my head back, and the other pouring something into my mouth. She wasn't crying, but instead was absolutely focused on the task at hand. When did she get here? I wondered. I swallowed the liquid obediently, and looked into her eyes. They were mesmerizing. I couldn't look away. And then the liquid hit my stomach. Do you know when you wake up and your arm is asleep, so you move it around, and blood rushes back through it? That's what it was like when a blood replenishing potion was used on someone who was about to die from lack of blood. Except it happened all over my body. The world came into focus and I reached around me feeling for anything. My magic flared in response to the sensation of coming back from near death. Fleur was in the same position as earlier, except this time a tear did drop from her left eye. I brought her closer to me, and she dug her head into my neck, where she broke down crying. SHHH, SHHHH. I comforted her as my mind processed what just happened to me. Probably a couple of seconds away from death. I realized as her sobs racked against my body. A fucking Nundu. I heard Sirius roar behind me. I didn't bother to turn, instead just holding Fleur as she got herself together. I almost left her alone. I thought, as the implications hit me. What happened? Tonks was the one to ask the question this time. I don't know. Harry answered them just as Fleur stopped shaking and crying, although she didn't move from her place on my shoulder. 1 second, Ron and I were flying away from it, and the next I'm passed out on the floor barely able to breathe. I turned my head to them. Harry sat on the floor beside me, sweating and exhausted looking. His pants were soaked with my blood, from where it had creeped its way over the floor to him. You passed out from its breath. I explained. Fell right towards it. I just reacted. I said, shaking my head as the memory played out in my mind. I grabbed you as it leapt. Bit me right here. I said as I pointed to my now healed shoulder. I had new scars on it, but it was a small price to pay for my life. But its momentum ripped it out, trying to grab me as it flew by. I continued as I pointed to my gnarly new scar that ran from my front around my side and back. Then I killed it, grabbed Harry and busted it back to y'all. Made it just as you two passed Thief's downfall. I said, finishing my explanation. Fleur's head left the crook in my neck and looked at me. Harry turned to me, as did Sirius and Tonks. You could hear a pin drop a mile away. They were all shocked. You killed it. Sirius said. I frowned, not really seeing the big deal. Yet, crushed it with a hand made of stone. I said as I looked back towards Fleur. Ron, there have been no recorded cases of any less than 100 wizards taking down a Nundu. 0. Tonks said flabbergasted. And you did it, after it already fucked you up. That was actually a shock. I knew that little fact, but had yet to put 2 and 2 together. It seemed like the lack of blood was still taking its toll on me. Fleur wiped her eyes and sat back, holding her stomach. Surprised the stress didn't cause her water to break. I told myself as I looked beneath her to check. The only liquid was my own blood. God, there is so much. I realized as I saw I was surrounded by scarlet. Harry was the next person to speak up. You're a fucking monster, mate. Chapter 44, The Deathly Hallows, Chapter 5. Hello everyone. Missed the post yesterday, but I decided that this story will take priority, so I'm gonna work on this one today. Might try and get courage done also, but no guarantees on that. So let's get into it. We're on the cusp of 3,000 followers and I expect it to eclipse that after this post. Which was something that I hoped this story would achieve and what I was striving for, so I'm very happy about it. Anyway, enjoy, let's get into it. Author's note at the bottom. Follow me on Instagram at @donaldauthor. Disclaimer, I own nothing. Gringotts reports a possible break-in. I read the headline of the newspaper in my hands, uninterested. Can you believe that? I asked the person to my right. I sat on a bench on a wall, as close to the center of the ministry atrium as I could find. I was not under the effects of a polyjuice potion, neither was the man to my right. My ginger red hair sat proudly on my head like a beacon to anyone looking. I scratched my recently trimmed beard as I looked at the newspaper a little longer. No mention of the Nundu at all. Harry Potter's voice to my right, on the same bench, said. Just like them to hide it. Can't let the dumb wizards know that Gringotts isn't as safe as everyone thinks it is. I retorted to my best friend as I pretended to read the article. In reality, my eyes scanned the crowd in front of me, looking for anyone that might be a Death Eater. Or really any sign at all that the coup was going down today. Harry and I had been sitting down on the benches for the last 5 minutes. The other members of the order were spread throughout the atrium also, waiting. You never did tell me what that bracelet did. Harry said nonchalantly, like we weren't discussing a crime we had committed the other day. That's right, I never did. Oh yeah. Well, it is actually fairly simple. I started. That earned me a look from Harry that screamed, I don't believe you. Sirius had a twin on his wrist that activated when he shook hands with the Master Goblin. When that happened, it took a scan of the Goblin's magic, and transferred it to my bracelet. When I pushed my palm on the vault door, it scanned my magic and the bracelet tricked it into thinking I was the Master Goblin. Makes sense? I explained. Absolutely not. Harry answered me immediately. But it obviously worked. I laughed a bit at his response before going back to observing the world around me. I'm surprised no one has approached us yet. I told him as I looked around expectantly. I was starting to get relaxed. I expected for us to walk in the ministry, and almost immediately come under attack from spellfire. Obviously that was incorrect. Voldemort must really want this to be quiet. I realized as I continued to not see anyone. And then, Theodore Nott came into view dressed in immaculate black robes. He had grown a lot since the last time I saw him and he walked with a confidence that is only born from conflict and triumph. He deserved it, if the rumors were to be believed. I still doubted he could stand up to the likes of Harry and I though, or even Bellatrix for that matter. Nott looked directly at me and our eyes met. His widened for a split second and his walk paused. Then, he looked away, and continued his walk in the direction he was going, although his confident gait had changed to a tense one. He never indicated that he had seen me. Catch that? I asked as my eyes tracked Nott in the crowds. Harry barely looked up. Yeah, it'll happen soon. My magic swirled in anticipation, earning me another look from Harry. Calm down. He commanded, probably more for himself than for me. Fate of Britain, mate. It's hard to be calm. I answered but did as he said with some acclumency. We sat there for another 15 minutes, waiting on something to happen. Hundreds of people came and went through the ministry. I was actually surprised at the amount considering the state of the country. People continued to disappear in the night. All that stops today. I told myself, optimistically. And then the Minister of Magic, Rufus Scrimgeour, was walking right down the middle of the ministry, flanked by 4 aurors. Harry and I saw them at the same time and stood up, and I felt my wand fall into my hand. My magic roared under my skin, preparing to reap destruction. I sent out an overpowered hominum revelio. Red lit up my vision because of all of the bodies in the atrium, and I held the spell trying to see if anyone was invisible anywhere near us. I found nothing. So I started moving to where the golden statue of the atrium sat. My fingers went to my outer robe and I removed it to reveal a leather dragon scale battle armor covering my frame. It was mainly black, but on the front there was a depiction of a roaring nundu. I decided that after my victory over it, I would proudly display it as my animal of choice. My patroness only confirmed it. If I die today, then I'll look immaculate doing it. I thought as I put my intentions out into the world, going for broke. Harry did the same beside me, although his armor was much simpler. Black, with green accents. He was stylish, but not flashy like mine was. Each of them was enchanted by Fleur, so the protections were of the highest quality. I reached the fountain and sat on the ledge while my left hand dipped into the cool water. We hadn't been very sneaky in our attempt to get the minister's attention, so he slightly turned and continued walking straight towards us. Mr. Black, Mr. Potter. The minister greeted as he approached us. The 4 aurors around him stuck close by his side and looked at us like we were the enemy. I sat there calmly, with Harry standing next to me. Today is a big day, Minister. I said, trying to draw Voldemort out, or at least his Death Eaters. A crowd started to form around us, as a few witches and wizards hung around to see the interaction. I frowned, at the innocent lives the battle would put in danger, but shook it off. If they're smart, they'll flee when the spells fly. I thought as the minister looked around. Why is that, Mr. Black? The minister asked, his eyes roaming our battle robes curiously. He didn't have a hint of fear in his eyes, despite our threatening nature. I stood up suddenly, and 2 of the aurors drew their wands but did not point them at me. I walked towards the minister, and the 2 directly beside him stepped out on either side of him and put themselves in between us. The aurors in the back decided to draw their wands this time, but there was something off. Voldemort makes his move today, your life is in danger. I told him truthfully. I didn't look at him, instead my eyes were on the 2 aurors behind the minister. Both of them tensed at the mention of Voldemort's name. That's when I knew how Voldemort was going to take the minister unaware. He had infiltrated everything, even the DMLE. Harry and I acted at the same time. The 2 aurors closest to me were swiftly disarmed with 1 spell from me, and then shoved out of my way with magic. I expected the 2 aurors in the back to go straight for the minister, but instead their spells were aimed at their comrades in front of them. The spells missed completely because I had inadvertently saved them. Harry had a shield on the other side of the minister, thinking the same way I was. I raised my left hand and pulled the minister towards me before they could continue their assault. The minister slid past me onto the ground, and I set my sights on the 2 traitorous aurors. Avada Kedavra! One yelled, pointing his wand towards me. Instinct kicked in, and my wand flicked in front of me. A silver shield appeared in the air in front of me and absorbed the blow. A surge of magic from my right told me that Harry had the other wizard on the defensive and would soon have him defeated. I flicked my wand once again, and the silver shield morphed into a spear before being fired at my would-be killer. It went straight through his hastily erected shield and into his torso, impaling him on the ground. I looked to the right to see that his partner was on the ground with a hand around his neck. Blood leaked onto the tiles around him. That was when the crowd reacted. Everyone backed up significantly, giving us a wide berth. Most had their wands out, ready to protect themselves, but only a few smart ones decided to get the hell out of Dodge. I turned away from the bodies, towards the minister who was getting up off of the ground and bearing his wand at me. The aurors I had pushed out of the way were also collecting their wands from their place on the ground. See? I said simply as I pointed to the bodies on the ground. Scrimgeour pointed his wand at everything around him threateningly, but calmly. Then his eyes looked over my shoulder at the bodies. Polyjuice. He summarized. I would have looked back towards them, but I didn't make it a habit of turning my back on a wand. So I decided to trust him and kept my eyes on him and the other aurors in front of me. The crowd continued to back away more and more, with most of their wands pointing to me and Harry. Although there was hardly a single steady hand in the whole crowd. I quickly realized, not only the threat that they posed, but the danger they were putting themselves in by staying involved. I had hoped they would disperse. I thought as an itching at the back of my mind warned me of the danger coming my way. I knew it wasn't the killing curse, because of the smell of ozone in the air. I turned around, and my brilliant silver shield covered in runes sprang up in front of me. There was a loud clap as the bolt of lighting bounced off of my shield and impacted the ceiling above me. My ears were ringing, and there were spots in my vision from the powerful spell, but I managed to increase my magical sensing out in every direction to sense for another attack. Nothing came my way but the sound of maniacal laughing. At the same time, I sent an unseen spell into the ground, prepared for more attacks. Bellatrix Lestrange walked forward out of the crowd in a body that wasn't hers. The blonde-haired woman I was looking at had a wicked on her face and slowly started to morph before me. Her black robes were immaculate, as expected from a woman of her station, and fit snugly around her frame. Everything else changed. Hair, skin tone, makeup, all of it. The crowd gasped as one, and continued to move away from her. Once her polyjuice wore off completely, I noticed that her face held a little bit more fat around her face. Her neck was thicker than the last time I saw her and she looked caviar. I knew what that meant, Fleur showed some of the same symptoms. She's already given birth. I realized as I studied her. Bellatrix. I greeted her. Where is your master? Once again, I was interrupted by the build-up of an absolutely massive amount of energy. And it was right behind me. It seemed that years of non-stop magical training and dangerous situations had built up my reaction time. My magic flexed, and a massive stone wall burst up through the tiles at my feet to protect me. It shattered. The wave of pure force hit me in the back and threw me ass over tit through the air. I tumbled a bit before I realized that I couldn't hit the ground with this momentum and activated the enchantments on my backup wand. Luckily, I hadn't been thrown towards the wall that was closest to me, but instead down the main hall of the atrium. It gave me some time to right myself in the air. When I was able to make out my surroundings, I was upside down. I quickly fixed my positioning and my mind stopped swirling enough for me to look back at what had hit me. Rufus Scrimgeour floated in the air above the fountain without any help from a broom, as I did. In his hand, a bone-white wand rested threateningly and I immediately knew that I was lucky to be alive. Because that is not the minister. I thought as I looked into his blood-red eyes. The polyjuice potion he was using was slowly wearing off to reveal the man I most wanted and most feared to see. Voldemort. He didn't show a single bit of discomfort as his real body switched from Rufus. He just stared at me, with a smirk on his face. I met his eyes confidently, and took a deep breath to calm my nerves. My occlumency kicked in naturally and with a mental command I started floating towards him slowly. I had been thrown a good 40 feet through the air, so I had a ways to go. I saw Harry deflect a couple of spells from Bellatrix before he took to the air and flew towards where I was quickly gaining distance away from his foes. You have improved, Harry. Voldemort said casually as he watched him float away. I'll admit, I didn't expect you here. Today is the day, Tom. Harry told him without hesitation. All or nothing. Voldemort's face twisted into a wicked smile. Like he knew something we didn't. I prayed that he thought we didn't know about the Horcruxes and it wasn't something else. It will be nothing for you, then. Voldemort countered. That's when I realized the amount of silver masks in the crowd below us. How did I miss that? I raged as I prepared myself for absolute war. What happened next can only be described as one thing for me. Chaos. The surge of magic around me wasn't particularly massive, but it was at least 20 spells that shot towards my position next to Harry. It was obvious that Voldemort had a standing order that Harry was his and his alone. Me on the other hand, I was fair game. I didn't even bother blocking any of the spells, and instead dropped to the ground and dodged all of the spells. I spotted the first Death Eater nearest to me, and saw their strategy. The crowd from earlier had long since dispersed farther into the atrium to watch, or had left altogether. But a few Death Eaters decided to hide behind innocent witches and wizards. The one closest to me had decided to grab a frightened woman that looked to be around 30 or 40. This would be a good strategy against a normal opponent. Most wizards wouldn't know how to deal with it. But I understood a little more about magic and fighting than most wizards. So with a simple spell, both the Death Eater and the hostage were thrown in the air towards me. An airstone momentum hit the woman and I turned to the Death Eater knowing that she would land on the ground without trouble. Another loud clap rang out in the atrium from above me and I knew that Harry and Voldemort were trading spells properly now. The rest of the Death Eaters had recovered from my dodging of their attacks and one sent a sick-looking orange spell in my direction. With one hand I batted the spell away, and almost immediately, I sent another piercing spell from my wand hand into the head of the Death Eater on the ground, killing him immediately. That was when the order got into the fight. Spells flew from every direction and I barely paid attention to what my eyes saw. Instead, my mind was focused on the direction all of the magic was heading, making sure that none were heading my direction that I couldn't see. The 20 or so Death Eaters that were in front of me started to come under fire from every direction. I saw a random civilian break out of a hold of one of the Death Eaters and made short work of disarming him and knocking him out. Tonks morphed into her normal appearance and searched for her next opponent. And then there was a snake lunging in my direction. Had I not been so magically aware, I would have been bitten in the neck. I moved without thinking and Nagini passed over me in the air and landed on the ground. I saw my opportunity and summoned up the destructive mindset necessary to cast Fiend Fire. It was not meant to be. The anti-apparition wards shattered, and I felt Voldemort appear behind me with the same concussive force that he had hit me with earlier ready to tear me in half. I turned to him and my runic shield appeared behind me with a thought, and Voldemort's spell bounced off of it. It hit him, causing him to tumble through the air for a moment just as I had, but he recovered much more quickly than I had. Harry appeared in front of me, with blood running down his ears but otherwise looking flawless. The Elder Wand in his hand oozed his magical signature and sent 4 spells towards Voldemort just as fast as I myself could. Nagini was on me again, but I learned from my experiences. A massive hand rose out of the ground just as it had against the Nundu I faced in Gringotts and gripped the snake in its grip. Fiend Fire warped the air in front of me, as fast as I had ever cast it and travelled towards the snake. Harry stood back to back with me, an immovable force deflecting and trading spells with Voldemort and protecting me as I did my best to rid the world of Voldemort's last Horcrux. I could feel the ridiculous magic coming his direction, and I forced myself to ignore it as I dominated the will of the fiend fire. The fire struck forward, into the grip of the stone hand and wasted no time in attacking the snake. I knew that I had killed the snake as soon as Voldemort cried out. No. I could not ignore the build-up of magic heading towards Harry and made a split-second decision. I didn't have the time to dominate the fiend fire and banish it from this world, so I let it go, allowing it to break loose from my hold. At the same time, I redirected the stone hand's purpose from earlier. A stone dome, covered in runes, rose out of the ground and surrounded Harry and I. Whatever spell Voldemort used, shook the entire ministry. It felt like an earthquake ran through the heart of the atrium. My dome held. To the sky, I said, knowing that neither of us could see what was going on outside. I flicked my wand, and the section of the dome in front of Harry shot out in the last place I had seen Voldemort. And then Harry and I rocketed into the sky. Voldemort's spells assaulted us immediately. He had a look of absolute rage on his face. Both were deflectable, so Harry and I sent them into the ceiling. That's when I saw the flames from the fiend fire I had let loose on the world. It had grown double the size of the fountain in the middle of the atrium. Of course, it formed into the shape of an undo. No doubt it had taken the inspiration from my mind. There was only one way to fight fiend fire once you had released it from your control. With more fiend fire. Fight fire with fire. So I reluctantly turned away from Voldemort and Harry and summoned the most destructive fire in the world again. I have always been a dramatic person, so it formed into my own Nundu before having it attack. What happened next was an interesting experience, and had my mind not been ritually enhanced multiple times, I doubt I would have won the battle of wills that ensued. I lost touch with the battle raging around me and put all my focus on the fiend fire. As soon as the fiend fire touched each other, I felt the will of my first fiend fire clash with my own. It wanted to merge with my second one. I didn't allow it, not just then at least. My flame smothered the other, causing it to shrink in size. Once it got to an appropriate size, I finally allowed it to merge. The destructive urges hit my occlumency like a tsunami. I don't know how I held, but I didn't give in. Slowly, I broke the will of the fiend fire. It felt like ages as I fought it with my mind, but I knew it was only a couple of seconds in the real world. Finally, I triumphed and banished it from the world. When I came to, I realized that I had dropped to my knees and my hands were on my head. I looked up to see that Voldemort and Harry had moved their duel to the air and were near the ceiling of the atrium. Every spell they traded shook the walls and shattered glass around them. Grass fell to the ground like rain around them. Tiles on the floor cracked and gave way to craters as they deflected each other's spell. In the span of a second, I saw the similarities in their dueling styles. In fact, the way they moved their hand to cast was identical. The way they floated in the air and zipped side to side was like a mirror image. I sucked air into my lungs, and realized that I was breathing hard and sweating profusely. It's only Voldemort left. He has no Horcruxes. My next two opponents made themselves known and approached me. Bellatrix Lestrange and Theodore Nott both stalked towards me with smiles on their faces. "Hello, Ron." Nott greeted. The sound barely reached my ears because of the two titans dueling behind me. I didn't bother speaking and instead leapt to my feet as my second wind hit me. Avada Kedavra. It did not surprise me that it was Nott who sent it my way. He had been towing the line on whose side he was for too long and looked to be finally choosing. Bellatrix obviously expected me to summon my silver shield like normal because she sent a variant of a siege spell. It was designed to run through magically enforced stone, and would have crumpled my shield. I didn't play into their hands. Instead, I grabbed the world and twisted. I appeared behind them with an ethereal blade on the end of my wand. I didn't offer any remorse. Nott dropped to the ground like a puppet with his strings cut. His head rolled on the floor. I continued my motion towards Bellatrix, but her experience saved her for a moment. My blade bounced off of her shield, but I didn't let it deter me. She was off balance from jerking away from me out of instinct, and I moved in closer. My free hand grabbed the wrist of her wand arm and twisted it. She yelped and her other hand reached for something in her robes as her body followed her wrist. I thrust my wand hand forward, straight to her lower abdomen. The blade sunk into her flesh without issue. Bellatrix didn't utter a single sound, but her face told me she felt it. "For Percy." I ripped it up her torso while looking her dead in the eye. When it reached her throat, I slowly slid it out and backed away. Her bisected torso sprayed blood onto the floor below her and her eyes grew unfocused. Her wicked wand clattered on the ground just as her body crumpled and fell down. Bellatrix Lestrange is dead. I thought, and relief flooded my body for a moment. I turned around towards where Harry and Voldemort were. They weren't trading spells at that moment, and instead were just staring at each other. I knew that Voldemort was looking at Harry with a different perspective. So was I, if I was being honest. My wand flicked to Bellatrix's body and then I fucking threw it at Voldemort. It flew through the air, unimpeded. It would have hit him had he not raised a hand and stopped it right before him. He looked at the body for a moment before waving his hand dismissively. Bellatrix's body dropped to the ground. Voldemort's face never changed, it was as if he was reading the morning paper. Psychopath. I deduced as my mental ploy had no effect on him. Murderer. I heard a familiar voice behind me. A spell flew towards my back. I turned and deflected it with my left hand as I spun. Lucius Malfoy stood in front of me and I couldn't believe the hypocrisy in his statement. I was just about to go looking for you, Lucius. I told him, ignoring his accusation. You killed my son. He snarled as he brought his wand to bear. He turned his body in the typical dueling position. It looked pitiful. This is a man who yearns for death. Harry was going to make it much more painful. I told him, not denying it. So I made it quick, you should thank me. That really caused him to go in a rage. A killing curse headed in my direction, and I casually sidestepped it without even raising my wand. His wand zipped in the same pattern going for another killing curse. I sent a piercing spell right toward his neck just as I sidestepped the spell. Lucius didn't have the speed necessary to deflect or block the spell and it punched a hole right through him. He died immediately as blood and bone exploded out the back of his neck. I walked forward to where his body laid, and I got a good look at it. I didn't feel anything from his death, no positive or negative emotions, it just was. I took to the skies without warning and looked around the battlefield. Harry and Voldemort were talking, but I couldn't hear what was being said. Other duels were going on, but I didn't see anyone in danger, so I decided to go to where Harry floated in the sky. I couldn't find it. Voldemort said, and as I got closer I could see that his eyes were on the wand that Harry now wielded. It seems you got to it first. Grindelwald wielded it for years. I told him as I interrupted the conversation. Until Albus Dumbledore defeated him. Voldemort nodded but didn't show any other emotion. Ah, yes. I had a thought that Gellert was the owner. Sadly, he disappeared before I could visit him. He is dead. I revealed, not seeing any reason to hide the information. Voldemort's face twisted in confusion, and his eyes finally landed on my own. He looked at me as if he was searching for something. I could tell that he had deduced what I was really saying. I killed him. As are your most powerful followers. I goaded. All that is left is you. I activated a runic cluster that sat underneath the bench that Harry and I were sitting on before the battle and felt it drape onto Harry and I's magic. Harry's head twitched my direction, notifying me that he felt it. And yet, you have no chance of victory. Voldemort said as a smile split his face. I cannot be killed. Relief flooded through me, as I realized he didn't know about his Horcruxes. It was something that I had always wondered. Can Voldemort feel it when a part of his soul is destroyed? Obviously I got my answer. I smiled, wider than his own smile. Your diary, the Gaunt family ring, Helga Hufflepuff's cup. Voldemort's eyes widened for a moment and I continued. Salazar Slytherin's locket, Ravenclaw's diadem, and finally, Nagini. Voldemort flinched as if struck. All destroyed. I told him. Voldemort's face twisted in a version of fear, rage, and denial. Impossible. If it was possible, my smile widened further. It's true, Tom. Harry said, watching Voldemort closely. He was still on edge, wisely. Voldemort's magic rose and he turned in the air. Harry's and my own magic rose together and easily held the world around us together in the same way that an anti-apparition ward did. Voldemort stopped mid-turn once he realized that he wasn't going anywhere. Voldemort, flight from death. I translated casually. We knew you would run, Tom. You'll have to kill us to leave. Voldemort's face continued to contort into rage as the situation dawned on him. A spark of inspiration hit me as I floated in mid-air. I have a name for myself, inspired by you. Voleur d'Aim. The words rolled off of my tongue and it fit perfect. Mean soul thief, and I find it appropriate. I continued, enjoying his face as I continued my monologue. Not only did I destroy most of his Horcruxes directly, I was involved in some of the others' destruction indirectly. I thought as I considered the name. Not to mention, I am a ginger, all we do is steal souls. I had to bite back a laugh as I thought the last part. Green lit throughout the atrium behind us, and I knew it was from the flue that led into the atrium. I only hoped it was the Aurors and not reinforcements for Voldemort. Voldemort's whole demeanor changed from one of fear and near panic to one of complete control and focus. That's when I realized that he had been stalling, and my eagerness to monologue had played right into his hands. Of course he would have reinforcements if the quiet coup didn't go as well as planned. I thought as I turned to look at the source of the new lights. It was not the Aurors. Giants, Dementors, and regular wizards poured into the atrium through the flue. I wasn't even aware that Dementors or Giants could even use the flue. I knew that it was something of Voldemort's design that would have allowed it. It was no small force, hundreds poured into the atrium, at a speed that shouldn't be possible without Voldemort affecting the flue. Where were you, Ronald? Voldemort's condescending voice slithered across the air as his army arrived. I sighed before coming to a decision. Excuse me, gentlemen. I have something to go take care of, I said as I started to float away towards the growing army at the opposite direction of the atrium. I expected Voldemort to attack me, but we all knew that Harry would have protected me, so I floated away without issue. I sped up and started flying properly to where the fighting had stopped. I landed on the ground next to Kingsley, Tonks, and Sirius. Bloody hell! Tonks said as she looked at the opposition. Her breath turned to steam as it left her mouth because of the Dementors that floated in the air. I decided that they could handle the Dementors. There was an army in front of me. I'll need time, I told them as I dropped to the ground in the meditative position. Whatever you're going to do, make it quick, Sirius said as he raised his wand. I brought up as much magic as I dared to channel through my wand and began the spell. My magic shot into the ground below me and I started molding the spell. Expecto Patronum! Expecto Patronum! Expecto Patronum! I heard each of them cast the spell and felt the magic take to the air, chasing the Dementors around. I ignored it in favor of the ground shaking from the giants and wizards running our direction. They got to around the 100-yard mark when I felt the spell lock into place. I stood up in preparation and opened my eyes, although my focus was still underground where my magic was wrenching the ground into submission. Finally, I pulled. A stone hand, at least 10 times as big as my normal size, rose out of the ground. An arm followed it. Then the second hand and arm rose out of the ground. Both of the hands slapped on the ground, like a swimmer would do to the edge of a pool as he was about to pull himself out onto dry land. That's exactly what it felt like. The arms strained, and then the ground started to rumble. Under the 4 of our feet, a round stone-like head started to rise out of the ground. My wand started to grow hot in my hand at the amount of magic being channeled through it. Once the head cleared the ground, it revealed a stone face that did not move but was perfectly carved. Its neck cleared the ground to reveal the tops of the shoulders, and eventually the torso. When everything was said and done, the 4 of us stood on top of a stone golem that had everything above its waist out of the ground. If I looked up, I would see that we were over 3/4 of the way to the ceiling. The golem's arms were massive and would extend farther than the width of the atrium if I decided to extend them. Holy fucking shit! Tonks' voice carried around the atrium. I opened my eyes, and looked down to the army in front of me. They had stopped running forward. I knew they hadn't ever seen anything like this. Most of them were grunts, and deemed too unimportant to participate in the battle unless needed. The giants looked up at the golem like they finally found a worthy opponent. And then the giants charged. Their bravery spurred on everyone else to follow. Spells shot towards the golem below me and bounced off. I ignored them. At my will the golem's arm swung. It moved with speed that shouldn't be possible, and at least 50 humans, and 5 giants died with one pass of the arm. That didn't stop any of them. They actually made it a little closer to pass the golem, but when the other arm swung, even more people died. It was a massacre. Blood smeared the floor everywhere. Sirius summoned a shield and absorbed a weak spell from a smart wizard. I got sick to my stomach as the sight of hundreds of broken and mangled bodies littered the floor before having to push the emotion to the back of my mind. Their comrades never stopped charging and there was at least double what still laid on the ground. I realized that they would pass the golem, and surround us before I could get another swipe of an arm. I went into phase 2. I had hoped this would scare them off. So solemnly, I commanded my golem. It bent forward, and slammed its arms down onto the ground while leaning forward so that its torso also touched the floor. Once it was done, it had blocked off that section of the atrium. It was so big. I cut the magic to the golem and it solidified. I had created a death pit for the army below me, and they were about to experience my wrath. I apologized to whatever powers might be for what I was about to do before I steeled myself, and summoned a small flicker of fiend fire. Forgive me, I told the 4 people around me as I fed the flame in front of me. With a flick of my wand, the flame shot forward towards the wave of people and giants approaching us. It expanded the further it went until it finally formed into a nundu the size of one of the biggest giants. Waves of water rushed from the wizard's wands towards the nundu of fiend fire. It did nothing but evaporate as the nundu charged them. I channeled magic to my second wand and floated off of the golem's head, where Tonks, Sirius, and Kingsley stood gobsmacked at what I was about to do. The nundu ran through people like they weren't even there. Skin, muscle, and bone melted in less than a second. And I floated above them like some deity casting judgment. I felt more detached from reality than I ever had. I hated it. The smell of burning flesh reached my nose and I gagged for a moment. No wizard had ever considered casting a spell towards me, they were too scared from the fiend fire. I didn't have to block a single spell as I killed 200 wizards and giants. I don't know how much time had passed, but it was no small amount. When it was done and the fire was gone, I floated above a lake of melted bodies, tile, glass, and other unidentifiable things. Exhaustion hit me, but I forced myself to focus on the massive amount of magic being thrown around behind me, and I turned around knowing that it wasn't done. It's only just started. I realized as I saw Harry and Voldemort's duel continue. They were at a standstill. Neither could get an upper hand over the other. But I could tell that Harry was getting tired, as I was. I knew that if they continued at the pace they were at, Harry would lose the war of attrition. We'll lose. Voldemort threw a spell. Harry deflected with one hand and cast 3 spells in return. Counter, cast, on and on. It looked like what I imagined Dumbledore versus Grindelwald must have looked like. The air around Harry and Voldemort was warped and it looked like reality was about to break. They were dueling at a speed that I knew I could keep up with if I wasn't almost dead on my feet from the 2 spells I had just cast. The golem was purely theoretical, nobody had ever cast it and there was a good reason for it. That combined with the fiend fire that had to be the biggest ever controlled by a single wizard. And holding it up to destroy an entire army. I was exhausted, and I could feel my body about to give out. And if I wasn't floating, I wouldn't be able to stand right now. A crazy plan formed in my head. Harry needed an opportunity to put Voldemort down. I could provide one. Fla's face appeared in my mind for a moment. My child will not be born while Voldemort still lives. I grabbed the world around me and twisted. I appeared 6 inches in front of Voldemort, staring into his red eyes. Voldemort had felt me coming, and as soon as I appeared, he thrust his wand hand forward. I don't know how I reacted in time, but I managed to deflect his wand down slightly. An ethereal blade ran through my left lung, right underneath my heart, his original target. I didn't allow myself to feel the wound and grabbed Voldemort's wand arm. Not allowing him to move it around in me to do more damage, and also not allowing him to cast anything from it. Voldemort's red eyes stared into mine and widened. A magical build-up behind me told me everything I needed to know. I smiled as Harry took the opportunity I provided him. A hole punched itself in the right side of my back and through my other lung. The spell continued its movement. Right into Voldemort's heart. I ignored the state of my body, and looked straight into Voldemort's eyes as he realized what had just happened. The blade in my left side disappeared as the magic controlling it stopped. Blood rushed immediately. I tried to take a breath, but only coughed up blood. My body screamed at the need for oxygen and my heart sped up. A moment passed and I watched Voldemort's eyes unfocus on mine and him go limp. My body started to mirror his and I felt my magic start to give out, along with my body. Voldemort's body fell to the ground. It's abnormally bright. I opened my eyes to see a very familiar roof. I sat up quickly. 2 spots on either side of my torso lit up like they were on fire and I groaned in response. I ignored the pain and my arms supported my body as my abdomen threatened to give way. At first I thought that I was in my mindscape because I was obviously in the room of requirement. But there were a few differences. I was laying in a bed. Then it hit me. I was in the room that Fleur and I had shared our first kiss in after the Yule Ball. In fact, the bed was the exact same. That's when my eyes laid on the most beautiful sight in all of the world. Fleur sat in a comfortable chair next to the bed asleep, with a 7-inch bundle of cloth laying on her chest. My heart raced to my throat immediately and I threw the covers off of my legs and nearly fell out of the bed. I stumbled a bit as I walked towards her. I couldn't help it, but there was a lump in my throat as I looked towards Fleur. She opened her eyes. My breath caught in my throat as we met eyes. Then Fleur realized that I had woken up and she stood as fast as I had seen anyone. Her left arm held the baby safely, as if she was born to hold a baby. Her right arm looped around my neck and pulled me down to the crook of her neck. I won't cry. I told myself as I clamped down on my occlumency. Fleur was crying, openly. No words had been spoken. I wrapped my arm around her side that didn't have the baby. I couldn't muster the courage to touch the perfect bundle that was still sleeping on her chest. I love you. I told her. She mumbled something in my neck and I took it for love you too, idiot. Then, as if she was remembering something, she pulled back. Her right arm went to the bundle of cloth and she raised the most perfect thing to ever exist ever. She faced the baby towards me. This is your daughter. My daughter opened her eyes to reveal the most beautiful blue eyes to ever exist in any universe ever. They did their best to focus on me. I memorized her cute face immediately and filed it away as the most important thing ever in my mindscape. Fla's next words broke through my occlumency, and tears streamed down my cheeks. Evelyn Grace Black. Chapter 45, Epilogue. Hello everyone. I felt like this needed to be written quickly. After I finished writing the last chapter and climax, it refused to wait a whole week. So I think I'll miss posting on my other stories for a week. However, be on the lookout for a teaser of a possible new story. I'm thinking one in the Naruto-verse. What do you all think about that? Anyway, there is an author's note at the bottom. Probably going to be an emotional one for me. Follow me on Instagram at @donaldauthor. Disclaimer, I own nothing. Thank you for agreeing to speak with us, Mr. Black. I sat across from an up-and-coming reporter, one Harry had claimed was fair but willing to ask the hard questions. I nodded to the young man. It's my pleasure. I know everyone wants answers. I told him with a small smile. The young man wasted no time in getting to the interview. Yes, well, we'll get to that. First, let me congratulate you on your award. It is no small feat to earn an Order of Merlin First Class. It's an honor. I responded quickly. Flame flashed in my mind, and I stopped myself from looking around for the source of burning flesh. Even with a mind palace, trauma will still touch me occasionally. I thought as I locked down on my occlumency. Is it? The reporter asked with a curious look. Some people call you a murderer, and compare you to Grindelwald, or Voldemort, himself. Do you have anything to say about that? I had expected the question, and I already knew the type of answers I would provide. I would not cower before the masses. There is a reason they cower before me. You know. When I was in school, Harry and I were learning from Dumbledore. He lays all of that out in detail, in his book. I started. Yes, I have read it. The reporter told me, so that I could continue. Dumbledore would always tell me that there were consequences for power. I quote, I do not ask for forgiveness, only understanding. I told the man. It took me a long time to realize what he meant. And what did he mean, Mr. Black? The reporter latched on the obvious question I laid out for him. What I did, the lives I took, I did for the people that criticize me. I did it so that they could go to work without worrying over whether or not a Death Eater attack would happen that day. I did it so that they could send their children to Hogwarts without fear of their safety. I accept all of their criticism because I know they are correct. I took a stance, just like Grindelwald did, just like Voldemort did, and didn't budge an inch. When the dust settled, Harry and I stood victorious. However, I, and the Wizengamot, agree that it was best for Wizarding Britain and completely lawful. I didn't hesitate in my answer, and delivered it clearly. I knew my answer would be a little controversial. No doubt, a lot of people wanted me to be a saint and apologize for erasing so much magical blood in one night. Personally, I thought they were just on the wrong side of the war. Yes, well put. Now that I have gotten the hard question out of the way. The Daily Prophet and I want to say thank you for what you did. Mr. Potter's book really expanded on the things the average wizard didn't see during the war. The reporter said, revealing that he was just as Harry had described him. Now, you start as the defense against the dark arts teacher for Hogwarts in 3 days. But the readers want to know, what's next for the hero of Britain? I smiled at that reminder of my new position. Well, I'm glad you asked. As most of you know by now, my wife gave birth to 2 beautiful baby girls. So I'll be acclimating to being a father along with my new position at Hogwarts. But I want to show something else that is about to hit the shelves at the Weasley Wizard Weez's shop in Diagon Alley. I said as I reached into my robes and grabbed a nice leather notebook. I call it Black Book. 11 years later. I walked into the ministry atrium, just as I had that day. The crowd parted before me, as was usual nowadays. My red hair and neatly kept beard gave me away almost immediately. I had heard it said that it was also in the way that I walked. People notice me for so many things nowadays. I wonder why. I thought as I looked straight ahead. In the middle of the atrium, where the Fountain of Magical Brethren used to stand, was a stone carving of Harry and I. We stood back to back, in a completely calm but threatening manner. As if we were supremely confident that whatever the world would throw at us wouldn't be enough to take us down. The robes that were carved on us were extremely accurate to what we really wore that day. My sculpture's wand had the exact runic patterns along the shaft as the one in my wand holster on my wrist. My stone hand covered the most important runes on the hilt of my wand. I allowed the sculpture to see it, because if someone managed to crack it, I didn't care. More power to them. Harry didn't even bother hiding the Elder Wand from the world. It was on display in his stone hand. Nobody would ever know what it really was either, very few people alive even knew of its existence. I walked up to the massive statue of myself and stood in front of it for a moment, waiting on the person behind me to announce themselves. Harry took the bait. Why did you choose here, of all places? Harry said with a huff and sat down on the bench. They need to see us. The more they see us, the more they leave us alone. We've been over this. I told my best friend. You say that, but I get at least 3 women a week who come to the hospital for no reason at all. Harry replied. I couldn't help but laugh at that a little bit. Yes, well, at least you don't have 15-year-olds with a headmaster fantasy. I said as a shudder ran through my body and I almost gagged. Honestly, we have a Vila and a Metamorphomagus that we actually love. What more can you ask for? Harry wasted no time in answering. Most men cannot see what is in front of them. It's the chase. Some women know that, and exploit it. Well I suppose that is true. I thought for a moment. Why did you ask to meet, Ron? Harry asked. He was getting antsy from all the stares we were getting from the people around us. Even being born famous, he never truly got acclimated to the status. I couldn't blame him, I didn't want it either. Kingsley is stepping down, I revealed, getting it out in the air. We both knew what I was asking him. We both knew that Harry absolutely had to be the one to take his place. No. Harry said immediately. We're still healing, my friend. I told him, knowing his answer. Then I'll back Hermione. Harry retorted, obviously having thought about this recently. She'll be good for the country. Muggleborns would do nothing but prosper. I nodded to Harry, knowing that he was right. Hermione would be good for the country. But she would alienate any and every pureblood further than we already are. She is not as fond of us as she used to be. You remember what she said about? Of course I remember. Harry exclaimed quietly. He didn't want to try and make a scene in public. It doesn't matter. Maybe we should be alienated, after what happened. I scoffed at him. We need someone in the middle. The states are starting to fall apart because of the emphasis on parties, Harry. Then you do it. Harry was really starting to get angry now. I had been pestering him about this particular issue for years. It had resulted in a fair amount of duels so that we could blow off some steam. That was part of the reason I had chosen a public place. I'm doing my part. I returned just as adamantly, except I wasn't as loud. The next generation is getting further from biases, unless it comes from their home. And now we're all connected. I told him while pointing around us. 1 in every 4 wizards/witches had a cell phone up to their ear and was talking into it. As they walked past, I could pick out the runes that isolated the phones from the magical energy in the air. I should have, considering it was my invention. It's just a matter of time until the culture does the work for us. But it could easily fall off of the tracks and head in a bad direction. I need you to drive the fucking train. We have to have legislation on the internet, and fast. We're 2 of the smartest people on the planet, but I can't be everywhere. Do it for a couple of years, retire back to the hospital. 2 notification bells went off in our robes. I reached in and grabbed the iPhone inside to look at the text. We're ready. I looked up at Harry to see that he had gotten the same text. He didn't respond but stood up and I joined him in walking back to the apparition ports. We didn't exchange any more words and dissipated with a pop. I appeared in platform 9 3/4. Harry was already waiting on me outside. I laughed at how childish we could be sometimes. It was a big day for me. Both of my girls would leave for their first year of Hogwarts today, and we were meeting them to see them off the traditional way. How did Delphine take it? Harry asked as we walked into the Muggle section of King's Cross Station. I grimaced. She was mad for a couple of hours, until she realized that Sirius was actually as close to an uncle as anyone can possibly be. And we do share some blood, even if it isn't direct. I answered him, remembering the emotional night a week ago. Harry smiled a bit. Yes, she does love Sirius, doesn't she? Harry asked rhetorically. What did Eve say? She was a little shocked, but she's too much like her mother to be bothered by such trivial things as blood relation. I told him as I remembered her indifferent stare as her sister cried. Harry laughed at that again. Yeah, that's good. I think you were right in telling her. He offered me just as our families entered our view. Tonks walked forward, just as eccentric as ever. Except she was wrangling a 10-year-old boy with one hand, and holding the hand of a smaller little girl with the other. Fleur was beside them, walking a little more elegantly and letting her daughters take care of the red-headed little boy that was clinging to them, begging them not to leave. I smiled a bit as they approached. They didn't bother with the shopping carts, like we might have done in another life. I already had all of their belongings in their dorms, waiting for them at Hogwarts. Delphi saw us first and ran towards us. She looked more like Tonks than she did Fleur, considering Tonks' close relation to Bellatrix Lestrange, Delphi's true mother. It really showed in Delphi's facial structure. Luckily, the attractive features weren't marred by an insane glint in her eyes. She had naturally silver hair, like her other aunt, Narcissa. Except the ends were constantly dyed red, to try and prove her relation to me. She wrapped around my waist, and I returned her hug. Another impact, and I was met with the sight of strawberry blonde hair hitting the other side of my abdomen. Eve was a spitting image of her mother, in every way except for the red tint her blonde hair took. I waited for my other child, but when I looked up, I saw he was clinging to his mother, now refusing to show emotion for his sister's leaving. I smiled at the pouty look on his face. They will see you every day, and yet they ignore their mother. I knew being the bad guy would come back to bite me one day. Fleur whined as she approached us with a fake look of anguish on her face. The 2 connected to my waist must have seen the logic in her argument and detached from me immediately and nearly attacked her. She barely moved when they impacted her, used to the treatment from the excitable girls. She returned the hug with a strong grip, and a little flash of red told me that my son had managed to get out of the way in time and make it to my side. Why are you so mad, Percy? I asked him. You'll be able to visit. But I want to go, not stay at home. Percy mumbled into my leg. 2 more years, and you can. I told the little boy for what had to be the millionth time since the girls had received their letters. That's so luangug. He whined. I gave him a light smack on the back of the head, so light he didn't even feel it. Stop whining and listen to your old man. He pouted even more and I just rolled my eyes at him. Uncle Ron, why can't I go to Hogwarts? I heard from a little black-haired boy on the other side of me. Because you're not 11, Teddy. I answered quickly, knowing who it was without looking. But I'm 10 and a half. Teddy retorted. Yet. Another, smaller voice said as a slap connected with my thigh. I made my leg buckle, and let out a cry. Ow! I said and turned to the culprit. A small scarlet hair-colored little girl stood with an innocent look on her face. I narrowed my eyes at her, and she turned to run away. I didn't let her and scooped her up before tickling her mercilessly with my beard in her neck. The little girl squealed in a combination of torture and delight. I had trained all of the kids around me to have a tickle spot on their necks and they looked on like they wanted to help the small girl but wasn't willing to invoke my wrath. Even Eve and Delphi were still ticklish there, despite their best efforts. That's what you get for hitting me. I told the little girl. Poor Rose, never learns. Teddy said, shaking his head beside me. I remembered that I had ignored his comment from earlier. Didn't you just turn 10 a couple of months ago, little boy? I teased Teddy. The little girl in my arms ran her hand through my beard trying to antagonize me again. I gave her a look out of the side of my eye that promised redemption. Yet. Teddy answered. Then how can you be 10 and a half? Unimportant. Teddy yelled, before earning a smack from his father. Harry calmly told him no yelling without even thinking about it. I turned my attention to where Fleur was giving a speech to the girls. The first part had been about doing well in school and respecting themselves. Your father and I have already agreed that he will not be easy on you anymore. All the professors know to go to him if they have any problems at all, you understand. The girls nodded their heads at her with a smirk and looked at me out of the corner of their eyes. I smiled deviously at them, because we all knew that it was impossible for me to discipline my girls unless in the most extreme situations. Everyone knew that they would run all over me. Fleur followed their gaze, and I fixed my face into a stern one a little too late. You promised. Fleur pointed out. You will discipline them. I continued my stern stare and nodded at her, causing everyone to laugh. Of course. Harry Potter adds minister to his long list of accomplishments. Harry Potter wins election by a landslide. Boy who lived to man who conquered to minister. Hero of Britain, and richest wizard in Europe. Ron Black endorsement locks in Harry Potter's position of minister. I looked up from my food as the few owls that still ran mail in the wizarding world flew into the Great Hall and deposited mail to students. A certain magical signature amongst them made me wary of what was heading my way. Then Hedwig appeared in my line of sight and I drew my wand instinctively. She dropped a red package that fell a few feet towards me before the paper expanded quickly. Before I knew it, a paper dragon was heading my direction. Just as its jaws were about to reach my position, I flicked my wand to it. The summoned flame turned the dragon to ashes quickly. But Harry's prank was not done. He had expected me to use fire to get rid of the dragon. The black ashes started to form into the air. Once it was done, I saw a student fall out of their seat and the familiar laugh of Delphi echoed through the chamber. There was a massive ash middle finger hanging in the middle of the room pointing towards me. Guess Harry is still mad about winning. A/N, boom. Well, that's it I guess. You guys know when you finish a Netflix series you'd been watching for a while? The kind that has like 8 seasons? That is the feeling going through my body, multiplied by 1,000. I can't believe it's done. I think this wraps it up nicely. I decided to focus on the positive things in the future. I didn't describe how difficult it is to raise children, or really go into detail at all. So I will just put their full names at the bottom. I didn't go into too much detail about the lives of others in the story like Sirius, Ron's siblings, or the rest of the Order. I'll leave it open for you all to decide what happened to them. This story was started around chapter 15 of Stronghammer and I've just realized that my first 2 stories are done. I worked on both of them together for so long it's a little surreal. Welp, I guess it's on to the next my friends. As of 2008. Evelyn Grace Black, 11 years old. Daughter of Fleur and Ron. Delphine Black, 11 years old. Blood daughter of Bellatrix Lestrange and Tom Riddle Jr. Raised by Fleur and Ron. Arthur Perseus Black, 9 years old. Son of Ron and Fleur. Theodore Sirius Potter, 10 years old. Son of Harry and Tonks. Rose Lillian Potter, 5 years old. Daughter of Harry and Tonks.